Good afternoon and welcome to the first day of hearings of the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2016-2017. Today is April 27th, 2016. I'm Paul Krikorian, Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, and I'm joined by my colleagues, Council Members Bonin, Koretz, and Blumenfield, and we are ready to begin. As we always do, we'll start in a moment with a presentation of the Mayor's proposed budget by the Mayor's budget team, followed by an overview of the budget and an outlook at the city's financial condition and anticipated revenues by the CAO. But before we begin that, I want to start discussing a little bit about process. We already have a lot of public speaker cards, and so let me speak first to that because we have so many members of the public in the room. This is a special meeting of this committee, so as a special meeting, we will not be taking general public comment. There is one agenda item on today's meeting, and in fact it's a continuing meeting that will take place over the course of the next 2 weeks. There's one agenda item and one agenda item only, and that's consideration of the Mayor's budget. So under normal circumstances, we could hear public comment on that one agenda item and that would be it. But that hasn't been the practice of this committee. We've tried to draw as much public input as we can into this process. So each day we'll be taking comment again on the Mayor's budget. And I think to make it easiest on the public, we'll do that at the beginning of each meeting, when we begin the meeting at 9 or in some cases 1 o'clock, depending on when we're agendized to start. We'll be taking 2 minutes from each speaker to speak on the budget, and we'll do that each day. Now, there may be some times when in the discretion of the chair, we may take comment later in the day, but that is unlikely to occur unless there's a good reason for it. So members of the public who are listening, if you want to speak to the budget, please be here at the beginning of the budget meeting, and that's when we'll take comment. On start time, we're agendized to start each day at 9, but in all likelihood, we'll start more like 9:15 to allow staff to get everything set up here. So if you're coming, 9:15 is probably fine. So I just want to take a moment and talk about reports as well. Members, we've, first of all, come a long way over the last 4 or 5 years that I've chaired this committee. We've made a lot of progress in getting to a place of fiscal stability and sustainability in this city. It was not too many years ago when we were projecting a budget deficit of over $1 billion in some of the out years. And we've erased about 85% of that structural deficit already in the work that we've done. And we're now in a place where we can seriously begin to look at beginning the process of service restoration. And that's great news. And it's due to the work of this committee and our council and the mayor and all of the staff who contribute so much to this budget process that we've been able to do that. But at the same time, it's important to note that we're far from out of the woods. And as we'll be hearing shortly, we still have projected deficits for several years to come. So this is not the time to divert from our past practice of being conservative in adding any services or expenditures, because we're far from out of the woods. We've done a terrific job of developing the largest reserve in the city's history, so we have less vulnerability to economic downturns than we did in 2008 when the global economy collapsed. And that's great news. In my view, it's exceptionally important that we continue to maintain that high level of reserve so that we don't get into the situation that we've been in the past. So with that background, as far as our review of departmental budgets, as you know, members, as we do each year, we'll have every departmental general manager come before us. They'll be prepared to respond to questions. As we have done in the past, I'm going to ask them not to make opening statements because they've by now have or should have submitted letters summarizing their requests and the state of their budget. So it should not be necessary for general managers to give an overview of their budget or any opening statement. We can go straight into questions, and we'll need to do that, and we'll need to do that expeditiously in order to get through the challenge of reviewing all of these departments in the time that we have set aside. So members, I would ask that, as we have on multiple occasions, if you have questions that you would like to ask of general managers, to the extent that you can do that ahead of time so that they're prepared to respond, that would be a huge, huge benefit to the work product of this committee, because first of all, you'll get better answers from the managers. Second, if a report is going to be necessary, as reports are going to be necessary, it will reduce the number of report backs if managers can answer a question right at the table. So we want to try to continue to do the good work we've done of driving down the number of reports back that are necessary, because that will make for better reports and a timelier consensus on what we need to do in moving the budget forward. Of particular note, police and fire, our two largest budgetary departments, are set towards the end of our hearing schedule. And so with regard to police and fire questions, I urge you members, please get those in advance, because if we wait until our chiefs are here, staff will have very little time to get you your reports back before we have to get the budget into council. So it's really important, get those questions in now, and hopefully we can start to get those responses and reduce the number of police and fire budgets that will be necessary. As always, if you have questions that are not relating directly to the 2016-2017 budget, you're certainly free to ask those questions, and we'll ask for reports back. But all of those reports back will be segregated from budget-related reports and will not be considered by this committee until after the budget is approved, because we just won't have time. So the reports back that will be considered by this committee will be directly related to 2016-2017, and only those reports will be considered. And we're going to continue our practice of daily summaries of the reports that have been requested so far. The CIO this year is going to be launching a new web tracking system for that list, so you'll be able to keep track of what's been requested. I would ask that members, you and your staff, work with the CIO and on a daily basis make sure that any reports that are mistranscribed or mislabeled or otherwise the questions are unclear, please get that information into the CIO so that we can have a clear list at the time that those reports are going to become due. So with that, I think we are ready to begin. Members, any questions or comments before we begin? Very good. Then just keeping in mind, again, we have a great track record in this committee. And this is my 5th budget, and I don't know how many days of hearings we've had over the course of those budgets, but only one day out of all of those days did we go past our allotted time of 7 p.m. So we're going to keep that record, I think, this year as well. So with that in mind, I'd like to invite up the Mayor's Budget team to introduce the Mayor's Budget. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm not. Sorry, I just contradicted what I just said. I was going to take the cards first. So let me hear from members of the public first, and then we will go ahead and hear the Mayor's Budget report. So I have quite a few cards, and again, I'm going to offer 2 minutes per speaker, but you don't need to fill that time. If you've made your point, you will get other opportunities on other budget days if you'd like to come again. So our first speaker is Lorena Omana, followed by Randy Levine. And so as each speaker comes up, if you're the next speaker, please come on right up behind him so that you're prepared to speak when they conclude. Ms. Omana and the LA Conservation Corps, welcome.
Welcome, thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Kokorian and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. My name is Lorena Omana, Program Coordinator for the Los Angeles Conservation Corps Clean and Green Program. The City of Los Angeles has supported our work for nearly 3 decades through direct funding of our Clean and Green program for middle and high school students who, during breaks from school and on weekends, earn their first paycheck while completing community beautification projects in all 15 City of Los Angeles Council districts. Clean and Green Public's work projects and maintenance service improve the safety and health and viability of communities throughout the city. Students respond to council office requests and clean streets and alleyways, and in the process remove tons of trash, debris, bulky items, and find the right home for the waste. They plant trees and disseminate information about important city events and service other public events. Working together with the core staff, these youth learn how to be environmental leaders as they sharpen their public speaking skills, interact with supervisors, alley residents, and business professionals, and clean alleys, streets, and neighborhoods. We thank you for your continued support to this iconic alley program for the middle and high school youth who earn more than just a paycheck when they join Clean and Green. They discover the city, learn how to take care of it, and start on a path to becoming some of the city next leaders. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you for your service. Our next speaker is Randy Levine, followed by Zenaida Torres.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Randy Levine. I represent the Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council as well as the Dogs of the Rock. Councilman Huizar had put forward a motion that was passed and to do for the Recs and Parks to do a study on the feasibility of a dog park in Eagle Rock. We were then told that it was going through, and on April 9th, in fact, Mayor Garcetti implied that the funding would be going through by saying that the people that want to see it happen would be quite pleased. We'd just like to say that we think that the park itself is something that is much needed. There are very few dog parks. There's been very few dog parks. In fact, no dog parks, new dog parks in the last decade. This isn't just for the neighborhood of Eagle Rock. It's for the entire Northeast and anyone else from, homeowners to apartment dwellers, et cetera. And we'd really like to see the mayor hold true to those words, and we'd like to see the council figure out with Recs and Parks how to get that money back in the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Zenaida Torres, followed by Anthony Lee Vallecillo. And again, speakers, if I've called your name, come and be ready to speak, please.
Good morning. Are we
Good morning.
translating for her?
Sorry?
I'm going to be translating for her. Should we do,
Okay.
how should we do translation?
If she can speak, and then we'll stop the time while you translate, and then she can just
Okay.
you'll have enough time, but
Okay.
just translate as she goes. Thank you.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es Zenaida Torres. Soy miembro de Rock LA.
Hi, good morning. My name is Zenaida Torres. I am a member of Rock LA.
Soy madre soltera de una niña de 14 años
I am a single parent of a 14-year-old daughter,
y trabajo como mesera en un restaurante del este de Los Ángeles.
and I work as a waitress in a restaurant in East LA.
Mis compañeros y yo fuimos víctimas de robo de salario y Rock LA nos ayudó a organizarnos.
My coworkers and I were victims of wage theft, and Rock LA helped us organize.
El robo de salario de 3 años atrás, recuperamos el robo de salario de 3 años atrás,
We were able to recuperate 3 years in back wages, stolen wages,
pero recibimos represalias todo ese tiempo.
but we were victims of retaliation throughout the whole time.
Les agradecemos por habernos escuchado y que hayan fundado esta oficina contra robo de salario.
We are thankful that you listened to us in funding this Office of Wage Theft.
Pienso que es importante ayudar a fundar contratos con organizaciones comunitarias
I think it is very important to contract with community organizations
que conducen al alcance y educación a trabajadores como yo.
that reaches out to the education of workers like myself.
Las organizaciones comunitarias nos entrenan para que sepamos defender nuestros derechos.
The community organizations, they train us to prepare ourselves to defend ourselves against wage theft.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anthony Lee Vallecillo, followed by Daniel Druskovich.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anthony Vallecillo, and I'm here as part of the Warehouse Workers Resource Center. I want to thank you guys for funding our office, labor standards, to do the important work of wage enforcement in the city of Los Angeles. I want to speak on behalf of two issues, that we have enforcement at the port as well as retaliation that's going on. And I hope you guys really do pay attention, because this is a big issue that especially where I work at. It's a warehouse at the port of Los Angeles called California Cartage. We filed a living wage complaint in 2014, and I have been campaigning for a better working condition for over a year. Wage theft is a huge issue at the port, and we ask that the agency makes every effort to focus on attention in the issues of the port drivers as well as the warehouse workers. Second, I and most of my coworkers are employed through a staffing agency called AMR. The warehouse has terminated its contract with AMR as of this Friday. None of us know if we will still have work. We believe this is a retaliation. Hundreds of us may be on the street as of May 1st. If nothing is done, we have asked the city. If nothing is done, we have asked the city to take immediate action to stop this mass firing. This new agency needs to have staffing ready to stop retaliations before it happens when workers have. Sorry about that. Give me 1 second. Otherwise, people will. This new agency needs to have staff ready to stop retaliations before it happens when workers have wage claims. Otherwise, people will see filing a wage claim as a guarantee of firing, and no workers will want to come forward. That's why it's important to allocate an additional $433,000 for community outreach and contracts. Workers like me are continuing educating others' rights, stop the employers of wage theft, and complaining about these committees. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir, very much. Our next speaker is Daniel Druskovich, followed by Daniel Linares. Good afternoon. Good morning, rather.
All right. Good morning, council members. Thank you for making this priority, investing in wage theft. My name is Daniel Druskovich. I've been a driver for intermodal bridge transport for a year now, and I just returned from strike for the third time so far this year. We went on strike to exercise our rights as employees of the company. We have a right to a better future for ourselves and families at IBT, the company. We have a right to live without intimidation and retaliation for the strikes and for the rights we're fighting for. Unfortunately, we have to fight this company, IBT, so that they do not deduct company expenses from our paychecks. This is wage theft, and it is illegal. This is a huge problem at the ports, and there are thousands of drivers that go through the same thing. I'm here to ask you to fully fund the Bureau of Contract Administration to make sure the agency and city can adequately enforce the minimum wage. 17 new enforcement agents is a great step in addressing wage theft. However, in order to make it fully function, we also need to fully fund community contracts. Please add an additional $433,000 to the enforcement and outreach budget. It will help ensure that drivers and workers like me aren't cheated at the ports in all of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker is Daniel Linares. And again, when I call your name, folks, be ready to speak. Daniel Linares, followed by Eric Ades, who will be followed by Matt, I think it's Harrington. Come on up. If you're one of those people, come on up.
The second one.
Eric?
Yeah. Good morning, y'all. My name is Eric Adas. I'm with the Los Angeles Community Action Network. I know we're not talking about homelessness specifically today, but just to grease the wheels a little bit. Very encouraged, first and foremost, that the mayor is taking the step of ambitiously proposing $138 million for one of the most critically pressing issues in our city. We as LA can work on this issue on a daily basis. I would just like to offer a couple ideas as you all drill down and kind of look at the nuts and bolts. Obviously, $65 million of that is coming out of the general fund. We would propose, Mr. Santana's report last year said $87 million out of the $100 million that went towards homelessness out of the general fund went towards LAPD specifically to work on homelessness. We would really encourage that you all look at trying to use that pot. I'm not a budget expert, but you all are, to try to put that money towards the solutions to address homelessness that create public safety as well. Because there are a number of issues, and you all know this too, this is the hardest job, is trying to figure out where the resources go. And we think that resources can be reallocated from certain departments like LAPD to working on the same issues, but just the departments that actually can get folks off the streets. So I would encourage that. And as also we look at the aspirational aspects, the linkage fee and the $47 million for the properties, just really looking at how we make that a reality. Sounds very great, sounds very aspirational, but how do we make that a reality? As we look for a sustained plan, right? We were kind of discouraged that there wasn't as much dedicated sources of funding to a long-term plan. I know that it's because it's on the front pages of the LA Times that we're going to get a lot of energy around this, but how do we make that investment that's ongoing for the next 10 years or so to really tackle this problem once and for all? So really encourage you all to think about dedicated sources. How do we use the general fund funding that's going to that homelessness plan from other sources so that we don't pit allies against one another? We are very strongly supportive of a lot of the issues that are going to be talked about in this budget, and we would hate to make it seem like we can't work on those other issues because we have to tackle homelessness. It is not a mutually exclusive problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt. It's either Harrington or Hallington, I'm sorry. Followed by John Goldfarb, followed by Marianne Dodge.
Hi, I'm Matt Harrington. This is John. He's going to talk with me. Oh, he's going to talk here while he's going to be here. I'm talking on behalf of Dogs of the Rock.
Okay, go ahead.
We are looking to get funds for a dog park in Eagle Rock. It was mentioned earlier. We have collected over 2,000 signatures from residents. We have 72 letters that went to the mayor after it was announced, or he implied that money was going to be in the budget. We were very disappointed that it's not in the budget. We would love it to be. I know a dog park is a small thing compared to homelessness and some of the other things that people have talked about, but it is important to those of us with dogs who they are our children, and we don't get to experience the parks like some other people do because there are not spaces for dogs. Talking with the people who have the park in Pasadena, the dog park Alice's, they say that that park is one of the most attended parks in Pasadena because of the dogs. It brings people together, it brings kids, it brings dogs together, and it means that your dogs are better socialized, so they're better public entities in their own little four-legged beings. Don't have anything else to say. I'm a puppy trainer. I think it's good for dogs. I think it's good for people. And thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, what's your name, sir?
My name is John Goldfarb, and I approve Matt Harrington and Randy Levine's message.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, our next speaker is Marianne Dodge, followed by Megan Ortiz, followed by Robert Rigelli. Good morning.
Good morning, council members. I'm Marianne Dodge, Vice President of Friends of Griffith Park. We would like to reaffirm our support for a fully staffed ranger division for LA's regional parks. Rangers perform a remarkable range of tasks, from putting out fires to rescuing stranded hikers, protecting habitat, and educating children on nature hikes. Last year, Rangers took the lead in creating a wayfinding signage in the park. This should reduce the number of helicopter rescues that the fire department had to make in the park, and that saves you money. The city always funds police and fire to maintain public safety. For us, the Rangers are our police and fire, and yet their budget has been severely reduced. Increasing the funding for rangers is the best investment the city can make. It will bring you the greatest return on investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Megan Ortiz, followed by Robert Rigelli, followed by Richard Hernandez.
Good morning. Thank you so much for hearing us today. My name is Megan Ortiz. I'm the Executive Director of IDEPSCA, the Institute for Popular Education of Southern California. And we operate 4 of the 7 day labor centers in the city of Los Angeles. So first, we're here to say, obviously, that we are in support of the mayor's recommendation that these day labor centers be funded at minimum at the current fiscal year rate from the unappropriated funds. However, we would like to suggest that going forward that these day labor centers who really are aligned with other priorities that we're hearing today and we'll hear throughout the next few days, including fighting wage theft, including fighting homelessness. Because these forces are actually aligned and not in competition, we would encourage that the day labor centers be funded at the very minimum at current levels from the general fund, so that every year we're not fighting to protect the most vulnerable among workers, immigrant workers, who really are protected not just from wage theft and violence against them, but also these centers provide a space for public safety in the general public in terms of supporting workers finding jobs in ways that they couldn't. We think that together, funding homelessness, funding to end homelessness, funding wage enforcement, and fully funding the day labor centers really are going to help keep the city of LA on the forefront as a national example for dignity for all workers and their families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Robert Rigelli, followed by Richard Hernandez, followed by Fidel Gonzalez.
Good morning. I'm Robert Rivel. I'm very fortunate to have the opportunity and the availability to be a member of these centers. It's provided me with labor and work on a daily basis, which pays daily. In a unique and unfortunate situation of having been a victim of homelessness by no fault of my own, sometimes to look for and establish a regular full-time job, you don't have it's very difficult to wait an entire 2 weeks or sometimes even 3 for a paycheck. You need money, you need wages, sometimes on a daily basis, to provide food, shelter, and other basic necessities that I may not be able to get immediately by trying to look for a regular full-time job or a regular position. The center has also offered me resources for assisted housing. I've seen other individuals go through the process of getting an ID when they don't have any documentation whatsoever. And it also offers full-time and permanent job placement. I feel very fortunate. It's been very helpful to me, and I'm in support of the funding for these centers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Richard Hernandez, followed by Fidel Gonzalez, followed by Suzanne Smith.
Yes, my name is Richard Hernandez, and I was asked to speak today to let you know why the work centers have been helpful to me. And I guess the main reason they have been is because it's giving me another chance to work again. I was on disability insurance, and I was automatically put on Social Security at 62, which means I don't get my full benefits. So working out of the job centers, I've been able to make up the difference, and I'm looking for housing right now. I've been homeless since January, and it's given me a chance to learn how the job centers work, and I think they're a benefit to a lot of people, but it's given them a chance to work, and I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Fidel Gonzalez, followed by Suzanne Smith, followed by Lisa Cable Blanchard. Good morning.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Fidel González.
Yeah, and sir, if you can speak right into the microphone, please.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Fidel González.
Thank you.
Y vengo de la centro de carecen.
Hi, good morning. My name is Fidel Gonzalez, and I come from the Carecen Day Labor Center.
Desde que he estado en el centro de carecen han habido muchas situaciones como buenas, como clases de inglés.
Since I've been at this Day Labor Center, I've had a lot of opportunities, like different types of classes.
Perteneciendo al centro como de carecen, le pueden dar a uno oportunidad para ir a las clases como el LATT, sí.
Being part of the Center of Carecen, I've had the opportunity to be able to attend LATTC.
Diferentes situaciones que favorecen a la comunidad.
Various things in favors of the community.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. Our next speaker is Suzanne Smith, followed by Lisa Cable Blanchard, followed by Mark Lipman.
Good morning. My name is Suzanne Smith, and I represent the Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council, and I too am here to talk about requesting funding for a dog park in Eagle Rock. It's a little awkward to come on a day when people are coming with requests that are so important, like wage theft and homelessness. And so we don't pretend that having a dog park is at that same level, yet everyone in our community, at all levels of our community, have dogs, and many of them need to have spaces where those dogs can roam freely, at least for a time. We've found that even in the homeless shelter with which I worked, many of our guests had pets, and to be able to have those pets have a space is really important. So I would urge you to consider adding that funding to the budget, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Cable Blanchard, followed by Mark Lipman, followed by Eric Previn.
Thanks to the committee for a moment. I am also from Eagle Rock and requesting that the funding for the dog park be put in, and I support Suzanne's message. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mark Lipman, followed by Eric Previn, followed by Jacob Hike.
Hi, good morning. My name is Mark Littman with Power People Organized for West Side Renewal and the West Side Tenants Union, working in Venice and on the West Side. Every year when we start going into budget, a survey gets sent out to the public with a very disingenuous box called public safety. And everyone wants public safety. But how the mayor defines public safety and the council defines public safety is very different from the community. What you guys consider public safety is police and more police. And what we consider public safety is housing and health care and education for our kids and basic public services for our community, which always go underfunded. Right now in our community of Venice, some of the richest companies on this planet, like Google and Snapchat, receive an 80% tax break to gentrify our communities, while our rents are tripling. At the same time, Venice, one of the backbones of our city budget, with our tourist industry, brings in more money than any other place in the city, and we get no services for that money. None of that money comes back to our community. And what is happening is that the Venice Chamber of Commerce and the other big business industries are using the lack of public services as an excuse to put in business improvement districts to bring in more private security to police the poorest among us. And this is wrong, and you need to fix this in the budget because the problem starts with the budget that you write. We need our public services funded first, and we need our money brought back into the community by making these big companies pay their fair share. We're tired of being pushed around and policed instead of receiving the services we deserve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Eric Previn, followed by Jacob Hike, followed by Jonathan Diaz.
Yes. Good morning, Budget Finance Committee. It is Eric Previn from CD2. And today's budget meeting is welcomed. Obviously, the public cares a great deal about these large expenditures. And I had a note, because we discussed it last year, regarding the protocol. By labeling each and every day of testimony as simply item number one and not earmarking by time, I know that the idea there was to make it more accessible for the public to speak at the beginning of the meeting in kind of a general public comment on whatever they want that's on the agenda for the day. But unfortunately, I think the effect it has is separating comments from the specific departments that might be valuable for the departments and the decision makers to hear. So, for example, the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment general manager would typically come down. Now, you've asked that no general managers give reports, which are little overviews, which I also think disenfranchises the folks watching on Channel 35, because if you're watching and you start immediately jumping into stuff that you've seen in writing, that's good for the body who's deciding, but for the folks at home, it's a little bit like, what are they talking about? So I think that a little overview actually is what general manager, that's why they get the big bucks, I find. And by the way, congratulations, Mr. Hale, on another, this is really a nice presentation. I think it's going to be a good session. And one other point, though, sir, that if you were to allow, for example, for 8 items on a day and earmark them by half hour or something, I think you might get feedback that would inform what you're up to. I also asked if the Prop K financing could be shared, because obviously departments from City Hall will be funded through that. And for those who don't remember, it was a voter proposition from 1996 that earmarked certain funds, and some of that money is then funneled back into the city's budget. So it would be good to see exactly how that works. And the city attorney and the city controller also have a unique role here at City Hall, and I would ask that I could have an opportunity to address those items after they make their presentation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Hold on one second. Okay. Our next speaker is Jacob Hike, followed by Jonathan Diaz, followed by Alejandra Castro.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. My name is Jacob Hake, Acting Chief of Staff to LA Councilman Joe Buscaino. He's asked me to come by to share a few highlights from a letter that he submitted to you yesterday, and I was part of the council file. The first request has been an increase for Office of Community Beautification for $3 million. This isn't $3 million just for our district, but he's proposing that we split it 15 ways to work with our nonprofits to help aid us in cleaning our communities. We know that our departments are stretched thin. We maximize our deployment with cleanups and abatement and different things, and we depend on our nonprofits to help fill that gap. Every council member has transferred money to help fund these nonprofits, to help with these cleanups and abatement, but it's simply not enough. What the councilman is proposing is that we create a fund that each council district would get $200,000 to help fund nonprofits to clean up our districts. Field staff knows how to do these cleanups. Field staff knows how to work with the nonprofits and to maximize these dollars. And just this weekend, we're going to have 3,000 volunteers in our district cleaning over 20 sites in our district. We put in only $50,000, but we're probably doing about $500,000 worth of work. The next thing we asked for is an increase in sanitation for healthy streets of $450,000. Bottom line, we love Bonen's model. Bonen has done it right in his district on how to supplement the cleanups. We have very similar districts. We have the beach cities. We have attracts a lot of people, but we also have similar challenges. We help fund LASA. We help fund the outreach. What we need is additional sanitation help to make these cleanups happen and do it the right way. And then lastly, we're asking for a $900,000 increase for a project in Wilmington. Wilmington is the heart of the harbor. It has...
Just finish the thought, but we do have your letter, so
it's the heart of the harbor, but it also has suffered from the negative impacts of the port. It's a great economic engine. It's on the verge of a renovation, and this is a key component to it, so we ask your support. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right. Our next speaker is Jonathan Diaz, followed by Alejandra Castro, followed by Andrea Baldenegro. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Diaz. I am a part-time worker with the City's Rec and Parks Department. I am also a member of AFSCME Local 741. I work in one of the preschool programs in Boyle Heights, region of Los Angeles. And I want you as city leaders to ensure a budget that will bring a bright future to our residents. Due to budget cuts, our program has been reduced. numerous cuts have taken place throughout the city and in our department. There have been 26 child care centers alone. Of those 26, 24 have closed. So it's time to restore these programs. It's time to restore these services. It's time to bring our community together with city programs for the children of Los Angeles. I would also like to see equity in the budget. Too many times I have seen parks in the West Side and the Valley with amazing programs and amazing services, whereas centers in regions such as Boyle Heights, South Central, have gotten by with very little, and they have gotten by. The park that I'm at is one example. There are, some programs that just get by on donations from the public, donations from parents, donations from whomever, in order to keep the programs running. So I would like to see a brighter future. I'd like to see a better budget for rec and parks, and I would like to see the city of Los Angeles come together on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alejandra Castro, followed by Andrea Baldenegro, followed by Cal Soto. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Alejandra Castro, and I have a child at Lou Costello Park and the preschool program. We live in a gang-infested area, and we count on the services in our community. Recession is now over. We need funding to go towards our building programs. We need to invest in the future of our children, being that preschool is the foundation of their education. This is a program that does not revolve around nap time, but where 4 and 5-year-olds are doing adding, subtracting, and where they're learning how to write. These skills have helped alumni of this program reach higher levels of education, made honor roll students, and graduates of prestigious universities. So this is a program that's really going to benefit from every penny, and it's going to base a strong foundation for our future of this country. And the children would like to say something.
I am Damian Lopez Castro. I am the future. We need more money.
Very good, Damien.
I am Jacob Mascareno, and I am the future, and we need more money for my school.
Well, thank you very much. It's typically our practice not to pass time to other speakers, but I think in this case it was a good exception to that rule. So thank you, thank you for being with us. Our next speaker is Andrea Baldenegro, followed by Cal Soto, followed by Judy West.
Hi, good morning. My name's Andrea Baldenegro, although I don't know how I'm going to top that. Thank you for having us here today, this morning. I would like to echo some of the comments that my other colleagues have made about funding for the day labor centers. I would like to urge the Mayor's Office and Council to fund the current budget of $750,000 for the 7 day labor centers in Los Angeles. With this funding, we're able to be more effective and serve the community as it is intended. On that note, this is a great opportunity for the city that the day labor programs actually complements the homelessness initiative and the wage theft ordinance in place. With the high levels of homelessness and wage theft here in Los Angeles, we need this funding. We would also like to give a special thanks to those who've supported the program over the years, like Councilman Cedillo, Wesson, Price, and yourself, Kerkorian. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Cal Soto, followed by Judy West.
Good morning. I'm Workers' Rights Coordinator and Staff Attorney at the National Day Labor Organizing Network, of which IDEPSCA and Carecen, who have spoken today already, are members. We provide support for low-wage workers in Los Angeles and throughout the country by fostering a network of safer and more humane spaces for workers. Today I'm testifying on their behalf in support of the robust funding for wage enforcement and community outreach that is already in the budget, as well as for full funding for day labor centers in Los Angeles. Day laborers and worker centers are on the front lines of many labor issues in the city, from wage theft to workplace discrimination and everything in between. By fighting for their labor rights on the margins, these workers are defending the rights of all workers. It is clear to me that by deciding to fully fund wage enforcement, homelessness assistance programs, and the day labor centers, you all would be batting 1,000, to use a baseball analogy right now. These intersectional budget areas are not only not in competition, they're complementary. So by fully funding the day labor centers along with wage enforcement and homeless assistance programs, you'll see your efforts multiplied exponentially. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Ms. West, before we take you, if anybody else would like to speak, please fill out one of these cards and bring it forward so that we can wrap up comment before we hear from the mayor's budget team. Our next speaker is Judy West, followed by Miriam Whitehill Benatar.
Good morning. I'm Judy West with AFSCME Local 741, which represents the part-time workers serving the residents and especially the children and seniors at the Rec and Park departments. When you consider the mayor's budget, I implore all of you to consider the plight of our hard-working members. We take care of the seniors. We take care of the children. And taking care of the children, we teach them to work with others as a team, which will help them in their adult life. I'd like to speak particularly about one person who was fabulous. Her name was Pamela Garcia. She was a rec assistant, and she found herself unable to pay her bills because a lot of us had our hours reduced, being part-time, from 20 hours a week to 10. That's including me. Hard to live on 10 hours a week. She found herself having to live in her car and then in a shelter. She did all sorts of work, but she had to leave because she could not live anymore in an apartment. So I ask you to take action to prevent homelessness for our recreation people. You are taking action for the homelessness in the city, but why not take a look at your workers here and make sure we're not on the streets also? I urge you to think about Pamela and her journey, and don't let this happen to anybody else. This is not right. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Miriam Whitehill Benatar, followed by Tim Mcdaniel.
She just stepped out to change her baby. Can you?
Oh, yeah. So we'll go ahead and take Tim McDaniel then, if he's here. Mr. McDaniel, come on up.
Hello and good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Tim McDaniel, proud member of the Watts Neighborhood Council in ACE. I live in the 15th Council District, and as a member of the ACE, I've been working with the Fix the Lake Coalition over the past couple of years in support of union agreements that will rebuild services and jobs, especially in communities like mine in Watts, where jobs is not there. One area where the city needs to spend a lot of money is sidewalk repair. This is also a kind of work that could bring Angelitos into the city workforce and training positions that could lead to a career. So I'm aware that the city is going to repair the sidewalks one time, and then it's going to be on the owners. I think this is an opportunity where we can train individuals in the community on how to do that work, because everybody doesn't have an uncle who knows how to repair sidewalks. And the budget should be creating those opportunities. A good a good job really would change the life of the whole family, and especially in our community. And just as a bad fall on a broken sidewalk can ruin, someone's health, I want to know that the city is using the money for a sidewalk repair to create entry-level city jobs. And how many jobs? Please ask all the general managers to tell us, please, because if you look at the budget, we can't tell. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. I called Daniel Linares earlier. Is Mr. Linares here? Okay, I'm going to mark Mr. Linares' card for the record. And is Miriam Whitehill back yet? And I'm sorry, is it Miriam Whitehill Benatar, or are those two different people? It's all one person. All right. Well, I hear the back door opening. Is that her? Nope. Is it? Miriam Whitehill? All right. Well, I'll note her card for the record, and I'm assuming she was here to speak about the Eagle Rock Dog Park as well. Okay. So, sorry we weren't able to get to her. Thank you very much. Are there any more cards before us now, Mr. Williams?
Well, additional cards at this time.
All right, very good. Just as the mayor's team and the CAO's team make their way forward, I'd like to invite them to the table. I do want to just let the members of the public know that all of this budget information is available to you online. So you can go to cao.lacity.org/budget. And Mr. Previn, you'll want to know that you can see all of this online, so you'll have plenty of information to be able to review as we go through this. And with that, I'd like to invite the Mayor's Budget team, Mr. Szabo, to start off, and followed by our CAO, Mr. Santana. Welcome.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Matt Szabo, Deputy Mayor, Budget and Innovation. Mr. Chairman, it's an honor to present to you and your committee the Mayor's proposed fiscal year 2016-2017 city budget. My presentation today will be concise, I promise. My PowerPoint presentation consists of exactly one slide, but if you would indulge me for just a moment, I really need to acknowledge and thank the extraordinary professionals that I've had the pleasure to work with in developing the mayor's proposed budget, starting first and foremost with the CAO's office and CAO Miguel Santana, Assistant CAOs Ben Ceja and Patty Huber, Jacob Wexler, Melissa Fleming, Jennifer Lopez, Cielo Castro, and countless others that have dedicated so many hours to put this budget proposal together. I'd also like to thank the mayor's budget team, starting with Budget Director Matt Crawford, Alma Guerrero, John Chavez, Armando Nunez, Paul Wang, Angela Baruman, James Owen, and Sandra Sandoval. Mr. Chairman, when the mayor released his budget proposal on April 20th, he called the spending plan bold and prudent. Those may seem to be conflicting terms, but this year they are precisely the right words to describe the proposed budget. First and foremost, the mayor's proposal is fundamentally prudent. It fully funds basic city services. It does not propose any major cuts or layoffs, and the 2.75% growth in revenue is allocated modestly and responsibly, funding our most critical needs while strengthening our reserve fund. In the area of public safety, the proposal funds the hiring of 525 police officers, which will allow us to reach a force of 10,000 by the end of the fiscal year. It adds 160 net new civilians to LAPD to get more officers out from behind desks and on the street. It increases LAPD overtime by $10 million. It provides funding for more than 2,000 new body cameras. It adds significant resources to support the city's new seismic retrofit and soft story retrofit programs. And for the first time since the Great Recession, the budget proposes to grow the Los Angeles Fire Department by more than 100 firefighters. To properly enforce the city's rising minimum wage, the mayor's budget allocates $2.6 million for the Office of Wage Standards and legal support in the city attorney's office. The proposed budget also initiates a plan to fully fund updates to each one of our 35 community plans, 9 of which, if adopted, will begin this year. In the area of public works, the mayor's proposed budget funds 2,400 lane miles of pavement preservation, nearly 30,000 trimmed trees, 425,000 square feet of new sidewalk repair, and more than 900 new access ramps. The proposed budget funds 1,250 new trash cans and adds major new resources to the Bureau of Sanitation's Clean Streets Initiative, which, under the guidance of CleanStat, will direct more resources more efficiently to the neighborhoods most in need. The budget also uses the general fund to backfill many of the programs which were cut due to reductions in the community development block grant dollars, including HIV/AIDS prevention, family source centers, domestic violence shelters, and graffiti abatement. Now, these new items are funded in the mayor's proposed budget, while at the same time submitting for your approval a reserve fund at $322 million, or 5.8% of general fund receipts, a record high for a proposed budget. Now, as I said, this is a prudent budget. It's a relatively modest budget. We had to make a number of tough decisions, and we have no doubt that department after department will come before your committee asking you to fund very worthy programs that the mayor's budget proposal left out. And in most all cases, we will agree that if we had the money available, the proposals would have been funded. But the reason we were not able to propose as much forward progress in many of our services as we would have liked is the same reason that this very prudent budget is also extraordinarily bold. Less than a year ago, we made a collective commitment to address the great humanitarian crisis of homelessness in our city. This budget proposal meets and exceeds that commitment of $100 million for the first year of what will be a decade-long effort by allocating $138 million to solve the homelessness crisis in our city. Of that $138 million, $120 million is new spending this year. Of that $138 million, more than $100 million is dedicated to providing or building housing, which is consistent with our Housing First strategy. Of that $138 million, $64 million comes directly from the general fund, and $46 million of that is new spending this year. This is an unprecedented commitment of city resources. But as Mr. Santana will make obvious in his discussion of the four-year forecast a little bit later this morning, without new sources of revenue, this level of funding is also unsustainable in the coming years if we have hope to implement the full 10-year comprehensive homelessness strategy. And that's why the mayor's homelessness proposal in this budget commits the city to obtaining new revenue. And it sets the table for the city to ask voters to approve additional sources of revenue in the coming year. Indeed, it is our position that one of the areas that this proposal has received the most questions is, in fact, an intentional strength. And that is that the plan relies on the homelessness funding plan does rely on some yet unrealized sources of revenue. But the diversity of sources of revenue allows us not only to understand exactly what won't be funded if some of the revenue is not realized, as you can see with the chart that was up there and as Mr. Santana will expound upon later this morning. But the diversity of revenue sources gives us the opportunity to tell the voters that Los Angeles is doing everything it can to marshal all available resources before asking for more. We've increased significantly our general fund contribution to solving the crisis. We have used special funds when and where appropriate to address the crisis. The proposal requires that we deal with the issue of short-term rentals and begin realizing the transient occupancy tax, which is owed to the city, and in some cases business taxes as well. We're asking developers, the mayor's advocating that the city ask developers to contribute to our affordable housing crisis through a linkage fee that would need to be adopted this year in order to fulfill the spending plan he has proposed. And we've also proposed, probably most significantly, leveraging city assets in a way that we, up until this point, have never done before, incorporating the use of city assets in a citywide strategy and to address a citywide crisis. Mr. Chairman, if adopted, this budget will make a powerful statement that Los Angeles is all in on a solution to homelessness. That concludes my very brief and concise presentation. I look forward to answering your questions and working with you for the remainder of these coming weeks as we move forward to this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we go to questions for the mayor's team, I'd like to hear from Mr. Santana first, and then we can direct our questions to either or both of them. Mr. Santana, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Miguel Santana, City Administrative Officer. This is now I'm approaching my 7th year here at the city, and certainly the city has gone through some dark times, and it was hard to imagine that we would be in this place now where there's such a significant investment being made on such a critical issue such as homelessness. But as Matt indicated, it's being done in a responsible manner as this budget reflects. So we're pleased to announce that this budget fully complies with all of the city's policies. Several years ago, I would have to say the opposite, that we were actually complying with none of the policies. Today, we're actually complying with all of them. We're still seeing steady growth in our revenue, in large part due to the strength of the economy in Los Angeles. This budget addresses all of our obligatory responsibilities, including fully funding our pension responsibilities, covering the costs associated with recently adopted labor contracts. And it makes a real investment in core services that Matt talked about. This budget presents a strategy on homelessness that builds on the policy, the first comprehensive policy on homelessness that your council adopted, and is deliberate in specifically funding those programs that your council identified as priorities, as we'll talk about, and even adopts new ideas that surface as part of the budget deliberations that I'm sure you'll be hearing from various departments. And this budget moves us forward to eliminating the structural deficit. And while we're still anticipating deficits onto the future, we could start seeing the path towards the light at the end of the tunnel. So we often get asked what represents the budget in the city, and so we take a macro look at it by identifying all of the ways in which the city has funds the variety of services that fall under the city seal. So in aggregate, when you include the proprietaries, the general fund, and of course the grants the city receives, in total it represents $24.8 billion, 47,000, nearly 48,000 employees that are hired. Of course, these deliberations are about the general fund and the special funds, which represent in aggregate about $8.5 billion last year and have grown to $8.7 billion, a growth of over 2%. And there's also a growth in the overall workforce of 1.5%. We showed the following chart on a regular basis because it shows the pattern of growth in our revenue streams. And this year, like the last few, we're seeing increases in property tax, which is represented by the darkest blue at the bottom, our largest source of revenue of $1.7 billion, and our most reliable source, followed by license permits, fees, and fines, business tax, sales tax, and transient occupancy tax. And you could see the growth in our economy through the revenues that we're receiving. The huge interest by people from around the world coming to Los Angeles is represented in our growth in our hotel tax. Our sales tax is also continuing to grow by about 3% in its base. And the business tax, while your council and the mayor adopted a reform that we anticipated would have reduced the business tax by $15 million each year for 3 consecutive years, is actually still seeing a growth on its base of over 2%. The one tax that we also see reflecting the tight housing market is the documentary transfer tax. While it's growing, it's not growing as aggressively as the others. The other thing that often is asked by you and others is, so what is this funding? And we do this chart on a regular basis because it really captures where the largest investment is going. And of course, that is public safety. So when you look at the sources of funds where there's discretion, or the unrestricted revenues as we identify them, over 71% is going towards public safety. The rest of the city is funded by the remaining. And so that again demonstrates how tight things are and how little flexibility we have without impacting our core service and public safety. Now on to our policies. Again, the city has a policy of a 5% reserve fund. As you could see, there were days that you remember that we weren't, didn't reach that policy. Over the last few years, we have met it, and fortunately, we have been exceeding it. And as Matt indicated, this budget represents the largest reserve fund in the city's history, which is important for a number of reasons. It's important to deal with those things that we don't know about, or those things that we're concerned about. It also signals to investors and to the bond rating agencies that the city is preparing for the next recession or for what may occur. And as you follow through our FSRs, this current fiscal year, we're in fact needing to rely on the reserve fund to end the year in the black. The next policy is when you look at all of our reserves beyond the reserve fund, the city also has a healthy budget stabilization fund, which is intended to protect us from the next recession. And it was a wise and prudent policy that your council adopted. Because the ongoing revenue growth is exactly at where we projected it to be last year, and it doesn't trigger the need to make an additional investment in that budget stabilization fund. At the same time, this budget does not reduce the budget stabilization fund, so it stays at the healthy amount of $92.4 million. Beyond that, we also have a line item for any uncertainties that we have in the middle of the year, which is expected to be at $12 million for this budget. We would ask that if any new revenues are identified in the context of these deliberations, that there be an effort to increase that. As you know, as you've seen, we've had to rely on the UB to deal with uncertainties that allowed your council to make a $15 million investment in homelessness and to address some of the unanticipated liabilities that we were confronting. The other policy that we're meeting for the second consecutive year is the use of one-time revenue for one-time activities. And so this is important in addressing our structural deficit. It provides the city flexibility. The biggest sources of those revenue streams are $63 million due to a portion of the sales tax coming the next fiscal year, $35 million from the reserve fund transfer, and $14 million from the sale of city surplus, including helicopters that we have. What are those servicing one-time services that are being bought? And as I'll talk about later, $41 million for homelessness, nearly $15 million for elections, $12 million for the UB that I mentioned earlier, $8.6 million for the first year of a 4-year reimbursement to the sewer construction and maintenance fund that the city is required to pay, and $7.5 million for the first year of the Rodriguez settlement, which results in the city in aggressively reaching out to former gang members and providing them job training and employment. The next slide shows, again, another policy related to our capital infrastructure. And you can see there were many years that the city didn't meet the most basic minimal requirement, which is to invest 1% of the general fund towards our infrastructure and capital. And now, for the fourth consecutive year, the city is meeting that policy. This budget exceeds it at the highest level of 1.6% of the general fund, funding programs in municipal facilities of $12 million, the physical plant for $9.5, street resurfacing of $44 million, and of course sidewalks at $23 million, with an additional amount coming from special funds and other sources for the total of $31 million, which is consistent with the Willett settlement and the policy that you've adopted. The total amount is nearly $89 million to our capital infrastructure program. As Matt indicated, this budget funds a number of core services. I won't repeat the ones that Matt talked about because they're significant, particularly, again, the $31 million for sidewalks. There was a number of public comment regarding the concern about wage theft, and there are, as Matt indicated, there's over nearly $3 million for both the city attorney's office and the Department of Contract Administration that represent 22 positions to enforce wage theft. So there are new positions that are in this budget. Over 500 regular positions have been added to this budget, representing both regularized positions resolution authorities that have been regularized and net new positions. They are in a variety of departments, including animal services of 12 positions. Building and safety is receiving 149 positions, clearly reflecting the growth in the economy. The fire department, 95. Library, nearly 50. Planning, 43. Police, 40. Recreation and parks, 18. Sanitation, 85. And others, an additional 12. It's important to also acknowledge that over the course of the last few years, the mayor and your council have made significant investments in the personnel department to ensure that the hiring process is done in a more efficient and effective manner. And as of February 2016, because we anticipate a number of retirements, 30% of all city employees are eligible for early or regular retirement. In just 2 years, 39% of all current employees will be eligible. And so as a result, your council has invested in the personnel department with an increase of nearly 8% over the last 2 years to address the challenge of the new people we're hiring as well as replacing those that are retiring. 31 positions have been added to the personnel department, 873 in as-needed salaries and contractual services to address the backlog to support the strategic workforce development program and for succession planning. Now on to homelessness. As Matt indicated, this budget provides a strategy to make an investment of $138 million towards addressing the homeless problem. And the investment is in alignment with the strategy that your council adopted, both making an investment on the urgency that exists today out in the streets in form of services and vouchers, as well as making an investment towards the development of affordable and permanent supportive housing. Overall, of the $138 million, $120 is new. $43 million is ongoing, assuming the passage of a linkage fee. The linkage fee study, as you know, is on its way. It's anticipated that it will be completed within this calendar year, and it is the expectation in this budget that your council will consider and adopt a linkage fee early in the next calendar year. The $20 million identified in the budget is a conservative number based on the range of potential revenue that the linkage fee could provide. The limitation with the linkage fee, while it is an ongoing source of revenue, is that it could only go in investment of capital, so towards affordable and permanent supportive housing. $23 million of it is an investment from the general fund. $88 million of it is one time. And as Matt indicated, to continue to make this investment at this level, the city will need to adopt a variety of new revenue streams. The linkage fee is just one. Ultimately, as the Homeless and Poverty Committee is considering, a new revenue source would need to be identified that ultimately would need to be approved by the voters of Los Angeles. There's an innovative approach that this budget takes as it relates to the building of affordable housing. And straight out of the strategy, there was a proposal to identify city property to utilize for the establishment of affordable housing throughout the city. Working closely with the mayor's office, with council offices, we identified 8 parcels of property throughout the city that could be either sold, and we would recommend that 100% of the proceeds from that sale go to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, or they could be developed for the actual creation of housing. This is actually a faster way of building housing than if we were to put money aside, because one of the most challenging parts of building affordable housing is the identification of the land. And so this fast forwards a process. Now, this was done in the course of this putting the mayor's budget together. It is our hope that it's an ongoing strategy. So throughout the year and years to come, we would continue to identify other parcels that could be used for this purpose. The total amount, the assessed value of all the parcels identified far exceed the $47 million that this budget assumes. And we did that to be conservative. We did that because we know that there needs to be a strategy for each one of those parcels, working closely with each council office, working closely with the community and with the nonprofit developers who would be interested in assisting in developing those properties. And of course, we're also working with philanthropy to leverage their dollars in this investment. So what does this buy? That's a question that your constituents will ask. What will this investment purchase? And again, it's important to point out that most of this assumes that it will be one time unless there's an ongoing revenue stream. So working closely with LASA and other city departments, what this buys is approximately 2,500 rapid rehousing rental vouchers, approximately 1,500 annual shelter beds, an additional 190 winter shelter beds, 32 sobering beds, and more than 500 annual domestic violence shelter beds. It strengthens the coordinated entry system regional infrastructure. It provides for 3 outreach coordination sites. Another critical component of our strategy was the placement of open doors resource centers or navigation centers. The strategy identifies additional parcels and properties that could be used for this purpose. This budget proposes 6, and it provides funding not only for the one-time capital infrastructure that will be necessary to allow those centers to open, but also provides funding for the operational costs for this current for the new fiscal year. It provides 40 low-income and homeless senior job training opportunities, 4,000 spay and neuter certificates for low-income homeless pet owners. It provides for a comprehensive workforce development training and job placement for 400 individuals. It also provides for enhanced cleaning in 35 park restrooms to allow 24-hour access to those restrooms. The department would work closely with your offices to identify which restrooms would get that enhanced cleaning and 24-hour access. It also provides, if you look at just the investment of dollars that could go into the trust fund, there could be an additional 600 units of accessible, affordable, and permanent supportive housing that are developed under this strategy. Outreach to 2,200 encampments, and provide 6 comprehensive and 12 spot cleanings as part of the operational Healthy Streets. All of these strategies are consistent with the comprehensive policy that was adopted by your council. Now on to what this does for the future. So if you remember a year ago, we reported that we were in hands reach of eliminating the structural deficit. It's been a priority for your council and for the mayor for many years, is to eliminate the structural deficit. And while we are still a few years away from doing so, we're certainly in a much better place than we've been in the past. There's a reason why our forecast has changed from last year to this year. And the primary reason is, of course, the anticipated rate of return, the actual rate of return for our pension systems for this fiscal year. As you will hear from the 2 pension systems, it is very likely that the rate of return will be at 0. And so because that is the case, based on illustrations that have been provided by both the pension systems and our own actuaries, we've identified that the structural deficit will be $93 million in fiscal year 17-18, $85 million in 18-19, $100 million in 19-20, and at year 2020 at $25 million. Certainly small enough where the city can manage, but clearly still signaling that the prudent approach that your council has taken over the last several years must continue. What the next chart shows is what it would have looked like if the rate of return was at what is assumed at 7.5%. And clearly we would have been in a position to have eliminated the structural deficit by year 19-20. And while your council and the mayor have taken probably the most comprehensive approach to pension reform over the last few years, working closely with labor, that as a result of that, the city is in a much stronger place for the future. There is a part of our pension system that none of us control, and that is, of course, the stock market. And so we're still vulnerable to how the stock market does and how the investments pan out. And so, but as a result of the other reforms that have been adopted, the impact is far less significant than it has been in past years. To illustrate how the pension reform has benefited the city, you could see as we look out into the future that our contribution rate, and that is the rate that we use to determine ultimately what our bill is. So for example, in our sworn, the contribution rate that's anticipated for the proposed year is at 45%. So that means for every dollar of wages that we pay our sworn personnel, we have to identify an additional 45 cents to cover the pension cost. What this chart illustrates that both in our civilian and sworn pension systems, the contribution rates are expected to plateau. In previous years, we expected an actual drop, but because, again, the rate of return anticipation for this current fiscal year, they're still not growing. And that is many of my colleagues around the country can't say the same because they're still experiencing significant growth in their pension contribution rates. We actually are seeing them flat for the next few years. The cumulative 4-year deficit outlook is again within reach of eliminating. We are anticipating between fiscal year 17-18 to 2020, it's a cumulative of 303. One of the issues that we highlight in our letter of concern is, of course, liability claims. To the city attorney's credit, he's been working very aggressively to try to address some of the cases that have been held back over the last few years and start settling them. And so a number of costs associated with those cases that we've seen this year, we should probably anticipate next year as well. So this budget takes a new approach to liability claims to help us better track those costs. And so for the first time, based on an average over the last few years, each department has been identified a target of what their anticipated liabilities will be. At the county where, I worked for many years, departments are actually expected to pay their liabilities under their own budget. So if, in the sheriff's department, for example, if there are claims, he has to find a way to deal with those costs within his own budget. That's something that ultimately we think should be considered here. But as a first step of getting there, we're trying to simply track them in a more effective way. And this budget does that. And it also does it in the area of workers' comp, so that when departments exceed what has been their historic average over a course of over a course of several years, it gives you the opportunity to look closer as to why that's occurring. Beyond the issues of ongoing litigation, the other concerns that we have is, again, recommending that there be an effort to increase our UB account for mid-year adjustments, because we anticipate there being growth. While we've resolved and settled most of our labor contracts, there are a handful that are outstanding that could potentially impact next year's budget, so that has to be closely monitored. And then, of course, as we stated earlier, the need for an ongoing revenue stream for homelessness to maintain the first year of the plan as is presented in this budget. I would also like to thank certainly the mayor's team, Matt Zabo and Matt Crawford, and the entire team for working closely with us in the development of this budget. Also thank the CAO staff, Ben, Patty, Yolanda, Cielo, Jacob, Melissa, and the entire team. This is what we do, and our team always does this in a very professional way. And of course, thank the CLA in advance for working closely with us, not only once during the budget year, but throughout the year on a number of these projects and efforts that we work on together. So with that, we'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you both very much for that presentation. Mr. Zabo, I want to start. This is a budget that is, it's not ambitious in terms of, let me rephrase that. This is a very prudent budget, I think, and I don't know that I've said that at the outset of budget hearings in years past. This is a very prudent budget in that it is beginning to fund some of the most important priorities that our city is facing now, and deal prudently with the ongoing structural deficit that we've faced, continuing to build on our reserve fund. It deals with a lot of really important priorities for this city. And I'd like you to just kind of give an overview, if you can, because all of us would want to be doing more in terms of restoration of services than we can responsibly do right now. So can you talk about the process that the mayor and your budget team has gone through to identify how can we begin this process of service restoration, and how did you prioritize what would go into this budget in terms of beginning to bring services back that have been cut so badly over the last few years?
Sure. Well, I think just in general terms, we looked at what are the things that we really have to do, what are the things that we would that we really should do, and what are the things that we would like to do, and we use that as kind of a filter. It was a difficult process in working with the departments, because the proposals that many of the departments brought forward were completely consistent with what we've all asked them to do. We've asked them to do a long-term planning to restore their workforce. We've asked them to do planning to restore the infrastructure of their departments to be able to deliver services more effectively and efficiently. And in fact, we have used this budget as a template for a long-term plan, so that our goal is that we will have a at least 5-year plan for service restoration, much of which we got this year. We've also directed departments to do a top-to-bottom staffing plan and technology plan that we will then be able to fund towards as revenues, available revenues, allow us to do so. Again, as I said, the departments came with a number of very worthy proposals. As an example, I said we funded 160 net new civilians in LAPD. We would have liked to do a lot more. And if revenues were available, and if revenues, again, weren't dedicated to our shared priority of homelessness, we would have certainly funded that at a higher level. We would have had more investment in ITA. We would have invested additional resources in the fire department in CAD upgrades. We would have invested more dollars in police department technology. We would have invested more dollars in the Department of Finance, which is in desperate need of upgrades, and in particularly in LA Tax. We would have invested more dollars in fleet replacement. So again, we put together the best proposal we could within the confines of the available revenues that we had to work with, and we made as many one-time investments as we could, understanding that the availability of ongoing additional revenue is uncertain at this time.
Thank you. And I think on that last point, I do also want to note this budget is very ambitious in dealing with the homelessness challenge, sidewalk repair, restoration of the fire department, 3 of the most glaring deficits that we've had over the last few years, and we are taking significant steps forward. But you've both noted, and I think it bears repeating multiple times, that some of the investments that are proposed in this, most of the investments that are proposed in this budget on the homelessness plan are derived from one-time revenues. And it's, I think, vitally important that we focus in on the fact that in order to support ongoing expenditures, we must have ongoing revenues. There is no secret source of money hidden someplace in this budget that will support that. It will not be sustainable unless there are ongoing revenues to meet the ongoing expenditures. I think one of the other points I wanted to just highlight, Mr. Santana, one of your last points was on liability expenses and the risk that poses to our budget. We should note that the city has made great progress, I think, on beginning to identify where those liabilities are and to address risk management to reduce the exposure to liability. We have a long way to go, but we've started to move that process forward, and it's exceptionally important because we're paying now for the failure of risk management that happened in years past, sometimes as long as decades past, and we're paying in current services for the failure of prior mayors and councils to address that. So I'm very encouraged by the fact that we're moving forward on that. On the revenue projections, Mr. Santana, there's a number of projections that are assumed in this budget for revenues that are in excess of the controller's forecast of revenues that were made in March. Property tax, business tax, TOT, documentary transfer tax. Can you talk for a moment about why there is a difference there, and why is it prudent for us to assume those revenues, and should we not be more conservative in assuming a lower revenue rate to ensure that we don't have mid-year challenges?
Certainly. With the exception of 2009-10, my guess would be if you were to track the controller's estimated revenue against what ultimately is in the budget, you would see the same pattern, that the controller's revenue is generally more conservative than what is ultimately identified in the budget. And that simply has to do with timing. By the time we finalize our revenue estimates, we have the benefit of the latest information. We know what the latest receipts will be for property tax and for business tax and sales tax, among others. And the controller releases his estimates several weeks prior to that. And so most of that has to do with that. And of course, the CLA sometimes identifies even more revenue beyond what we've identified due to new information that they receive just between the time that the mayor's budget is released and the time that you ultimately adopt it. And so it's mainly due to an issue of timing. Our office has a pretty good track record of identifying revenue, calling it. It is the revenue growth that we're anticipating for next year is pretty much in aggregate what we anticipated it to be last year, and you will see that pattern over the last few years. There's growth rates that you could average out, that you could see how they fluctuate. And then as we project out to the future, we also don't take out a crystal ball and say, okay, there'll be a recession in year 2020, or there'll be an extraordinary growth in revenue in the fiscal year 1920. In part because no one really knows. We do talk to economists, as the controller does, have our own sessions with them with a variety of well-respected economists. And so this is the best information that we have. So the controller, the difference really has to do with the timing more than anything else.
Okay. Thank you. And then finally, this budget assumes almost $6 million in TOT revenue that would be derived from reaching an agreement on short-term rentals with the short-term rental platforms. We similarly assumed revenues in last year's budget for such an agreement, which never materialized. So given the fact that that revenue is dedicated to rapid rehousing vouchers, what's the status of it? What's the likelihood that that'll actually be realized early enough in the fiscal year to be able to generate that much revenues? And then third, what's the backup plan for dealing with rapid rehousing if that should not occur?
So as you pointed out, the same assumption was made in the current fiscal year, and the policy on these matters hasn't been resolved yet. Fortunately, our TOT growth exceeded projections, so we actually met that target just by the additional growth that we didn't expect. So, and for next year, the mayor's office and my office have been working closely with the new general manager, Department of Finance, to talk about how to proceed. The reality is that even though there isn't an agreement with these various entities that provide shared housing opportunities, if you're currently allowing visitors to stay at your home and are charging them to do so, you still are required to pay a TOT. Most people do not know that. The city generated about $1.5 million last year in revenue from those honest individuals who knew that they had to pay and did so. But that's significantly below what the city should be getting based on a number of studies that have been done. And so we've been working with the new general manager to do a couple of things. The first is to figure out how do you simplify that process. If you're currently utilizing this program, you're allowing individuals to stay at your home, how do you simply access their system so that if you want to comply with what's required, you could do so? It's currently a bit of a maze to navigate your way through that. We want to figure out how to make it much more simple and much more accessible. The second is by engaging in a campaign to inform the public that this is a requirement today, even as the issue of the policy remains outstanding, so that regardless of where or when this policy is addressed, that individuals are informed that they have this duty to pay this tax. And then the third is for those homes that are actually generating over $20,000 of revenue under this program, they're actually required to register as a business. Many don't know that. In fact, most don't know that. And so, again, part of the information campaign is to inform those individuals that this is a requirement today, regardless of what the policy is. And so the strategy for the upcoming fiscal year is, while certainly we would urge the council to adopt a comprehensive policy, and we realize it's incredibly complicated and evokes a number of issues related to community impacts and others, we don't want that to be the excuse for why individuals are not paying a tax that they should be paying. And so what we're trying to do is simplify the process, make sure that folks are informed of their responsibility, both in relation to the TOT, but also as it relates to the business tax.
Okay, very good. Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Which of the revenue projections in this budget rely on... I think your mic is working. There we go. Which of these revenue projections rely on sources that don't exist yet, and how much of a problem do we think that could be over the course of the budget?
What's that question?
Melissa Krantz, Office of the CAO. You were asking which of the revenues sources rely on actions. For the general fund, that would just be the TOT. I believe there's the linkage fee for some special fund sources.
So that's it in terms of non-existent revenues that we expect to happen over the course of this budget.
The third would be to the extent that we sell any of the identified properties or others to invest in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, that action would need to be taken as well.
And those all fund parts of our homeless program. And if those don't come through, that money would be reduced from the overall budget for homelessness.
And Councilman, as we laid out the proposal, each of the sources of revenue is tied specifically to a use. So in the case of the properties and the linkage fee, those are dedicated towards the building of affordable housing. In the case, the properties would be sold and the revenue realized there. So as we laid out in the Sankey chart, which I think we can make available to you, we had it up on the screen, you can see at each source of revenue, if that is not realized, the use that we will not be able to complete as part of the homelessness strategy.
Okay, and I know a small part of the budget relates to the, quote, triple flip. Could you give everyone just a brief explanation of how that works and how we attain that source?
Brief and triple flip hardly go together.
As simple as you can.
I'll try to make it as less complicated as possible. The triple flip sort of originated when the state took some sales tax money to back some bonds. Those bonds were paid off last year, which sort of ushered in the end of the triple flip. With that end of the triple flip, we got a restoration of the sales tax that the state had taken from the cities, and that began the last quarter of this current fiscal year. Additionally, the second part of the triple flip was restoring the money that the state took from the sales tax and giving that to the city as property tax component. That ended this fiscal year as well. However, for this fiscal year, we were expecting that money to come in as usual. However, the state delayed that remittance to the city, and we will be getting a delayed remittance of this sales tax replacement component of the property tax next fiscal year in August, and that dollar amount is $63.5 million.
And this will be an ongoing source of revenue
No,
for us.
this is the last year that we will be receiving that sales tax replacement component. With that end of the triple flip, our sales tax revenue is fully restored, and starting next year, we will have a full year of 1% sales tax remittance.
So that will be a piece that we'll gain in perpetuity.
That's correct. It's one replacing the other.
And question of short-term rentals, since we're going to be, hopefully we'll have an agreement on how we approach this going forward. But even if we don't, we're going to educate and enforce. Considering there's a fair amount of money attached to this, and that I know the city attorney thought it was difficult without an employee actually witnessing transactions. Are we anticipating doing some stings to bring people into compliance?
Those are the conversations we're having with finance. It's how do we, one thing is making it easy for people who want to comply, and I still believe most people do. They just don't know how. Second is making sure that they know that they have to comply. And third is holding those accountable who don't. And there has to be an enforcement mechanism to this. Obviously, if the council adopts a policy and approach to short-term rentals, the framework for enforcement could be incorporated into that overall strategy. But short of that, the department is working closely with us, and we'll be working with the city attorney's office to ensure that there is still an enforcement mechanism associated with the obligation that individuals have to pay that tax.
Yeah, and not much doubt, I would say that we'll tighten that up to some degree, but hopefully then adding an enforcement from the people that are able to operate will bring in some decent amount of money. Also, there's discussions in Sacramento that are tax-related. Anything that's likely to impact us this year?
Even if something gets introduced and adopted in November, the impact to the city would be fairly nominal in the current fiscal year. And the new fiscal year, most new revenues usually come in the following fiscal year. But there's nothing that we're hearing. Obviously, there's a significant conversation around homelessness that we've been working with the county on. Most of the discussion so far has been focused around housing, which is consistent with the city's approach, and certainly ultimately where the Sacramento falls and the county as well, then it would only enhance our ability to provide that service and more housing to the city.
And any tax measures we're looking at internally that are getting traction but haven't already been mentioned in our discussion?
Well, as I mentioned, the Homeless and Poverty Committee has had a number of discussions around new revenue sources, including increasing the documentary transfer tax, housing bond, specifically for affordable and permanent supportive housing, and a few others. And our office with the CLA has issued one report already, really explaining the various options and identifying what could be potentially generated. One of the ideas is assumed in this budget, and that is the linkage fee. And then the other potential new source of funding would be through what's happening at Metro, a discussion around Measure R that I know some of you are very familiar with. And if there's any additional revenue to the city, it's probably be at the very tail end of the fiscal year due to the way that revenue is collected and by the time the city receives it. So you would have a significant impact should there be a measure or two that passes with a portion committed to cities in the following fiscal year.
Okay, two more quick questions. Why are we talking about lowering our assumption in our pensions to zero? What's the advantage and what's driving that?
Well, currently, if you track where they're at now, they've been tracking actually at negative. I think more recently they're basically at zero, and so it's almost impossible for them to get to the rate of return assumption of 7.5%. We have, because we're so far along in the fiscal year, the more fiscally responsible approach is to use the information you have and base your projections on that. It is something that we're expected to do by investors and by the bond rating agencies, and certainly all of you and the public want to know what that is. So this is the information that we currently have. We've checked with other major pension systems, and they're tracking at around the same place that ours are. So it's not an anomaly to the city of Los Angeles, but it's just the reality of where things are today.
And so, just to be clear, the contribution rates that are in the budget for budget year 16-17 are not. Those are not based on zero. Those are based on the actual returns from the previous fiscal year. So the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2015. The 0% would apply for 17-18. So two budget. When we're here a year from now, that's when the 0% will impact the potential contribution rates. And we're not.
So if we're starting to track the reality, does that mean in a year when we have a 21% return, we'll track it at a higher level?
That's correct. We would at that time ask for illustrations that potentially have a higher return. And again, these are just for illustration purposes to show what it could be. We have to wait for the fiscal year to actually end, for the actuaries to do their valuations, and for them to develop what the contribution rates will be, because there are other factors that go into the contribution rates besides the rate of return. It's one factor. The other factors are inflation, other assumptions that the actuaries use, including mortality rates, and also the hiring that the city does and the projected increase in the workforce for the city that ultimately impacts how much we're going to contribute to the pension systems the following years. So there's a lot of other factors. These are strictly for illustration purposes to show that because we're tracking a lot lower than the assumed rate of return, that this is a challenge we have to be mindful of going into 17-18 and beyond. And again, we're not proposing to change the rate of return assumption that LACERS and fire and police pensions use. We're just saying that if the returns stay where they are today, this is the impact that we'll most likely feel for 17-18, again, a year from now.
And again, we update the forecast twice a year. Once is when the mayor's budget is released, and then again when the final budget is adopted. And so, and we use the best information we have at that time. And but we do ask for sort of a sensitivity analysis of what the rate of return does to the forecast. And to reemphasize Ben's point, we're not talking about the impact in the fiscal year that's before you for 16-17. We're talking about it for future years in the forecast.
And one last question, if I might. I've noticed that we're still in some departments cutting vacant positions. So even though we have a goal of increasing our staffing, we've actually continued to go in the opposite direction, and even further, a very modest but existent scattering of jobs where the job is actually necessary and it's filled are cut. So I'm assuming that those handful are probably of some sort of error, because I don't know why we would cut positions we consider necessary and actually have someone in those positions.
Do you know specifically which one?
I can't tell you that off the top of my head.
Okay, so
but I know there are a scattering in my head. It's probably like 10 positions.
One of the directives that we received from the mayor is that his budget would not trigger a layoff, and so we will, as budgets proceed forward, we'll try to identify if there's any filled positions. This budget still presents 500 plus new positions, and so as part of a budget process, there's a right sizing that takes place for each department. And what is often common is that a department proposes eliminating some positions that are not as relevant or as necessary or reflective of the service demands that are currently in place, but new positions get added in replacement. It's the process of add and delete that we do with the departments, and so it's a regular way of ensuring that the positions that are in place reflect the service demands of that time. And so,
and I don't think that's true with at least the handful of positions that I'm talking about where somebody's actually in them. I think probably more often in the budget process, the job got filled, so it wasn't there.
Yeah, well, as budgets, we'll work closely with your staff if they know of any specific positions, and we could certainly look at those.
Well, I know the obvious ones for me. There were planning positions working on HPOZs and ICOs, and those are badly needed and were cut. And in fact, baseline mansionization corrections that are proposed are probably way off, so we really want to make sure that those positions aren't cut. But I know there are some others that, while they're not as high on my personal priority list, they're all very necessary positions that were cut, and I would presume in error because of lateness of hire or other issues like that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kretz. Before we go to Mr. Bonin, a couple of things. First, it's my intention to take a lunch break today, if we can. That would probably be about 12:30-ish. And because I see a lot of people starting to gather in here, it is impossible that we will go beyond library before the lunch break. So if you're Rec and Parks on down the agenda and you don't want to stick around until after lunch, you don't need to. Come on back after lunch. That's my point on that. And just one follow-up clarification on Mr. Kretz's questions before I go to Mr. Bonnet. I think it's important to reemphasize that this 0% assumption for the contribution on pensions for next fiscal year is entirely different than the assumed rate of return for our pension funds.
That's correct.
So if there's anybody out there who's confusing the assumed rate of return for this 0%, it is apples and oranges. And I'm going to say again, there's never been a 20-year period of time in the history of the world that our pension funds have not realized more than 7.5% return on their investments. That is not the 0% that we're talking about. So if anybody thinks that Warren Buffett's recommendations have finally come through and we're going to hack our assumed rate of return to 0%, forget it. It isn't going to happen. So, Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and for that clarification as well. That eased sort of my heartburn as well. And thank you for the way you steward these proceedings. This is my third year, and I think the way you do this, the way you have the labor, the neighborhood budget advocates, and the way you get us out every day by 7 is phenomenal. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thanks to the Mayor's office and to Mr. Santana, CAO, for all the work you've done on the budget. I think this is a really good budget. It's a great place to start the conversation this year. I am, as the only member of this committee who also sits on the Homelessness and Poverty Committee, a lot of my questions for you and for most departments are going to focus on homelessness because I want to really drill down on how we're spending the $138 million. But to start, I'm really struck by how far we as a city have come in the past year. In last year's budget, at the end of the budget, I was able to, with this committee's consent, shoehorn in $1 million into the UB for homelessness. And look where we are now. where this budget is proposing $138 million. I think that is a huge deal that this council, this government, this mayor's office has acknowledged that this isn't an issue, this isn't a challenge, this is a crisis, this is an emergency, and that we need to step up properly because there are literally people dying in our streets. Over a half dozen outside of my office in Westchester alone. An even greater number in Venice. I don't know how many in Skid Row, how many on the other streets of our city. And it's an absolute moral crisis. So thank you for getting us to a place where we have the ability to have this conversation in the budget. I want to thank the mayor for making this proposal. I know a lot of the revenue sources are not realized yet, that we have to make them realized. And I'm okay with that. You know, there's that story of the young kids who came up against a wall they couldn't scale, and they threw their cap over the wall. Then they'd had no choice to follow. And I think that's the moment that we're at. We need to define that this is what we're going to do, and I hope we move forward as a body and do the linkage fees. I think we absolutely need to. And as someone who has a bunch of the properties on the list in here, I'm eager to make them work for affordable housing or for a source for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So I'm very comfortable that that is going to get realized in particular. I wanted to ask a question, though, of either of you. I know we've gotten a letter from Mr. Harris Dawson, and I share some of his concerns that while the recommendations hew very closely to and reflect the council's policy, that the committee would like to do a little more thinking. And there's been a couple areas of concern he's raised where he'd like some of the expenditures to be in the UB so the committee can help put some more flesh on the bones. Some of them were library expenditures and a few others. Is that something that you're comfortable with?
Well, I would say this is the beginning of the process, Councilman, and we're going to have ample opportunity and ample time to discuss the expenditure plan. At this time, our position would be let's have those discussions before making a decision to send a piece of the expenditure plan or any dollars dedicated to the homelessness plan to the UB. Now, should we, between now and adoption of the budget, should the committee decide that they want to hold some items and not move them forward in the adopted budget, at that point, if the committee decides you want to move it to the UB, we would, of course, support that. We want to have a full and transparent process. But I think at this point, this is the very beginning of the conversation. We'll have several hours to discuss in a few days from now the specifics of the expenditure plan, both here and hopefully in the Homelessness and Poverty Committee.
If I could also add, much of what's on the list that Mr. Harris Dawson submitted is general fund, but there are portions of it that is specific to departments. So, for example, the library 1.5, that's specific to the library department that could only be spent to the library department. Right. Just to point that out.
Okay, thank you. I'd like either of you, if you could speak to the point that Mr. Aris raised when he was testifying earlier. He raised the issue of Mr. Santana's report last year, which said that there was about $100 million at least being allocated for departments to deal with homelessness in a way that was not really addressing the issue or solving homelessness. And one of the points that he raised was $87 million for LAPD, and why can't some of that money be taken from LAPD and put in here? Could you talk about what money from the departments has been reprogrammed, but also, I think more importantly, because I think it's important for the public to understand this, what amount of that money can't be reprogrammed?
So let me address the first part, and This is an important question because what we did not want to do is to throw a lasso around all of the things that the city is already doing and call it $100 million for the sake of calling it $100 million. We wanted to actually make progress on solving the crisis. So as it relates to dollars that are reprogrammed, of the $120 million in new revenue, that's all new with one exception, and we would argue it still qualifies as new because it comes as a result of a redeployment of LAPD resources. It's the $4.6 million that would be dedicated, that LAPD would have a dedicated team to work with sanitation on the 5611 enforcement activities. So up until now, it has been done on an as-needed basis where this budget proposes that LAPD will redeploy, I believe it's 44 officers just for that purpose. So in a sense, we're taking a cut from one part of LAPD and adding a new expenditure in another part of LAPD's budget. That's the only reuse. Everything else would be new.
Anything you want to add, Mr. Santana?
Again, as you pointed out, the report that my office issued was answering the question, in what ways does the city engage with the homeless population? And so we calculated those costs to approximately $100 million. There was somehow an expectation following that report that money could be redirected towards homelessness, which is actually not accurate because those expenditures happen regardless. So the ways our libraries stay open, whether there's homeless individuals accessing those services or not, our police officers service the public whether they're homeless individuals or not. And so it was just illustrating the point that whether we intend to have a focused strategy or not, homelessness has a related cost to the city.
Thank you. I want just to clarify that a little bit more, because I think it's important for the public to understand this, because I hear about this a lot. It's not the case that we could have taken $87 million out of the police budget and put it into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
That's correct.
Because the only way to have done that would have been to lay off $87 million worth of cops, as opposed to having them respond to other calls in other parts of the city.
That is right.
And while some folks may think we should lay off a bunch of cops, I think most of us would agree, and most of our communities would agree, that that's not something we should do, and they'd rather see more cops in our neighborhoods. So I just wanted to get that clear into the record. I had a couple questions about some of the core services you allocated, following up on Mr. Krikorian's question about the rapid rehousing dollars, which I think are absolutely crucial to us addressing this problem with any speed, and the linkage to the short-term rental money. Is there a point during the year when we determine that we feel confident that the short-term rental revenue will be where you think it will be, so we can start using 2,500 rapid rehousing vouchers, or are we starting the fiscal year July 1 with the assumption and the ability to get those rapid rehousing vouchers out on the street?
We would recommend that we start the fiscal year with the assumption that the revenue will come in and that to get those services out to the street as soon as possible. We will use our FSRs to report on the progress of that revenue, and like with any other service that we provide, if there's a shortfall, then we'll present strategies to deal with that shortfall. And one of the strategies could be to stop the program or to identify another source of funding for it. So it is not our proposal to not provide the service. But of course, as we've stated and you've stated, this is being funded by proposed revenue, and to the extent that that revenue doesn't come in, then it creates a challenge as to how you maintain it in the future.
Okay, thank you. That was the right answer. That was the answer I was looking for. Also, you indicated this will get us 1,500 annual shelter beds, 190 additional winter shelter beds, 32 sobering beds, and thank you, 500 annual domestic violence shelter beds, which in part we're doing because the federal government effectively screwed us by changing some of their funding formulas, and they were eliminating domestic violence shelter beds. So I'm glad we're doing that. I have a question, though, because in the comprehensive homeless strategy, we assumed that we were going to stop doing shelters the way we have been. That the model that we use currently, that the emergency winter shelter model, which is open 10 or 12 hours a day, folks are bussed in from all over the place, no pets, no staying with your spouses, no specialized places for transition-aged youth, no sufficient storage, that wasn't the model we wanted, that we wanted 24-hour welcome centers that didn't feel like barracks, that allowed people to bring their animals. Is this assuming 1,500 annual shelter beds the old way that we're trying to move from, or is this assuming 1,500 shelter beds the new way that we're trying to move to?
You know, the strategy was aspirational and didn't had an understanding that we would have to get to these outcomes. And what year one looks like is very different than what year 5 looks like. And certainly when LASA is up here on Friday, they could help us understand how they intend to get there. But, you know, one of the things that we're trying to do is to commit as many of the resources in the direction that's consistent with the plan. And that's not to say that we're not going to be funding some things under the old model, because that infrastructure isn't in place yet. But so it's going to evolve over time. And we'll ask LASA in advance of Friday's hearing to walk us through what does year one look like, so that they could give a better explanation of the overall mix.
So that sounds like the old model, at least for you.
Well, at least to the extent that the infrastructure is in place under the new model, we know that it's still a challenge, because this is, again, year one of this plan. But I also don't want to give the impression that there isn't any of these dollars that is going towards the model that we intend to move forward. I just need LASA here to explain what this first year looks like.
Great, thank you. And then enhanced cleaning at 35 park restroom facilities, expanded bathroom access for sites serving homeless individuals. Totally on board with that. I'd like to open up some of the bathrooms at Venice Beach, 24 hours, which I'll be asking Rec and Parks about. Does that money, though, assume just... What does operationally that money assume? Just that we are keeping the doors open later, that we're doing more cleaning?
Both.
Or does it include security?
I don't believe it does, but when Rec and Parks presents, we can certainly ask them that question.
Okay. Has LAPD been brought in the loop on this at all? Because in some cases, like for Venice Beach, I think to keep them open, we're probably going to need some security.
Well, again, the idea is to identify a source of funds and then to work with each council office to identify which of the restrooms that will need this intense service. As you, unlike some of the other aspects of the budget, there isn't a list of restrooms that have been identified, in part because there's an anticipation that we will work closely with each council office to establish that. And as you pointed out, there are secondary implications that will have on other departments, PD being one, and so there will have to be a strategy around those issues, not just opening of the restrooms and keeping them clean.
Okay. Final question on homelessness is about the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. What are the restrictions on expenditures from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund? And I'll leave it at that.
We could get into it when housing comes, but it's capital. It's to help provide funding that then gets leveraged with other sources, including tax credits, private investment, philanthropy, for the purpose of building affordable housing and permanent supportive housing for homeless individuals.
Could it be used, and I'm not advocating this, I'm just sort of thinking out loud, could it be used for rapid rehousing vouchers or for purchasing and extending affordability covenants that are set to expire?
No.
Okay, and that's a determination that's made by council policy, or is that?
Well, it depends what the source of funding is. So as being proposed in the mayor's budget, if the source of funding is the linkage fee, as we've identified, then it provides limitations as to what could be used for. It's focused on capital. If it's a general fund, there could be a policy decision to siphon off a portion of what's in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund for purposes of vouchers. It's something that it gets limited by what's projected because the fund helps set the foundation for future planning. Right. So in some ways, while the account may be one size, it could all be encumbered because it's anticipated to support specific projects. And so to the extent that those commitments have been made, then there's no flexibility on how those funds could be expended beyond just those commitments.
But for this first year, for when it's sale of surplus city property, I imagine there'd be a little bit more flexibility.
Yeah, because it would be general fund dollars.
Okay. Quick question on LAPD. I'm very glad to see the mayor in this budget recommending that we move towards more civilian staffing for civilian positions and getting more officers out on the street. I was confused about what the number is. I think it was Miguel's pie chart that said net new positions for the city. LAPD said 40. But I thought Matt said 165 net new civilian positions?
160.
160.
And so the 160 assumes that the current fiscal year vacant funded positions are filled, and then the proposed additional civilian positions in fiscal 16-17 would also be filled. And with attrition, that would net between today, as we sit here, and the end of next fiscal year, a net of 160. 100, a little more than 100 are detention officers.
So do we know yet, and I'll be happy to ask Chief Beck this, but how many officers that gets us, net new officers out on the street?
That would be a question for Chief Beck in our initial discussion. Because so many of them are detention officers, really, other than the PSRs, the LAPD has told us that as much as the total 160 could be used to take officers out from behind desks and put them into patrol. But in terms of specifics and where they would come from, that's a question for Chief Beck.
Okay. A question on the community plan funding. Again, glad to see that there's funding in here to update the community plans. I'm confused, though, about how many we're doing and how. How much is in this year's budget for staffing and doing community plans?
It's $1.9 million.
And that's to start?
That's to start the first 9 of the 35.
So my understanding had been, and maybe it was wrong, that it costs $1 to $2 million per community plan.
Well, we work with the department, and this was the number. And admittedly, that is a lower number than what we started with, but that is what they told us that they needed. That was the minimal level of funding to do 9 this year. Begin 9 this year.
To begin 9.
And it's a phased-in. Thank you. It's a phased-in approach because they need to hire 28 people, and we assume that it's going to take at least the city process,
right,
several months in order to get all those people on board.
And if it takes 2 to 3 years for each plan, I mean, that's how long it takes on the west side. I don't know if maybe they go quicker in other areas, but I assume 2 to 3 years is the standard. That would mean we'd have to have a much larger chunk next year and the year after that. At least for 3 years, we'd have to be increasing until we're on sort of a 3-year cycle.
That's right. That's what we anticipate, that the subsequent years would require a greater than $3 million allocation.
And is the plan to do 9 each year, start 9 each year?
Go ahead.
Matt Crawford, the plan will depend a certain amount on how much progress gets made on the plans that are currently in process and how much work they can get done on the 9. I would expect, given their current workload and the starting of the hiring, that probably 17-18 wouldn't see starting a new set yet. If things go well, I would expect that we would start the next round in possibly the year after that, maybe 18-19. So you wouldn't be able, with the positions, the 28 positions, you wouldn't be able to start 9 a year. You'd be able to start 9. The planning department, with redoing the way they do EIRs, is hoping to reduce the amount of time down to about a 2-year turnaround for plans. So you would start 9, and then the second year you'd be finishing those 9, and the next year you'd start another 9.
So how long would it take us to initiate all 35?
It would probably take 7 to 8 years before you'd be starting the last round.
To initiate 7 to 8 years, so yeah. More than a decade to finish.
The goal is to get all of them updated within 10 years. So that last tranche would start 7 to 8 years from now and finish 9 to 10 years from now.
And my final question is a follow-up both to Mr. Koretz and Mr. Krikorian, who were talking about short-term rental. Under whatever rules we have, hopefully there will be new rules that go into effect, and the key to it is going to have enforcement. We can't have a system like we have currently where you basically have to have an undercover police officer make a credit card transaction. That's absolutely nuts, and it's absolutely unenforceable. Under the system we're proposing, there'd be a registration number, and if the number is not on the ad, that's a violation that itself is enforceable, or if they're posting an invalid one. That still requires some staffing. So in the assumption for the TOT revenue that is being generated as a result of the short-term rentals, is there any portion of it that's anticipated to be spent on enforcement?
No. I mean, it's all anticipated to be earmarked to support the homeless strategy, in part because, as you pointed out, the enforcement is informed by the policy and the guidelines that your council ultimately adopts. So what the approach that we're recommending is that that while this discussion is taking place and the council is making this determination as to ultimately how to enforce, there still is a responsibility that individuals have to pay this tax. And so we want to simplify the process, inform them of that. It's a lot more challenging to do enforcement without a policy. But the department will have to come up with a way to still do so.
Okay. Going forward, we are going to have to use some of that TOT for enforcement, because there's no point in having a policy if we don't have enforcement.
Right. And it would be, because the TOT ultimately is a general fund source, it would be a contribution from the general fund.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you. First, I want to start by saying appreciate the good work and the hard work that you all have put into this. This is my 3rd year on this committee as well, and I've been spending a lot of time looking through the numbers and meeting with all of you. And I think it's a responsible budget that you've put forward. I sort of look at it as a foundational. You're trying to create a strong foundation to build this city into the future, building a few platforms with homeless, et cetera, but especially not falling prey to the one-time versus ongoing trap that this city and the state, frankly, has fallen prey to and has suffered from, because when things do turn around, we have programs that we can't sustain, and that ends up hurting us. But there's always a tension, too, because you want to make sure that you're not being overly responsible and not making investments that can grow this city and can contribute to the economic health and the quality of life. So I think you're striking a good balance, and obviously that's going to be a lot of what the discussion is all about. But for starters, I wanted to recognize that and thank you for that. And then ask a few questions. One, just a quick comment. Everyone's talking about the Airbnb issue. Something I've raised, and I'll raise again with finance, is that we need to make sure we use their own platform for our informational needs. We always talk about the difficulty of getting through to them, and I'm still shaking my head why we don't just sit an intern down at every Airbnb in LA, and you can communicate with those owners through that, cut and paste the message from the city about the rules and regulations. It's not that hard for us to get in touch with these folks. They're making it very easy. But that's more of a comment and a conversation for later. I did want to talk a little bit about the revenue side of things, a couple of revenue-related questions. One, I ask you to go into a little more detail on the linkage fees, the range of linkage fee in terms of what we're assuming, but what we really could get and what we couldn't get, because I know that it's fairly arbitrary what we choose, and there are challenges on both sides if you were to go larger or less, and part of those challenges has to do with the nexus issue. And if you could illuminate us a little bit about why we landed where we landed on our assumptions, and and what that range actually is for us to consider, because we may want to bump that up in our assumption, and what would be the pros and cons of us either increasing or decreasing the assumption that you made on linkage fees.
And so, again, the study is being done now. So the assumption was basically on the latest study that was done several years ago that proposed a linkage fee of a certain amount. And so the directive we received from the mayor's office is to come up with a fairly conservative sort of approach based on the fact that we don't have the final study. And so ultimately where you land will be based on that study and the recommendation that it provides.
So, Councilman, to be just straightforward, the mayor isn't proposing any policies that would feed in. Again, we don't have the study, but we are making an assumption and making the recommendation that when the council does get the study, that it adopt a policy which at minimum, according to the study, would yield an annual $50 to $60 million in revenue, which is why we booked $20 million for next fiscal year, assuming that a policy would be adopted and initiated by the end of February, early March.
Right, but if the linkage fee were to show that it's more difficult, that 50 to 60 could be less, and if that study were to show that, hey, we can actually create a very good nexus, we could theoretically move that, we could double that.
That's true, and we would certainly support the latter.
Yeah. So it's one of those areas in the budget that has a pretty wide range of where, of what could happen with it. And when did you say the study would be completed?
End of February.
End of February. Okay.
Or mid-February.
I think, as Matt pointed out, I think it's important to emphasize that this revenue source is being specifically earmarked for a program that won't start without it. So the general fund is supporting the services, the linkage fee is supporting capital. So if ultimately there's a delay in the study or the council chooses not to proceed, then it's not that we're creating something that will have to end. We simply won't start it. So the investment in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund will simply not occur and not impact the rest of the budget. In the past, we've relied on sort of revenue sources that haven't been put in place for ongoing services. In this case, this budget does not propose doing that.
And I think that's prudent to do it that way. but of course, it doesn't prevent us from worrying about what happens if we. There's a lot of ifs going on. You know, if the study's in February, then we would be expected to pass a policy in March, and then it would be there for April, May, June. So 3 months. Are we assuming 3 months worth of revenue?
And I'm sorry, Councilman, I misspoke. The study should be done by the end of this calendar year.
That's good.
So the council would have a couple of months to review and deliberate.
But that makes a little more sense because I was trying to get out of the 50 million to get 20 million with 3 months. You know, 1/4 of the year didn't add up. But if the study comes out in January, we have 2 months theoretically to put a policy together and still have, you know, 40% of the year left to get something out. Okay.
And of course, it would be an ongoing revenue stream that's that we propose earmarking for capital programs, so that trust fund will continue to grow. So, unlike other revenue streams that are important to sort of think about within a fiscal year, this is a revenue stream that really isn't confined by the fiscal year because it's going into a one-time expenditure in capital.
Well, and but it is a long-term play. I mean,
that's right.
Even if we were to put all the money in January, the actual affordable housing units that would be built would not be built in this fiscal year.
That's correct.
I mean, under the most optimistic scenario. So, just to have our eyes wide open, and this is an important and great investment, but in terms of the immediacy of the Band-Aid of the homeless problem, it's not going to help us in this coming year and a half, because typically it takes a while to get money out of that affordable housing trust, to leverage it. As you said, that's the great thing about it, is we're going to leverage with the state and the federal tax credits, but it may be a few years before we actually see these projects being built. But important that we do it now, but also important that everyone have their eyes wide open in terms of what this means. It's part of our longer term strategy, not our Band-Aid immediate strategy. On the issue of revenues as well, we don't assume any revenue from the new wage standards office. And my hope down the road is that it's going to pay for itself because we're going to have fees. Sadly, there are enough folks who are violating our wage and hour laws and will be violating those hours that you know, we need to go after and make right for the folks who are missing out on that you know, their wage and their daily bread. But it also has tremendous potential for the city and to pay for itself. Why did we not assume any money, any revenue from that for the first year? Can we assume any revenue moving forward?
In part because it's premature. I mean, it would be highly speculative to commit to an ongoing program, which I think your council and the mayor have indicated this is an office that's going to be created, that will continue to exist, that will grow over time. So it will need an ongoing revenue stream. Perhaps next fiscal year and the year after some experience, there could be an assumption of a revenue stream to help offset that cost. But until we have that experience, certainly given the emphasis that your council has placed and the mayor, it would be not the most responsible thing to do is to rely on a revenue source that you can't really account on this fiscal year to help fund the program.
Right. And I recognize that, and I think that's prudent. I pointed it out because I do want us to think of that office and that potential not as a whole new extra burden on the general fund, a worthy cause, but something that will ultimately be not necessarily even a revenue generator, because we may have tax issues there, 218 issues, but at least to pay for itself.
And that's certainly something when ConAd comes, if they've given much thought about how much revenue they anticipate or how they plan to approach that issue in the future, it would be worth asking.
Great. Another revenue-related question: marijuana. Obviously, there's something on the ballot. We've taken a little bit of a step back in terms of funding because we made sure that we wouldn't give anyone a business license. That may have reduced our funding a little bit. Is there, if one of these measures passes in November, I'm not suggesting that we rely on those funds now by any means, But it would be nice to actually have a sense of what that might mean for the city, and in this budgeting process, to even have some contingencies set up for that. Whereas if X, Y, or Z happens, we expect this much revenue, and if that happens, we put more into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, or whatever it is. There may be some budgetary decisions that we may want to think about in this process, even though it's a contingent on a vote of the people and on things that we don't control.
Well, again, because it's an uncertain revenue source, even if it were to pass, the legalization would pass in November, by the time it goes through the process and we receive revenue, it would be fairly nominal for the current fiscal year. I mean, we would be lucky if it covers the costs in the city attorney's office related to the enforcement of the marijuana facilities. But certainly for the next fiscal year, it would allow us a new revenue stream to consider. And as it should there be a change in state law, we would propose an approach for generating revenue, soon after, so that we could start anticipating and budgeting some of that new revenue for fiscal year 17-18.
On the community plans, which a number of my colleagues have raised, which I'm excited about that we're moving forward on that. I'm also a little worried, given I have the most updated community plan in the Warner Center in my area, and it's great, but it took us 8 to 10 years to get that to happen. So I don't know how much is built in terms of trying to create more templates, and some of the money that we're putting into these community plans should be used sort of systemically to create a more streamlined process for this to happen, because as they go now, they for good reasons, but they take forever. So I guess I'll just put a pin in that, not so much a question. But here's an actual question. The salary savings, the rates were, they weren't actually done evenly through each department. Could you let us know how did you make that determination of the salary savings for each department, and why was it, why or why not in terms of the evenness of those salary savings?
Historically, the salary savings rates have been an indication, department by department, of the kind of natural vacancy rate due to just turnover. When people leave, they are not immediately replaced. If I leave on Friday, there's not going to be somebody sitting at my desk on Monday. That natural turnover and that natural vacancy rate generates a savings rate, and that's historically how it's been done. Over the last few years, certainly during the recession, salary savings rates kind of became a tool for recognizing that departments were being forced to hold more positions vacant due to managed hiring, or just due to not having enough money in their budgets to do it. So that those numbers have kind of slowly crept upward as departments have more and more vacancies. This year, we generally speaking tried to do a small increase, essentially across the board. Though as you noted, it's not a pure everyone 1% increase. Due to a lot of factors, we certainly didn't want to run into, as discussed earlier, running into actually giving departments not enough money to pay the people they currently have on payroll. And some departments also, we've talked about the planning department. Also, I think there's a couple other departments that have very significant vacancy rates currently, and not that we were trying to back out all of that funding, but that certainly gave us a little more flexibility to move around with the rates. Ultimately, I think that's a discussion. It's a discussion with every department as to what the impact would be of the proposal. I think that's kind of the background on salary savings rates, though.
And it's probably fair to say that most departments will complain about the salary savings rate that was assigned to them. But with the elimination of managed hiring, there's no other impediment outside of the process it takes to hire to bring staff in. So every department has to make budgetary choices within the fiscal year to balance the need to hire at the same time contractual services and other obligations that they may have.
Okay, thank you. Question about the liability issue, which is always, for those of us on the Budget Committee who hear the payouts every week on a regular basis, is always a frustration, to say the least. The body cams, it's certainly my hope, and I think a lot of our hopes will help reduce that liability. Is there any, and I guess there may not be any direct indication of that on the assumptions, because it seems like these liability cases can take years and, as the chair noticed, sometimes decades before they show up on our books. So our good work in terms of liability is often where we're doing the work of the city for the next 30 years, not necessarily the next year. But has there been any attempt to quantify the liability savings from the body cams in this year or moving on into the future?
Again, it would be premature to do so, and the decision to adopt the program is still pending, as you well know. It is a question that's been asked by the chair of the Public Safety Committee to start identifying ways that we could think about what savings would be or cost avoidance would occur as a result of reduced liabilities. But as you stated, the cases that we're settling are cases that occurred years, sometimes decades ago. So, but as the overall program gets rolled out, one of the metrics to identify its success is to the extent to which it reduces overall liability. And we'll work closely with the police department and the city attorney to figure out a way to measure it. It's always hard to capture cost avoidance because there's, we know what we have to pay out. What we don't know is what we would have paid out otherwise. Right. And so it's not like there's savings now. It's not like we've over budgeted what our liabilities is, and so we've actually think we need a budget higher. We've under budgeted it. So if we simply got to where the budget is, that would be success.
Yeah, it's hard to capture the avoided costs. It's even harder sometimes to monetize the avoided costs, but when you do, that's where we sometimes get very creative government solutions, and it's an area that I always look to in terms of ways to be creative in government to create efficiencies that way. Anyway, I appreciate all your comments and look forward to the continued discussion on a department-by-department basis. Mr. Chair.
Very good. By the way, I still see our city librarian here, and I just want to let you know you'll be coming after lunch, so if you want to get started early, that's fine. And Mr. Kretz has a follow-up question?
Maybe one that could be answered when planning comes up, or you could answer it now if you feel comfortable. Obviously, increasing the speed at which we do community plans is part of this budget, but it still sounds like we do all of them in 8 to 10 years. Now, part of why I think this is front and center on our agenda is a potential initiative dealing with development, and that's I think a piece of what they're looking at. And part of the purpose, I think, is either to reduce the need for an initiative or to be able to use this to help negotiate to avoid an initiative. The question is, does this do that, or do we need to reduce the period in which we can complete all these plans to 3 or 4 years? And what would the cost be, and what would our ability be to actually do that? So you can either answer now, I think that's a complicated question, or we could just save it for planning, whichever.
We'll work with the department to prepare them for that for a response when their turn is up.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else, members? Thank you all very much. All right, that brings us to our first general manager, the Office of Finance, and the city's treasurer. Ms. Bartels, if you could come on up. Ms. Bartels, welcome. This is your first budget season in your new role, so congratulations again and welcome.
Thank you. If I may.
Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mindful of your request for not delivering an opening statement, I would simply like to say thank you. Thank you to each of you for your support for me as I've transitioned to Director of Finance these last 2 months. Thank you, too, to the Mayor for the inclusion in his proposed budget of investing in very critical resources that will certainly poise the Office of Finance for a successful future. And lastly, but not leastly, I want to thank the employees, my new employees, for while I've only been here now 9 weeks in the Office of Finance, they have shown me not only an enthusiastic and warm welcome, but they have truly demonstrated that they are willing to embrace the new focus on customer service throughout the department. So I have a lot to be thankful for, and I'm here with my team willing to answer any questions regarding the budget. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much. We will start with Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have too many questions because this looks like a pretty supportable budget, but what's the status of the city's securities portfolio at this time?
Well, thank you for asking that, Mr. Kretz. As you know, we are responsible for investing $9.4 billion in securities. And in fact, I'd like to say we have a reason to be very proud that our effective yield, the city of Los Angeles, compared to other cities and comparable cities in size and counties, we are far more effective in generating revenue in that regard. Tom Juarez, would you like to give a more detailed presentation?
Sure. Good afternoon. Oh, my mic on here? Tom Juarez, Chief Investment Officer. Yes, as Claire mentioned, we have a favorable rate of return comparable to other municipalities. But that being said, we are subject to what is available in the open markets and subject to market conditions. So that being said, the rates are still relatively low, right around 1% for the types of investments that we can participate in. But nevertheless, we have a positive rate of return for the fiscal year of just about 1.4%.
Okay, and I know there were a few contractual service items that were budgeted but didn't actually get underway. What happened with those, and how can we get those underway now?
I'm sorry, could you be more specific? This year's contractual services?
Yeah, I know in your letter that you sent to us, you pointed out several contractual service items that were budgeted for this year but didn't actually get underway.
Thank you. I do understand. Indeed, we are poised to and must take care of some very important critical system replacements and modernizations, including 2 in our Treasury system and the very important payment card industry compliance standards. All of these were, we are funded for this fiscal year, but it does not appear possible that we can get the necessary contracts in place before the end of the fiscal year. And it's precisely why we've asked and are seeking the use of savings from our contractual services to be used next year for these critical items. Would you like an expansion on the nature of the systems?
If you could, that would be great.
Certainly. When it comes to Treasury systems, our Treasury services process $50 billion a year annually. And these systems are both critical to the allocation of those resources, putting them into the appropriate accounts, and the interest allocation to every single interest earning, every single special fund throughout the city. So, for example, LAWA generates about $1.5 million monthly in interest earnings, and this system that is a homegrown, that is created by a former employee of the City Treasury, we're no longer able to maintain it, and it is in desperate need of replacement. That goes for both Treasury systems. And with respect to payment card industry compliance, we take extremely seriously the protection of taxpayers and all credit card users' private confidential information. And as such, conforming with industry standards is an absolute high priority. We have the funding to do the mandated validation of every city department's requirements to remain in compliance, but again, we'll not be able to get the contract in place to do so in a timely fashion for the end of the fiscal year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bonnet?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Boonfield?
Thank you. Wanted to ask you about the LA tax system and the desperate need to update it. And if you could talk to us a little bit about the impact it has on business, that we don't have the advanced system, and what it would have if we were to have the system.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for recognizing the critical nature of the LA tax system, and as did the mayor, deputy mayor, during his opening remarks. It is indeed it's number one, the primary tool for the primary type of interaction that the public, that the businesses have with the Office of Finance. It is the tool for remitting their revenue that more than half of our 600,000 plus registered businesses utilize to renew or file their taxes, pay their permit fees. 60% of all interactions in the Office of Finance are actually done online and are processed through LA Tax, which, of course, as you know, generates revenue to the tune of $2.5 billion annually. So it's key. LA Tax is unfortunately also facing end-of-life status from a maintenance system support perspective, that it would be in year 2020. So Finance submitted a budget request this year knowing they wanted to get ahead of the curve for replacing and modernizing, but there are a number of opportunities to increase efficiencies. And as our CIO mentioned previously in regard to one tax, increase the simplicity with which we interact with businesses, making it all the easier to remit, and in fact, even to do the potential exists for us to have a system that is capable of doing far more than just collecting, potentially modules or opportunities to enhance our collections, auditing, other aspects of revenue collections associated with the taxes.
Do you have any estimate, or can you quantify? Is there a cost to limping along with our current system? Is it just in having a more friendly user, interface, or how would you quantify the cost or the benefits?
We think to be honest, we don't have a cost for a firm cost for the expanded all options in at the moment. What we do have is as you characterize, the limping along. That is doing some minor tweaks and making sure that we can sustain it beyond 2020. That was projected to be roughly $4 million, and we were looking at spreading that out over a 2-year time. What where we are right now in the budget process presents us with the opportunity that we're hopeful that we can come back to you through this process and continue through your committee to bring forward all the options for you to consider, for you to make decisions with us on what options you would like to see as part of the future LA tax system.
Because I was using the word cost in two different ways. One is the way that you're talking about, which is what does it actually cost to replace the 11-year-old system? And in fact, I'd like to formally ask for a report back on that in terms of what it would cost to replace the whole thing and what it would cost to do the limping along process. So putting that request in. But the question is also, what is it costing business? Is there a way, what is it costing the city in terms of revenue not having that advanced system? Forget what it would cost to actually build it, but I mean, are we losing out on dollars? Are we losing businesses? How would you characterize that or quantify it if you could?
Well, I would say that everything that we plan to do moving forward, and I can illuminate, such as revamping all of our communications, including our web and including our public-facing side of LA Tax, are meant not only to increase customer service, but they'll create efficiencies. And with creating efficiencies, that frees up all of our staff's ability to focus more on revenue generation. And the flip side of that is that we're probably losing out on a good deal of time for having to do a lot of processes manually still, not having our systems integrated. Frankly, when we improve our communications and better educate and simplify our processes, then we'll be communicating far more effectively with the businesses, which we expect will in turn yield more return to the city.
Okay. Maybe when you do the report back on how much it actually costs, if there's a way to quantify some of those so that we can do our own sort of cost-benefit analysis on whether or not we want to add money in for this kind of thing.
Certainly. We'd be pleased to come back with a full cost benefit.
Okay. Also, I see that you have the budget for the Department of Building and Safety bank fees. And this was an issue last year with DOT as well. And staff has worked with Building and Safety to make sure they transfer funding to you for their costs. Would it be better in your view if they dealt directly with the bank, or do you prefer having the costs?
Thank you for asking. They are indeed the only department at present that is not of significant banking costs that is not dealing directly with the bank or paying the bank directly. So we have worked out with them we appreciate their partnership but it does involve a extensive back and forth. It's not the most efficient way for either of us to operate. So yes, we would prefer that they dealt directly with the bank. We also recognize that they're putting a system in place that will make that easier, and that system may have been delayed, and that's part of the reason why we aren't there yet. But again, yes, thank you. Our preference would be for them to pay directly.
Okay, and the last thing I'll ask, we're on the Jobs Committee. We'll talk a lot about procurement issues. Wanted to get your thoughts about what we need to do to update that, and if there's anything within the budget that's needed to be done on the procurement side of things.
Oh, well, interesting you should ask that. We, while it's a little bit of a, truthfully, experience from my former position as well as in my current capacity, the accounts payable functionality and the enhancements of our ability to pay our vendors more efficiently and effectively, wirelessly and electronically, is something that has been of importance to both the controller and the city treasurer, director of finance. And we are indeed very close now to being able to tap the FMS system to allow for far more efficient payments in the near-term future. So with a little bit of funding, which we haven't asked for in this budget, but it would certainly be my recommendation that it be a worthwhile investment, because it's not a office benefit. It is certainly not a controller's office solely or a Office of Finance Treasury benefit, but it would be an enormous efficiency. Perhaps, Todd, would you like to speak to quantifying the benefits of accounts payable?
Sure. This is Todd Bowie, Assistant Director of Finance, and this is I also came from the Controller's Office, as did Claire, and so this is something that we have been working on from the Controller's Office into the Office of Finance and continue to do so. And as Claire said, it's going to be highly beneficial to the entire city in terms of our ability to process payments in a modern fashion. Right now, the city cuts a significant amount of checks. There's very little in the way of electronic payments. The electronic payments we do make oftentimes are laborious. It actually, wire transfers, for instance, come to the Office of Finance to be manually input into a system. So we've come up with ways in which to reduce and eliminate a lot of these inefficiencies, get payments to vendors quicker, more on their terms, save money for the city and potentially even produce some level of revenue as well. So we think it's going to be highly beneficial, and it is something that also the Comptroller's Office, I'm sure, could also fill you in on when you have them before you too.
Great. And that would be another one to get back with us on a quantification of that, because if it is actually going to generate revenue, or at least break us even, then it obviously goes much higher up on our list of things that we would want to fund. So.
Yeah, we'd be glad to jointly report back if you would like with the Comptroller's Office.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. There are 3 regular and 2 regular positions and 2 RAs for customer service reps in the budget that are vacant, that are being cut, proposed. What would be the services that those positions would be providing if they were filled? And I'm going to probably ask for a report back on what the benefit of those services would be and their cost, so that we can consider them. But in general, what are those services that would be filled by those positions?
Thank you very much for raising the issue of customer service, Councilman. Customer service, as I said, is definitely our new focus. But as I mentioned, it is not just in the customer service section. Our customer service section, however, is defined by both a call center that has 20 positions authorized, but has historically had a high attrition, turnover, and vacancy rate. Presently, we have 7 vacancies in the call center itself. This call center manages as many as 1,000 calls a day. That's quite a bit of calls for a small center that effectively may only have 8, 9, 10 people at the most there during the day. The public counters are also the primary source of the people's ability to walk in. I mentioned earlier that over half of our transactions are done electronically, but that means the rest of them are done either by lockbox payments or walking in. And many of you may have seen the rather lengthy lines that the week I joined the Office of Finance. Lengthy lines outside this year. Interestingly, the numbers did not go up this year for those who came to public counters to renew their tax licenses. There was a different program in place that perhaps we have learned from. In attempting to be more available throughout the city, we had people dispatched to the libraries, a number of libraries, for several weeks of the renewal period. But those people were taken from the City Hall and even our other city facilities. And therefore, we had a shortage of people, even more vacancies than were previous. I would also like to add that it was alluded to that in the salary savings conversation previously, that some departments have had historically high vacancy rates. It's true for finance, and actually the positions being proposed for deletion have truly been historically our highest vacancies. However, we are poised now, and we're so pleased that the Personnel Department has worked with us to get us to this point. We are poised with a civil service examination process. We are open and hiring and able to hire customer service specialists, and we are eager to restore the positions for customer service and others that were proposed for deletion for this very reason. The impact is evident. It's directly on the businesses. To Councilman Blumenfield's other previous question, it will be felt directly. They will have, at present, I can assure you that most people that call or come in are already a little frustrated. You probably get calls from them as well. As we aim to make happier taxpayers our goal, we have got to invest in our people, and investing in customer service is where it begins. Thank you.
Mr. Kretz.
I think also in the Blue Book there were 2 tax compliance officers that were deleted. What's their function, and how will that impact our finances, etc.?
Tax compliance officers are, it's actually a career, it's an excellent opportunity for career development in our office. It's a classification germane just to finance, and we have them in various functions, including our field enforcement, field survey officers, and that is what it's been previously known as. This summer, this administration, we're taking an approach of transforming the compliance folks into outreach folks, getting out in the community more, educating them. We come from the perspective, I think I've heard our CIO say this as well, we believe that people want to do the right thing. Business people want to do the right thing. They just want to know what the right thing is. It's not their number one thing on their minds to be aware of tax renewal for the city of Los Angeles. But if we're out there helping them navigate the city's processes when it comes to businesses, informing them, we believe that we will benefit as well. And so outreach is going to be a key part of our plans that are forthcoming this summer that we would utilize tax compliance officers for.
Okay, well, on reports back, I'd ask that the two tax compliance officers be piggybacked to Mr. Krikorian's motion to hear back on the auditors and customer service. And also, I'd like a report back on reappropriating the contractual services and salary accounts as they are on June 30th, 2016 for the coming fiscal year.
Thank you. May I add, please, with respect to the deleted positions, I'll be completely frank with you. Today, I don't know what the revenue impact is of, or the direct impact is of the various positions like the tax compliance officers or the tax auditors. The primary reason that I'm seeking the restoration of the proposed deleted positions is honestly to give me the flexibility going forward of determining how our organization should be structured, how it will most efficiently and most beneficially to businesses and to the city. And so it's, I don't know today, and I don't know if I'll know by a report back. It's not a matter of one being more important than the other. It's the flexibility going forward as we ascertain the most fruitful path. And even if it's not funded, having the ability to utilize these positions will be enormously helpful.
Okay. Anything else, members, for finance? All right, Ms. Bartels, thank you very much. Oh, yes, Mr. Cejas.
Since it might be a recurring theme with other departments coming up, the issue of reappropriating current year surpluses, I think, also needs to be weighed against what actually is going to be provided to this committee in the year-end FSR. So I would hate for actions to be taken relative to making requests for reappropriation before we actually know how this current fiscal year is going to end, and that will be known as part of the year-end FSR, which will be submitted later after the hearings are concluded.
Point well taken. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. And looks like, yes, thank you. Looks like Mr. Szabo took me up on my offer of letting him go. So with that, we did have a couple of late arriving speakers, and if they're still here, I can take a couple cards before we break for lunch. Okay, so we'll hear from is it Nakia from SEIU 721? And then Oscar Mohammed, Gustavo Trujillo, and Sheila Flory.
Are we going to break for lunch?
As soon as they're done.
For how long?
Half hour. Go right ahead, ma'am. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Officer Drinker from DLT. Okay. LADOT has asked for additional full-time officers in their budget. This has been denied, and the city wants to use funds to hire additional part-time officers. As you know, part-time officers do not provide the full scope of services as full-time officers. We need to restore. I'm sorry. Hold on one second. I'm sorry. Okay, we need to restore existing services to the communities as well as a need for increased staffing for special events. Take, for example, the NFL coming to the Memorial Coliseum. Traffic officers are committed to performing traffic control to ensure public safety while creating the best NFL experience possible in Los Angeles. It is our hope that we would be able to provide traffic control services in Inglewood when the Rams relocate to the Forum. Current staffing does not meet the needs of special events deployment. Traffic officers provide a much-needed source of revenue for the city of Los Angeles. Last year, the Department of Transportation Bureau of Parking Enforcement contributed approximately $152 million to the general fund. More full-time traffic officers mean more revenue for the city. Part-time traffic officers cannot do traffic control, radio calls, or impound vehicles. They do not perform the full duties of this position. These duties include, but are not limited to, stolen vehicle recovery, disabled placard enforcement, abatement, abandoned vehicles, and, most importantly, council complaints. We ask that the City Council end the part-time traffic officer program and hire only full-time revenue-producing officers who are trained to perform the entire function of this position. Let's fill the full-time vacancies and let's fill the full-time vacancies and eliminate the part-time traffic officer program. Thank you.
Thank you. And because all of you came after we started the meeting, before we bring up Mr. Mohammed, I just want to let you know that over the course of the hearings, we're going to be taking comment at the beginning of the meeting at 9 o'clock. We usually start at 9:15. It's not going to be my habit to have additional comment during the day. So I just want to let all you know, in the future when you come, be here first thing so that we can get everybody done at once. Thank you very much, ma'am. So the next speaker will be Oscar Mohammed, followed by Gustavo Trujillo, followed by Sheila Flory. Mr. Mohammed, welcome.
You're welcome. The American leadership is in crisis. The political leadership, the American political leadership is broken. The American political system is broken. But anyway, we're having the same famine all over the world, neglect of our duty. I see how the homeless live at downtown Skid Row. That's the most dangerous place in America where African Americans stay. But we see it's a genocide toward the African American people today and the people of color all over the world. And we see that the policeman would run over you at the curb, too close standing to the curb downtown Skid Row. They'll run over you. And the sheriff department do the same thing. But we see where the homeless over there in Rome, Italy, the Catholic Church, I think, is the richest organization in the world. And right under the Vatican seat in St. Petersburg, they got homeless people being neglected of shelter. And we see downtown Skid Row, we should bridge political responsibility. We should try to create jobs. We should ask for a share fair of distributing the wealth. We should try to distribute the wealth equally. In this day and time, we need super democracy help, super democracy government. Super mean go past the ordinary. But seem as the way we don't do anything but wait for another day to come and maybe somebody else would do it or let somebody else do some. What could we say about our broken system that we can find a way to uplift a fallen humanity and try to guide some in a different direction? But maybe we should have some type of some kind of dialogue through the community with our own concern.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker, and folks, as I call your name, be ready to speak, please. Our next speaker is Gustavo Trujillo, followed by Sheila Flory. Come on up and be lined up and ready to speak. Okay, neither of them are here. Our next speaker is Art Sweatman, followed by Rudy Guevara, followed by Alfred Garcia. Mr. Sweatman, welcome. And if Rudy Guevara and Alfred Garcia are here, come on up as well. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm here. My name is Art Sweatman. I am a tree surgeon with Bureau of Street Services, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the members of SEIU 721. Concerned with this budget over at Urban Forestry, where the majority of the money is once again being allocated for contractors. Contractors have not been the answer in the past, and there will not be the answer in the future. When I looked at the system just right now, it's a great system. You can all see it online. We have 622 tree emergencies on the ground at this moment. Contractors are not going to address that. What we need to do is invest in our own infrastructure, in our own employees. And right now what we're proposing, we would like to see two mechanized crews to help us, two additional mechanized crews to help us address these things. It's not just about tree trimming, which, again, contractors are not doing a great job at that. You've seen it in your areas, and it's actually creating more of a liability when the trees grow back incorrectly. When trees grow back incorrectly, they actually cause more emergencies. That creates more liability for the city of Los Angeles, and we need to address that. We need to invest in our own people. We need to invest in equipment. Right now, we need that help from you guys. We've come to you over the years, and we appreciate what you've done in the last couple of years. Let's keep it going. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Rudy Guevara, followed by Alfred Garcia.
Good afternoon, committees. Members. My name is Rudy Guevara with the SEIU 721, and actually I'm here to express a concern about a potential West Nile virus situation that may come up. It's related to actually mitigation that can be done by street services by actually repairing the off-grade gutters that actually allows the water to sit and actually breeds the mosquito. What we're actually trying to express is that we support street services and actually getting some money to do this, and I think it's vital for the Valley area as well. So any way possible where we could eradicate any type of viruses like this, but at the same time improving our neighborhoods, our gutters, I think the committee should support this. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker is Alfred Garcia, and then last call for Gustavo Trujillo and Sheila Flory.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Alfred Garcia. I work for the Department of Urban Forestry Division, Landscape Department. And I just come to ask you for council to support a budget for us. We're constantly working understaffed, and we have a lot of projects that we do in the Median Islands of the city of Los Angeles to the whole city, and we're currently working understaffed. And to complete these projects in a timely manner, we would need a good budget and more staff. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. I don't see Gustavo Trujillo or Sheila Flory, so we'll file their cards for the record. Members, we were to have begun library at around 1, but obviously that doesn't leave us much time, so if we come back here at 1:15, will that allow you enough time to grab some food? If we can do 1:30, but we will then be 30 minutes behind schedule, so we're going to have to make up for it with fewer questions. So if you're good with that, if you'd rather eat than ask questions, okay by me. So, all right. Let's split the difference and say 1:20. We'll be back here at 1:20.
Sounds good.
Okay, until then we are in recess. Is that what we say? Recess? Okay. And I'd like to invite our city's librarian, John Szabo, to come on forward. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So we've received your letter, Mr. Szabo. Thank you. If there's any brief comment you'd like to make at the outset or introduce your team, that's fine, and then we can go right into questions.
Certainly. Thank you so much. Pleasure to be here, and we'll keep my comments very brief, as I know you have a lengthy agenda. We have the Assistant City Librarian, Assistant General Manager Chris Morita, our Director of Branch Library Services, Cheryl Collins, Mike Balakowitz, our Director of Human Resources, Susan Broman, our Director of Emerging Technologies and Collections, Robert Morales, our Budget Director, the wonderful Madeline Rackley, no longer with the CAO's office, but we're delighted to have her at the library, who is our business manager. So great team, and delighted to be here. As we continue to benefit from Measure L and having met the promises made to voters with restored hours, continued investment in technology and collections, this budget allows us to invest a great deal in not only the technology infrastructure of the library, some physical improvements, and continue the innovative programs and services that our library has to offer, and of course could go on, bragging about the good work of the great people who work at the Los Angeles Public Library, but we'll turn it back to you and see what questions you have.
Terrific. Thank you very much. And we'll begin this round. Mr. Bonin, if you would like to start us off, we'll begin with you.
Thank you very much. John, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You guys have had a good year.
Indeed.
You won some awards this year.
We did.
Nationally recognized. You guys do some phenomenal work. I wanted to talk about homelessness.
Yes.
You know, in previous years, we have. We've always talked about the fact that librarians aren't just about helping people check out books or answering reference questions. They're actually social workers as well. And it's not in their job description, but it's certainly in their job function. And that our libraries, for various reasons, are daytime homes, access points for people who are unhoused. So obviously no stranger to the phenomenon. How did the department come up with its recommendation homeless expenditures?
Certainly. Well, and thank you for saying that. And indeed, we are very experienced with serving LA's homeless population, and certainly public libraries across the country are as well. And our libraries provide that population with a variety of resources. In developing the budget proposal, we looked at working very closely with the mayor's office at how we could allocate dollars specifically for this purpose to be part of the citywide team in addressing this issue, and be true to Measure L and the commitment to the voters of LA. And so we looked at how these dollars could indeed be library dollars, defendable library dollars, providing library services to do specific outreach to the homeless population. And so some of the items that we have in this budget proposal are related to outreach and staff that will be involved in outreach. It's also important to note, though, I think, not only as an element of this budget proposal, but of the work that we do on an ongoing basis, is we're always looking to leverage the library's very trusted and valued relationship in our neighborhoods and our physical presence to help address big issues. And so we do that around citizenship and immigrant integration, we do that around public health, and we certainly do it around homelessness. So we are regularly now, and with this proposal, bringing in partners like County Department of Mental Health, Department of Public Health, PATH, nonprofits, LASA, to come in and do work with emergency response teams at LASA, and how we can bring them in to serve a population that is already at the library. And we love being effective in that way. So it was done in conversation with Elisa Orduna, the mayor's director of homeless strategy and policy, and working with them in developing a proposal that we thought would have impact.
I was curious. I appreciate that. I was curious about the bookmobile and the tech mobiles, and going to shelters and encampments when there are so many folks who are homeless who are at the libraries already. And I was curious, why spend money to go elsewhere to outreach to homeless folks when there's so many already in our libraries?
Well, and it was an opportunity to, with those vehicles, to have a social worker or a public health nurse go with us into those communities where, in some cases, they may not have entree, and frankly, looking at how can we do outreach, but also what other populations may frankly benefit from having these outreach vehicles. Inevitably, these vehicles are not only and exclusively going to benefit and serve LA's homeless population. I could imagine these vehicles ultimately going to senior citizen facilities, public housing communities, and other places where people may have difficulty getting to the library.
Was there any thought given to, instead of doing that, spending money to do more training for library staff so that they effectively get trained in the coordinated entry system and can be portals into the coordinated entry system?
Well, some of this funding does provide for technology for both our staff to use for with the express purpose of helping people enter the coordinated entry system, as well as nonprofit partners that would come into not only our central library but branch libraries as well to do that work also. And also with respect to training, we currently lean on and ask our other agency partners like County Department of Mental Health and others to help train library staff on making referrals and interacting with, being able to better serve our population.
So, Mr. Santana, sorry to put you on the spot on this, but I want to ask a question about what they're talking about and homelessness strategy. Under the CHS that we approved, there was the idea, and again, I know this is year one, that we were going to have no wrong door, and that each department would then be in and of itself a portal into the coordinated entry system. How do we envision in year one and say in year 5 that happening at the libraries? Do we envision that librarians just call someone from PATH, or that there is a coordinated entry service portal there, or that the librarians themselves do CES intake?
We never anticipated that we would have city personnel doing the intake because we don't want to distract them from their other duties. But as you pointed out, our city personnel still has to manage the impact of having homeless individuals within libraries and other city facilities. And so the idea has always been to assign the various nonprofits based on the location of that library to specific libraries that we know have large number of homeless individuals. And everything I know that the library department currently does and expand it, making space available for that kind of intake, providing access to computers, the training that you talked about, so that library personnel knows how to manage that specific incident while the individual from the nonprofit comes. In some cases it would be more intensive than others depending on the library itself. And so it was really anticipated as a partnership between that agency and the library department, so that they understand each other's roles and responsibilities. But the work itself of the intake of the case management, that would be done by the nonprofit, not by the library department.
Yeah. I understand that, and this is one of those cases where reallocating money. I mean, I've seen librarians spend half an hour essentially being a caseworker. Making phone calls, calling a local agency. Almost being a housing locator themselves, and I feel like so much of them are doing that work already, many of them. I mean, I'm sure it's not universal, and I know one of my libraries probably has a bigger impact than others around the city. But I'd like a report back on what the possibility would be and what the pros and cons would be of not expecting the librarians to do the case management, but doing the intake itself onto CES. I don't expect we're going to have nonprofits in each of our, how many libraries do we have, John? 95?
Central plus 72 branches.
72 in all 72 libraries. But if they're trained in doing the actual CES intake, that first step, because I mean, it can be extensive and it can also not be extensive depending on how much info you collect. And I know that might be a labor issue as well, but if you could just include that in the report back, I'd appreciate it. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, one other question, John. Something I brought up to you a while back, as I told you that my young son was getting a library card, and the application for a library card asked for a mother's maiden name. And as I pointed out, not every child has a mom. Some have two dads, or some have mothers who don't have maiden names. How are we doing on getting that fixed?
We've removed it. Just last week I saw a draft of a new application form. This actually gave us, addressing this very important issue, really gave us the opportunity to actually simplify the entire form in other ways. And I imagine we'll have those new forms printed and distributed in a very short period of time, probably within the next couple of weeks.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield.
Excited about all the stuff in your budget, especially you're going to be attaching directly to the CNET backbone. So you're really going to be in a very advanced space in terms of connectivity, which will be great for library patrons, but it also may be, I can move the microphone, can you hear me now? It will also be potentially great for some of the issues that you were talking about with Mr. Bond in terms of intake, to rely on that to have remote intake for folks. And I could see the library going in that direction. I was just listening to that, whereas you may not have the experts there, the library is great at connecting folks. So I would put a pin in at some point in the future, making a video conference type arrangement for folks, because you have the backbone technology to do it easily, where you would connect homeless individuals to the resources, not just by taking the data intake, but by literally bringing them face to face with any nonprofit from anywhere around the city. So just throw that idea out there. Question I wanted to ask you about the Student Success Program. How will the Student Success Card program work, and what benefits will be obtained for their use? And are there plans to increase the groups who would have access to the program? For example, could this be used to provide benefits for homeless or low-income individuals?
Yes. So at the Los Angeles Public Library, our goal obviously is to have a library card in the hands of every single person in the city. Of particular priority are students. And so the Student Success Card specifically is an initiative that we have launched with LAUSD to create a structural mechanism to ensure that all 675,000 students at LAUSD have access to all of the resources that we have, both online and in our libraries. And we've been working on this and have had excellent success, particularly in recent months. The new superintendent is fully on board and has supported this. Steve Zimmer, head of LAUSD board, is very supportive as well. We're launching it in the fall with incoming first graders and sixth graders. And to answer your question, absolutely, I think if we can make this work within LAUSD and ultimately through the entire student population there, I think there are other opportunities to create these kinds of solutions where if there was a way for us to piggyback, for example, on the CES system to ensure that all of those individuals had a library card. We certainly want to work with private schools. We're doing some of that now, and others, rather than just promote library card access through individual promotion in communities, which we still want to do, but creating these kind of structural solutions is very, very important. And LAUSD is very supportive and very interested as well.
That's their procedure. Both my kids have library cards, and they take out the maximum number of books at a time. It's pretty incredible. So I don't have any further questions. I appreciate the great work you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. A few years ago, when the consolidation of the General Services Police with LAPD occurred, we had extensive discussions about what service impacts that would have, particularly on the libraries and parks. But the GSD police had special sensitivity, I guess, if you will, to some of the issues that you face in the libraries. How have your needs for police and security services fared over the last few years, and what would your recommendations be for how we might be able to address them?
Our experience with the move of these services to LAPD has been very positive. We continue to work with them on issues, communication issues, response times, things like that with our branch libraries. They're very tuned into the security issues that we have, which vary from community to community. In each budget year, over the last 4 or 5 years or so with Measure L dollars, we've continued to make significant investments there. I think some of the challenges are LAPD's ability to fill the security guard positions successfully for us. We've also relied increasingly on contract security and their ability to fill those positions as well. But we have added security to multiple branch library locations in recent years and increased staffing. We've also purchased and installed security camera systems in our branch libraries. So the overall investment has grown dramatically over the last 4 years. And obviously we have additional needs. We work with LAPD on where to deploy those staffing resources, whether it's a roving LAPD personnel between branch libraries within a particular region, whether it's central library, whether it's which library to best deploy contract security. So continue to work with them, but I think the real challenge is getting those positions filled.
Very good. Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. Good budget, well-run department.
Thank you.
And that's it. No, I do. A couple short questions. One, we all supported Measure L because we obviously wanted to make sure the library had a decent amount of resources. Have we ever gotten back to the level we were at when library services were cut a few years ago? Have those been pretty much restored in all our branches?
All hours of service absolutely have restored. We have restored weekdays, evening service hours. We restored Sunday hours. We restored Sunday hours a year ahead of schedule. We made the investments that we committed to in the library's technology infrastructure, as well as the library collections or the content, both print and virtual, that we purchase. There's still many needs that those Measure L dollars and that the growth that you see in our budget from previous fiscal year to this one that's being proposed it continues to make improvements. But yes, we are at those service levels.
Well, that's very exciting. Glad to hear it. And one sort of a side question on sustainability. Yes. What are we doing in terms of installing drought-tolerant landscaping and trying to get some charging stations into our libraries?
Yes, we actually have been working with both General Services and DWP on the EV charging stations. We've added some this year in this proposed budget. We have some shared funding with DWP to install additional EV charging stations, and going forward, relying on their grant dollars that they've obtained to install more. Thrilled to install drought-resistant landscape as a model up in West Valley, there next to Councilmember Blumenfield's office. And have funding in the current year's budget for additional libraries to get a drought-resistant landscape, and in this proposed budget we have additional libraries as well. And I can get you the exact numbers of those.
DWP helping you with the funding for the drought-tolerant landscaping at all?
Not the drought-tolerant landscape, but we would certainly welcome any funding that they might offer.
If there's any way to encourage that, I certainly would encourage it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anything else, members? Mr. Blumenfield.
On the electric vehicle charging, are you going to be charging the customer for that, or is it going to be a gratis?
Totally free. And actually, we have completed 5 libraries with EV charging stations, and upcoming, paid for within the current fiscal year, are 6 additional. And then we have also some additional libraries beyond that in the proposed budget.
And do people use them just during the library hours, or do neighbors come in and park there overnight, or how does that work?
They use them during library hours. We've had some challenges with the overnight. Some of our parking lots are closed at night. Some of them are not. When they're not closed, the charging stations have been used.
Because it may be something where you could move to a situation where it's free if you're in the library, but if after hours you could move to a charge or something to that effect, just to make it, not to deny anybody that, but to make it equitable, because patrons shouldn't be subsidizing folks to just charge their electric vehicle. It's a service you're offering folks at the library. So if there's a way to look into that to see if there's a way to create a hybrid of a free and paid station.
Will do.
Okay, Mr. Zabel, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We'll bring up our next department, which is Recreation and Parks. Mr. Shaw. Mr. Shaw, welcome.
Thank you.
So we have your letter, but feel free to introduce your team and provide a brief comment, and then we'll go right into questions.
All right. Well, I'm pleased to present my newest employee, AP Diaz, who's my executive officer and chief of staff. So I want to welcome AP. And, of course, I have a myriad of staff behind me that from our executive and senior team, so they're here to help in any way they can answer some of the questions you have. But
welcome back, AP. Welcome back.
Thank you, sir. Fun to be back.
All right. Well, we'll go directly into questions then, and we'll start with Mr. Blumenfield.
First, just want to say you're doing a great job, and really appreciate all the work that you're doing, and being sensitive to a variety of needs, the environment, and everything else. The one thing that jumped out at me about your budget, and I know you jumped out at you too because you mentioned it in your letter, and I want to sort of cut to the quick of it, is the amount that you're spending in DWP bills, and that in fiscal year 07-08, 92% of your money was able to go to services, and this year it's only 43% because of energy and water costs.
All right.
So question is, I mean, one, I know you've done a lot of drought tolerant stuff already. Has that saved money in terms of, would it be much higher if you hadn't done that? Can you quantify what that was? And then we'll talk about the next steps on that.
Sure. I guess I would first say that, because of yes, our water bill's going up very, very high, but if you look at the past, Water and Power has just been an incredible partner to us and has given us a lot of funding over the years. And probably because of that, and I would shudder to think what our bill would actually be had we not done what we did. And just to put that into a little bit of context, I went back as far as 2004 and looked at our water use, and it was a little over 4 billion gallons of water a year. And then in 2013, we were at just about 2.5 billion, so a 1.5 billion gallon reduction over that period of time. And then when I thought it couldn't go any lower, we started working with Mayor Garcetti's water cabinet, and we reduced it another 26%. So now we're at 1.8. Currently, today we're at 1.8 billion gallons of water. So if you put that into context, and a lot of that's as a result of the relationship that we've had with Water and Power. That's because of the funding that they've given us over the years, recycled water and all those things. Our water bill would likely be much, much higher. So right now we're looking at a $5.2 million increase this year. It's probably going to go from about $9 million per year in just water to, over the next 5 years, to about $32 million. So we're going to have to look deeper and at revenues. We're going to have to look at, we got to continue on conservation. We just cannot take our foot off the pedal on our conservation efforts. But I don't want to I don't want to pretend to say that we can conserve our way out of this huge increase. We cannot. Short of turning the water off, we cannot. So we're going to have to figure out other ways. We're going to have to get, I think, really radical in our recycled water program. I mean, I think working with Water and Power on that would be probably the best money spent in saving us long-term dollars over the long run.
Yeah, and my question certainly was not to implicate DWP in any of this. It's just the reality of your budget. It's concerning how much of it is going to that, and want to make sure that we're taking advantage of every subsidy that's out there in terms of trying to build up the capital, the recycled water, the reclaimed water, the reusing water, all of those things.
Right.
Rec and Park should be the leader in that. The other aspect, if we do DWP reform measure, if there's ever a way to get a lower bill for rec and parks, for parks, whether people might vote for it, that would have to be passed by the voters.
Correct.
DWP couldn't lower your bill if they wanted to.
That's correct.
Because they can't offer different rates to different folks. So I guess I'm going to put a pin in it. I don't know if it's a report back. It's not a budget report back. Maybe it's a long term. But we need to look into the possibility, as we do DWP reform, of including a voter provision that would provide a reduced rate for parks.
Well, I would just, Councilman, you're absolutely correct. We're able to absorb that $5 million this year because we had a healthy increase in our property tax money that we received under our charter mandated money. But if that doesn't happen, certainly things will suffer. And, it's money that could have gone back into programming and other things across the city. So when I say look deeper, yes. I mean, we need to look at every possible avenue to, and I would appreciate not putting a pin in it and putting action on this because it's over, it's more than a $20+ million increase to us over the next 5 years. And as we are, seeing growth in our activities in Rec and Park, which is really, really great. But, when you start looking at how much money that's just coming in and going right back out, that's not going back into communities, it's disappointing.
Yeah. A pin just because it's the budget thing, but we'll make it an action pin.
Yeah.
I like that you're trying to reestablish the park ranger program, which is great. I wanted to ask you, do the park rangers include law enforcement, interpretation, programming, all three, or tell us a little bit about that?
Well, first and foremost, the rangers, our intended ranger program is not intended to replace the Los Angeles Police Department. It is not. We do not want our own police force. But it is all of the things above that you just stated. I mean, our rangers are firefighters. Our rangers are, they do interpretation at different, environmental sites. They're environmentalists. They're educators. They're all these things. But most of all, they provide mostly quality of life issues and park benefits to the people that are visiting the parks. So they are peace officers, but we look at them much more than that. I mean, we look at them as being able to, with the right training, can help us with our homelessness issues. And our current lead in our department is one of our rangers who does a good job of going around and working. So they should be for us. I'd like them to be our front lines with helping. Not to remove or. It's not about that. We're very supportive of the no wrong door policy, and I think they're the perfect people to be educated to help those folks, whether it's for medical treatment. And they're also EMTs. I mean, they have all that training. So there's just a lot of things that they bring to the table beyond law enforcement that we really need in the park system.
And do you envision that? I guess now it's mostly Griffith Park. Do you envision having hubs around the city, and do you envision eventually working the LA River?
Yes. So the way that the plan that we presented is exactly that. We have, instead of having a centralized ranger presence, we would have ranger districts around the city. One in, if I remember correctly, we have the Valley, we have Metro region, we have a Griffith Park region, We'll have a South LA, West Side, and the Harbor region. So the idea is to have a district where a group of rangers would be, with a senior lead, would be responsible for all the parks in that district. And it's really critical that, one of the reasons why we want to do that mostly is that we want those rangers to know those parks. So they might not visit every park every day, but they'll visit the parks that need their attention every day. And the community will get to know them and get to trust in them, and they can be that kind of liaison between the community and our parks with LAPD. But and of course, as we look further down the road, I think we are going to have to talk about the LA River, and I think the LA River would be another one where that would be a great ranger district dedicated to that when we're ready.
Last question. Regarding the increase in funding for the joint use with LAUSD, how can we ensure that they're being a good equal partner? I know it's a great relationship, but I also am aware that sometimes we don't have as much access to the LAUSD properties as the vice versa situation. Meaning that they have great access to our parks, and they should, but we don't always get great access to schools.
Well, we've approached it a little bit differently this time. We do have several joint use agreements with LAUSD, but we're really approaching this to address some of our park access goals. So, one of our main sustainability goals is to have a park within half-mile walking distance of every resident in the city. And LAUSD fulfills a huge. They can help us, fulfill that gap really quickly. So what we're trying to do is we presented a plan to LAUSD already. We have 2 to 3 sites in this budget, but we'd like that to grow to 20 to 25 sites very quickly. And really what we're looking for is access to the playground and possibly, a community garden around the playground or something, but really about play, really just getting easy access to the playground. We think we can easily accomplish that. One of their biggest challenges that they have is making sure that the school is still secure and all those things. But we think we've got a good plan for that. It does get more complicated, and I think that's what mostly, a lot of people hear about is when it gets complicated when you start talking about athletic fields and use of restrooms or swimming pools, things like that. Those require a great deal more discussion and planning. So the difference is that we're trying to simplify this approach and simply just get access to playgrounds. So we're looking at adding those playgrounds as part of our inventory and help them maintain them and take care of them. We have over 400 playgrounds already in our park system, so it's not a stretch for us to add some. And if we budget and plan right, we could have 20 to 25 new pocket parks per se very, very quickly. And the analysis that we've done on that is that we've done a GIS overlay of all the schools and where all of our park access gaps are. So where there are no parks or open space within a half mile of an area, they show up in red in our system, and we found the schools that would plug those gaps. So to give you some idea of the amount of residents that we could serve, if we were able to get 20 to 25 schools, we could increase our park access by 200,000 residents. It's a significant jump from where we're at now. So we're very proud of what we've done in adding parks. We've added 35. We're going to add the 35th park this Saturday since 2012. There's no big city in the United States that's done that, but it's not enough. So joint use has to play a role in that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Mr. Blumenfield has already highlighted the issue that probably all of us are concerned with, and I want to add that Mr. Englander, even in his absence, requested a report back on the DWP rate adjustment and how it will impact the department over the course of the next 5 years, and whether there are offsets that can help the department cope without a reduction in programming or maintenance. I think all of us are interested in seeing that report. And your recommendations for actions that the council can take to address it.
Thank you.
I asked library, and I want to ask you a similar question. Since the merger of GSD Police with LAPD, together with the reduction of the Park Ranger program, how has your response been from LAPD to incidents that happen in the park? Or do you find a deficit in service since that took place? And if so, are there suggestions that you would like to offer for how we might address that?
Well, originally they were park rangers that were moved. So it's going from a kind of like a dedicated ranger program. Excuse me, need some water. They having absorbed all those folks. I mean, the thing with us, we have 16,000 acres of land. It's not just spots. There's a lot of bad things that can happen, outside of the public view, and sometimes in the public view. And that's kind of where the rangers come in. We get a good response from LAPD. I mean, their senior lead officers are great. We love that program. But it really comes down to a lot of quality of life type issues in the parks, and it's not, with their call volumes as such as what they are, they just can't get to some of these items that could easily be resolved, and that really starts making a difference, because it's the accumulation of all of those little things that causes a park maybe to start having the problems that it has. And I firmly believe that, and I'm just going to go back and state again for our ranger program, I firmly believe over time it's going to save us money. It's going to save us money in maintenance. It's going to save us money in all these things that we have to do, is because we don't have any eyes on some of this stuff. We've, Harbor Regional Park, we're spending $110 million to refurbish that lake, and we have no staffing for that 500-acre park. Now, it needs a ranger presence. I mean, it needs somebody there on a day-to-day basis, and that's one of the areas where I wanted to put a district of rangers so that they could take care of that park and all the parks in the harbor. But LAPD is, I don't have any complaints about, you just have to realize, it's just much like you have to realize on, the bigger budget issues, and that, you can't do everything. It really comes down, it's just an enormous task to ask them to take care of all of these quality of life things inside the park system.
A case in point, and this is related to our discussion about homelessness funding and the additional funding for bathroom maintenance and so on. At North Hollywood Park, with whether or not there's expanded maintenance investment in the bathrooms there, patrons cannot use the bathrooms because homeless have taken up residence inside of the bathrooms and frequently block the public from the rest of the public from having access to those bathrooms. So that's the sort of example, I think, of it's probably not an LAPD call even, but if you had a park ranger there, you might be able to address it. So I noticed that your request included unfunded positions for the Valley, and you figured you would be able to absorb that. I'd like a report back on full restoration of the park ranger program with funded positions for all parts of the city. I think this is a huge priority, and I'd like to see that report back so that we can make an assessment of the costs and benefits of restoring the park ranger program.
Very good. Thank you.
I think that's all I had. Mr. Kratz?
Yeah, I'll just briefly say go park rangers. I think we're all in agreement. I'm pleased to see. On the conservation piece, how far have we gotten in terms of looking at turf removal? Because I know a lot of golf courses, public and private, have found that while they all want to look completely green, there are a lot of areas that are very ancillary, and they could remove 5, 10, 15% of their turf and not really impact play. And as I think of at least a couple parks that I've frequented over the years and I'm very familiar with, like Rancho Park or Cheviot Hills, whatever you call it, there are a lot of areas in that park where along the dividing fencing you certainly could take a substantial strip and remove the turf. How much have we done in terms of looking at that and removing whatever turf that we could?
100% agree. We've done a lot. We need to do more. Our golf courses, and that includes golf courses, we've done a lot of turf reduction on some of our golf courses, particularly when we have been trying to update the technology on the irrigation systems and such. Rancho has been at the top of that list. part of the. I mean, it's a big project that actually we're partnering with Water and Power and Bureau of Sanitation on to see if it's possible about almost really building some sort of a plant almost on site to recycle the water and reuse it. Only because there is no infrastructure for recycled water close by. But your question, I mean, that's like the bigger water issue. If we could just get it all on recycled water, that's probably the best idea. But in short, we've done, just this fiscal year, we've done over 200,000 square feet of turf removal. So it's something that it's almost ingrained in us now. I mean, when we do any project that we do, it always, without I don't think without question, has turf removal in it and drought-tolerant planting in it. But golf courses aren't excluded from that, and we have done it. I realize Rancho is one that we need to do more. We've been looking at alternate sources of water for that park, and it's kind of as part of the Mayor's Water Cabinet, that's one of the largest projects we've been looking at, actually, is to try to figure that out. That park and golf course alone, if you looked at the expenses for the water, it's about $250,000. And if we could get it into a recycled water system, we could reduce that by probably half, at least half of the cost. So I don't have an answer for you completely on Rancho, but it is at the kind of our highest priority. But we regularly do turf reduction in any project. And hopefully you're seeing it around just parks in general, because we have done a lot. A lot of that reduction is synthetic soccer fields, things like that. But it's not always drought-tolerant planting.
And are there major parks that are sort of next generation in terms of recycled water? Because obviously there's some places where purple pipe would just be so far away that it would never be practical. But
right.
Are there next step ones that are close to our treatment plants that we're looking at adding to reduce some of our water usage?
Our biggest design project right now, and it's a lot of the installation is taking place as we speak, is Elysian Park. Elysian Park is going to be converted to recycle. It's got one of the oldest irrigation infrastructures in the city. And it is going to be replaced, and it's going to be all on recycled water. And we're actually, Water and Power is run through different agreements that we've done. They're bringing water over at Griffith Park, and we'll be able to by doing that, we're going to convert Roosevelt Golf Course to recycled water, and all the areas on that side of the park to recycled water. So between those two, I mean, that's hundreds of acres that's going to be converted to recycled water, and that's been our kind of one of our premier projects for recycled water. But to your point, there's lots of areas in the city that doesn't have it, particularly in your district, and Rancho is one. So, I mean, we're very supportive of trying to figure out how we run additional, gray or purple pipe around the city.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Bonner?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mike and AP and your team. You guys are doing incredible work. I really appreciate everything you do. The changes I've been able to see under your watch at Venice Beach are ones I've been seeking for a very long time, and I'm very happy to see them, and I look forward to a lot more. Particularly thank you for the hiring of Bob Davis, who's been, I think, phenomenal. It's a great asset to have that position at Venice Beach. It's been huge. And thanks for the work you're doing. I won't ask about it because I know there are ongoing negotiations, but the work you're doing with the VA in trying to make sure that some of the park space that the city has been using for generations now will remain available to the community with a real intent veterans focus. I hope we're able to work something out there as some of the other uses have. Wanted to ask, not surprisingly, about homelessness. It's a big issue at a lot of our parks, as Mr. Krikorian was talking about in his district. Certainly in mine, as you know. At Venice Beach, we've got a huge problem. How would you envision the rangers assisting with the problem at Venice Beach? Were we to bring them back?
Well, I think to me, it's because of their background and their training. I think they're the perfect ones from the park's perspective, to deal with it. Only because, I mean, a lot of what we try to do with these, a lot of it's trying to build the trust of these individuals who are regulars in some of our park system, and whether they need medical treatment or, that's things that the Rangers can help with. And they know fire, they know police, they know the medical treatments that are available. But they also know, like organizations like LASA and all these others, that they can really assist with and follow up. I mean, a lot of it is just they don't take help right away, and it takes a lot of follow up. And I think the Rangers are the perfect for us. I think they're the perfect ones to be on the front line for that. They do. I mean, they are. I mean, again, they're peace officers, but that's not their intent really for us in the park system as much as it is just the community type policing, the community engagement piece of it, the quality of life things, and homelessness falls right into that.
Yeah. So let me ask you about restrooms. You've got in this budget proposal $1.1 million for the park restroom enhancement program. I've called for the opening of some of the bathrooms at Venice Beach to be open 24 hours. It's a controversial issue in the community, I concede. But right now, I've got people throughout Venice defecating in parkways, in people's carports, in our parks, because there's no place to go to the bathroom. And frankly, it's not just homeless people. As I've said, I lived a block and a half from the beach for 17 years, and the number of Sunday evenings that I would look out the back of my apartment and see someone urinating on my building was frequent. It's just we don't have restrooms there, and the businesses don't make them available to the general public and all that. Is this funding a potential source of revenue to keep some of the bathrooms open? Doesn't need to be all of them, 24 hours.
Well, it'll likely, we're going to have to work closely with each of the, each council office on, there was additional funding put in the budget for that, to related to the way you're talking about. We have a lot of work to do, I think, with working with each of the offices to determine how we do that. But yeah, if you have restrooms open all night, they are definitely going to need more maintenance, so I'm grateful for the money. So we're just going to have to figure out how we best do that.
Okay. I have no patience left on this issue, not against you, just with the chronic issue in the city, and I'm ready to go. I'm ready to move. I want housing built in my district. I want storage in my district, as you know,
right.
And I want to get restrooms open. Could you give me a report back with the assistance of the CAO on what specifically it would take financially and in terms of resources from other departments, whether it's the department hires security or LAPD has to do something
right.
to get at least some of the bathrooms at Venice open 24 hours at the beginning of the next fiscal year.
Okay. Will do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Before I go back to Mr. Kretz, you piqued my interest with your reference to soccer fields and the impact that they have on turf reduction. We've talked quite a lot about the payback on the investment in soccer fields over the years because there is a maintenance cost. It's a significant maintenance cost when you have artificial turf. But it seems to me that value proposition is starting to change as your cost of turf, of real turf, of grass, is going up with the cost of water. Right. Not to mention the fact that soccer players, whether pickup games or leagues, destroy grass. Right. And there's vast portions of parks throughout my district that are nothing but dirt and gravel now. And constant reseeding, constant laying down new turf is wasted money. It just keeps going out. So as part of, I guess I would ask another report back specific to investment in artificial turf soccer fields. How is your increase in water costs and maintenance costs impacting the payback on investment in artificial turf? Because I would be delighted to see a lot more investment in artificial turf soccer fields throughout our city. There's, as you know, that's probably one of the greatest unmet recreational needs that we have in this city. And if we can kill two birds with one stone and provide a resource that's needed by the community, right, while also diminishing water use that is breaking your bank, that could very well be a win-win. So I'd like to explore that.
Absolutely.
And then we had a couple members of the public earlier who spoke about child care issues. And this reminded me that in the depths of the recession, when we were having our worst cuts, we had cut most of the child care programming that we had in parks at that time. And I'm trying to remember, because it's been several years now, I think some of that was state-funded programming, and it was matched by Recreation and Parks funding. Is that the way we did it then?
Yeah, there was. Well, the biggest difference is that what we eliminated at that time was licensed childcare. So we still do childcare in this. I mean, we still use a lot of the centers. We just don't do it at at that level. And one of the reasons when we were looking at kind of what was all on our plate at that time, and what it was. We spent, if my memory serves me right, we were spending about $8 to $9 million a year on that program, and our service levels were very, very low. So it was, I think it was around 1,000 kids. So we still do it, and a lot of those kids are still being served. It's just not at the licensed child care level, if that makes sense. So it's, yes, there was a reduction, but we still do a lot of child care around the city.
Okay. If you could, this is probably not even specific to this budget, I think, but just give a report back on the service changes that have taken place since those cuts were made. I think part of the rationale, at least what I was thinking at the time, was that this programming was not needs-based at the time, and we were essentially providing very expensive subsidized child care to people who didn't need subsidized child care. And on the other hand, if we can provide high-quality licensed child care where it's needed, I think the benefit of that kind of programming in areas where people couldn't otherwise afford it would be absolutely well worth the investment.
Agreed.
Mr. Kretz.
If I could just ask as a follow-up on the artificial turf fields that we also include in the report back, the positives and negatives environmentally, because I know there are some negatives to artificial turf use as a replacement, and also in terms of permeability and in terms of the cost to maintain artificial turf, which is less but existent also.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Oh, and one other thing. Obviously, we heard a lot from folks in the community about the Eagle Rock Dog Park, which you originally had in your budget. So as an advocate for the dog, I would ask that we get a report back on that as well.
Okay. Mr. Bonin?
An additional question, and Mr. Koretz just sort of queued me up on it. I actually wanted to ask a broader question about dog parks. With the issue of the VA stuff coming up, the question of whether or not there'll be a dog park on the west side other than the small Westminster Park has been raised, and there's a lot of folks who are interested in getting one started. What are the current requirements for a dog park? Is it still a minimum of 2 acres?
There's. I'd have to. I could do a report back. I don't remember exactly, but it is fairly substantial in size, just because of the heavy use that they get. And there's, I think there's a site or a distance between them and residential property. I think it's 500 feet or something. But there are, we do have those requirements. Those are just, it's a policy that was set forth by our Board of Commissioners. I mean, many years ago.
Yeah.
But I mean, certainly all that stuff can be revisited as we're looking around at different dog parks, because I know precisely what you mean is as we're looking at that particular dog park, we may have to look at that issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what are the potential funding sources for dog parks? Is it just Quimby and general fund?
Well, right now they just kind of fall into, there's no like special funding for dog parks anywhere, no special grants that at least I'm aware of, but they pretty much just fall into the normal park funding, and park funding right now is coming hard to come by, other than Quimby and some Prop K, but there really is not a lot currently that you can apply for on grants for things like that.
this question's broader than dog parks, but it's dog parks that made me think of it. So if you could answer specifically about dog parks, but then take the broader. The county is looking at putting a ballot measure on for parks. Is there specifically any potential of getting money in there for dog parks? But more generally, is there potential for getting earmarks in there for city stuff? I know that in Measure A back in the late 80s, I think Mr. Bickard, actually, who now works for Mr. Koretz, working for Ruth Galanter back then, helped get a $10 million line item in that for Venice Beach, which is how we did the renovation back in 99, 2000.
Right. I think that actually is being taken up at the Board of Supervisors next week. So it's that particular potential funding source we're widely supporting it because it would mean substantial money for Los Angeles as being one of the largest city in the county. But I think I think anything's possible. They haven't outlined anything yet, so I think all those discussions are probably ripe to have. But even if there wasn't earmarks, there'll still be a competitive process to apply for funds. And as far as I know, the dog parks would be eligible to apply for.
Yeah, I'd like if you and I guess in this case the CLA could report back on what we can do to participate in and shape the county measure. I know it's getting late, but if we're not asking for stuff to be in there, it probably won't get in there. And I'd like us to be articulating that, not just for dog parks, but for some of the major capital projects, whether or not they do competitive stuff or line item or both.
Agreed. Yes, agreed.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Shull, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Not so fast. Mr. Blumenfield.
One more thing, just thinking about I know you're doing the report back on the DWP stuff, so I just wanted to add one more little thing to that report back, which is has to do with rain catchments and something we were exploring with the LA Israel Task Force and working with DWP to do a pilot program with the Milken School about there's some examples where they're actually capturing all the water in rain barrels and using it for flushing toilets, gray water essentially. And as long as you're looking into a variety of things with DWP to add that onto the list as something they're already starting to look at with us in this task force, but it may very well be feasible for parks. It's the kind of thing that might cater itself to that. So I would ask you to add that to the report back.
Will do.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, before we bring up the Department of Transportation, they can start making their way up. I just want to kind of give a time check to everybody and go over the remainder of the day so we can stay on schedule and you all don't need to cool your jets in this room if you don't have to. So Department of Transportation is coming next. We'll go maybe up to an hour with them. Then we will be taking Bureau of Engineering out of order at or about 3:30. Following that, we will go with sanitation at around 4:10. Then Bureau of Street Services at about 5:20. And then Board of Public Works about 6 o'clock. Bureau of Street Lighting 6:20 and BCA around 6:40. So general managers, if you could plan to be here 10 or 15 minutes before those times that I just indicated, maybe a little bit more than 15 minutes before, we should be able to work through this pretty efficiently. Ms. Reynolds, welcome.
Thank you, Councilman. Happy to be here.
Thank you. You want to introduce your team and then
Absolutely.
We'll just get ready to go?
So to my left is Angela Baruman, who has been leading the budget for the Department of Transportation. I can speak collectively for all 2,000 of us that we are extremely grateful that she helped us pull together this budget, did an excellent job, and also have to recognize the work of Selwyn Hollins, who led the team as well. Bridget Smith is the Chief of Staff for the Department of Transportation, Jay Kim, Assistant General Manager for Mobility Management. Chief Greg Savelli is in charge of Traffic Control and Parking Enforcement, and Dan Mitchell is the Assistant General Manager in charge of Project Delivery.
Very good.
Thank you.
Shall we go straight to questions?
Proceed.
I think I'll call upon the chair of our T committee to begin.
Before I start, I have honored your request earlier in the day to submit questions in advance to PD and Fire Department. And I have been told that unless I state on microphone to you that I have done so, that those questions will not be processed or answered. So I have stated for the bureaucracy that I have stated publicly that I have submitted those questions.
I don't begin to understand that.
Neither do I.
I believe that could be true.
I have been told
your
with urgency several times.
Will
I must
always get answered, Mr. Bonin. I
Thank
can assure you.
So, to DOT, thanks so much, all of you, for being here today. A few quick questions. There's a number of things that have been stated sort of as policy objectives for the city over the past year, where we've had big press conferences and we've talked about Vision Zero. Vision Zero gets some money in this. Can you tell us how you intend to use that? And also, if you could tell us a little bit about how you interact and how the other relevant agencies are going to be feeding into that and also contributing their money.
Certainly. So thank you for the question. Vision Zero is something that was identified as a policy in the Department of Transportation strategic plan. It has since been become a mayoral executive directive and has also been adopted by this council in the mobility plan. And it's a goal to get to zero traffic deaths in the next 10 years. Every year we lose about 225 people to traffic deaths just trying to get around town, and those are on city streets. Those are mothers and fathers and children. Older adults and children are disproportionately represented in those statistics, and over half of those are people walking and biking, the most vulnerable users. In 2017, we have a goal to reduce fatalities by 20%, which is a big lift because we've been going in the wrong direction this year so far. We're actually on pace to exceed the number of fatalities that we had in 2015. So it is, we did put in a budget request, a joint budget request, along with the police department, because the LAPD and LADOT co-chair the Vision Zero effort for the city. Vision Zero is about culture change, and it's not possible without engineering, enforcement, and education all rowing in the same direction. So of the budget requests that we submitted and received, we got about $2 million of funding to do capital improvements, to make investments in the actual design of the street, which is really the biggest predictor of the frequency and severity of crashes that occur on that street. We also received some funding for positions to invest in getting all of the speed surveys up to date on our city streets. Many of our streets are not currently enforceable by LAPD because the speed zone surveys are out of date. That's not something the city controls. It's a state mandated way, and it's super wonky and very technical. But we have to follow the rules, and we have a large backlog of speed zone surveys that are not done, which means that people driving can break the law and not expect to get ticketed. So we received most of what we requested in the budget to invest in those things. LAPD's request was for some time specifically carved out to do enforcement. We recently, the council recently adopted a program to put in 15-mile-an-hour zones around schools. We have a lot of injuries and fatalities that happen around schools, a lot of schools where there are large numbers of students walking or biking to and from school, and PD had requested some enforcement resources to enforce those new policies, which were not included in the budget.
Our stated goal is to get to Vision Zero, or to implement Vision Zero, get to zero by when? 2025.
Given if the amount of funding in this year's budget continues at this pace, do we get there by then?
No.
When do we get there?
I couldn't hazard a guess, But I'll say this, the high injury network is the 6% of city streets where we have the vast majority of people being injured and killed. That network is actually, because Los Angeles is so large, is a 460-mile network. So even if you were using, a sort of a large-scale cost estimate of $1 million a mile to make investments in the design and upgrade of those streets, you'd come up with a number around $450, $460 million.
The high injury network is 460 miles just by itself?
Correct.
Wow.
We have 7,500 miles of streets in the city.
Unbelievable. So thank you for the update on that. So even though it doesn't spend as fast as we'd like or get us as much as we want, it's the other departments also have skin in the game on this.
Correct.
They have an investment to make as
Absolutely.
well, which is absolutely essential to get this done. It can't just be DOT. It has to be various other agencies. On a couple different sort of parking reform initiatives, I just want to double check and verify that we've got money for Code the Curb in here.
Correct. I think $1.1 million.
Excellent. And for accelerating Express Park.
That's right.
Which is phenomenal. It's been incredibly successful downtown Los Angeles. Do you have for Express Park the staffing to keep up with the advancing of the program?
Yes. So we've confirmed with internally, given what was in the budget, we think we've got what we need to deliver that, accelerate that program and deliver another 2 or 3 neighborhoods more quickly than we otherwise would have been able to.
Okay. And we've also been talking in T Committee about a local return pilot program for locally generated meter monies. Is that accommodated in here?
No, I don't think so, because we didn't have the... So we have dollars, but not positions. So we have one position. So we could do the pilot.
Okay.
We could get started with the pilot.
All right, which is what we had been talking about. All right. And that would accommodate the 3 pilots around the city that...
Correct.
Okay. All right. Question about the Special Parking Revenue Fund, which is an integral part of the city budget every year, though not necessarily for the purposes with which it was originally intended. The SPRF, again, we've got a lot of money swept to help us with a lot of our other budget needs, which has been understandable because we've got significant budget needs. But in committee, we had been trying or encouraging for a development of an SPRF 5-year plan. And the exercise that the department had been going through was a little late in the game, obviously. We discussed it a couple weeks ago. What the department would have recommended for the first year of those 5 years is clearly not what is in this budget. So what I wanted to ask, and this is a question for Mr. Santana as well, can the CAO and the department start working together now on a 5-year plan starting for the next fiscal year, which has in it benchmarks for incremental reduction of the sweep, so that we don't get the financial bends from all of a sudden not using it at all, but start growing out of our dependency on it.
Certainly, we could work with the department on a plan to do so. We've had some preliminary conversations with the department on how to structure that. It would have to be done in sort of considering the fact that there still is a general fund contribution going into the department. Yep. So balancing both the general fund contribution against the SPRF, I think we could work with the department on a 5-year plan.
Okay, thank you.
I do want to add that currently our outlook includes a continued appropriation from the SPRF as a general fund receipt of about $23 million. So that would be something that we would have to weigh as well. Any reduction in the SPRF transfer to the general fund would be something we would have to address.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm asking for the 5-year plan, so there might be sort of a gradual step down over the years, maybe 10%, something like that. Bike share operations, I notice, are funded out of Prop A, and Metro has helped us make sure that that has been an eligible expenditure, so we're okay on that, yes?
We are okay on getting the pilot up and running.
Okay. Now, Prop C has traditionally been used for bike maintenance funding, right? I understand it's dropped from last year from about 85,000, from 700,000 down to 613,000. Can someone from the department explain why that's going down? I know we're adding more bike facilities. There's an expo bike path opening up. I would think that our needs certainly wouldn't get less.
I believe it's because we added a position to oversee the maintenance. So the maintenance is currently performed by a contractor, and we don't max out the contractor every year, and so, but we don't have somebody who's actually working on staff to manage that. People are fitting it in catch as catch can, and as you've pointed out in the past, that group in particular has been pretty anemic in terms of its staffing levels, and so the reason why that decreases is because we're swapping it for a position to actually be dedicated to overseeing that maintenance, but still relying primarily on a contractor to do the work in the field.
Okay, all right. I see we have, I think, about $10 million in the budget for new transit services, funding for some new two new Dash buses and 2 commuter express buses, available depending on how the line-by-line analysis and the needs assessment comes out, which I'm looking forward to. I'm curious how that projected $10 million in transit services will affect our financial forecast in Prop A. How much sooner we'll go from red to black with the expansion of transit services and bike share obligations?
So I think that, Prop A is really a lifeline for our transit operations, and as we have new as the sort of definition of public transit begins to expand, and the state has recognized that bike share is an eligible expense and an eligible applicant for public transit funds, I think those kinds of things are only going to continue to expand, and the demand for public transit is going to continue to grow because our city is going to continue to grow. And so any sort of future allocation that comes out of Prop A and goes towards something other than public transit is essentially a decision to limit public transit in the future.
Okay. Let me ask about pavement preservation. This was a hot issue last year. It was a hot issue for a couple years. Last year is when we began to try to fix the problem. The problem was we would repave a street, and then it could take up to 6 weeks to restripe the street. Last year's budget was supposed to have fixed that so that the resources were in sync. How well did that actually happen?
So that's something that we track every other month. We review the metrics in detail for both streets that are resurfaced and streets that are slurried. So that's essentially where you put a new coating of asphalt on top rather than gutting and reconstructing the entire street. Our goal was to get to shorter than a 10-day turnaround, and we have met that goal in the last couple of months, and then over the course of the year, you can see that we've sort of gestured towards that goal, getting closer and closer to it. So we're very close to meeting that goal on a consistent basis, and we really appreciate the support of the council last year. The reason we're able to do that is that we are able to rely on a team of quality control folks and a contractor to address the slurry sealed streets and the complex multi-lane resurfaced streets. We use city forces to make sure that we have a high level of quality on that work. We also got a great infusion in equipment, which has made a tremendous difference in how fast our crews can actually get out there and resurface the street. We had long periods of time where our crews were literally out there pushing a hand liner to put lines back on the street, which is obviously labor intensive and very slow. And we've also been able to significantly decrease the amount of overtime required by the paint and sign professionals to do that work. And so we think it's been a tremendous success, and but we're very vigilant in making sure that we maintain that sort of level of service.
Well, I'm glad that we've gotten the new equipment. Not only were they pushing the hand carts, which I think are close to my age. But there was a day when I was out there, I think it was your first day as general manager. I remember calling you just to let you know that how creative your crews were, is that it wasn't working. And the heating element wasn't working, so they were actually using a blowtorch to heat up the thermoplastic material. So I'm glad we've finally got the crews some new equipment. You talked about how well it worked last year with the timing. It improved much better. This year's budget, how does that keep it going?
I'm confident that the level of investment in this year's budget is going to let us maintain what we've been able to build.
Has that come at any cost in delay of doing any of the other types of striping, putting in a new crosswalk or repainting a curb red or anything like that?
We occasionally juggle some really tough sort of trade-offs and kind of sometimes just due to scheduling. So the space shuttle's engine is going to come back through. There's a tremendous amount of signal work that has to happen related to that. We're also in the middle of constructing a very complex and some of the city's first protected bikeway with bike signals right here on Los Angeles Street simultaneously. And so we have to be creative about how we deploy crews. We did request some additional positions for the signal folks in this budget, which we think is important because that's where we've confronted some of the toughest choices in terms of how we deliver service.
Is the reduction in the salary account going to impact your ability to bring those folks on for signals and other stuff?
It's difficult to say just exactly where our sort of tough choices in terms of holding positions vacant are going to come. Succession planning is something that we talked a lot about last year. Of course, nothing has changed this year in terms of the workforce, and that's still a huge challenge for us. And so as positions become vacant, we have a tremendous number of vacancies currently that we're very excited to be filling. And as positions become vacant, we're going to continue to have potentially some difficult choices in positions we hold open. From my perspective, sort of continuity of service, in particular frontline service, whether it's the traffic officers or the paint and sign and signal crews, the meter techs, those folks who are doing really the bread and butter day-to-day work of keeping the city moving. Those are highest priorities for making sure that we backfill and we keep them up to the level that we expect.
Okay. Glad to see Chief Savelli here because my next question is about traffic control officers. Where are we on, we're not as far as Mr. Koretz and I would like, but where are we on migrating the number of part-time officers into full-time officers who have the ability to do the full range of duties?
So I'll take a swing at it and let the chief fill in the blanks. We have, as of now, we have transitioned over 100 part-time officers into the full-time ranks. We recently opened the exam for part-time officers just for 2 days. We got over 2,200 applicants. We think the program has been tremendously successful, and we see that there's a lot of interest in it, and we continue to aggressively move those part-time officers into full-time as quickly as possible. So we could always use additional full-time officers, but we think that the part-time program has really become an essential part of the operation.
Yes, as the GM mentioned, it gives us a good opportunity to meet them and them to meet us and see if the job is even a fit for them. The parking enforcement is very demanding work, and so they get a chance to do that, and we get a chance to see how they react to the community, and the community reacts to them. So we find that very, very valuable. Our transition time is usually between 6 months and a year. By the time they get enough time on the job, and then we have enough openings to transition. We just transitioned 30-something last month that just completed the traffic control training. So we're at near capacity of full traffic officers at 585. And we are just last week interviewed 44 candidates to replace them as part-time officers. So the process, with the tremendous help of our personnel department, has been moving very good. We do have management in positions to monitor that, and so it's moving much quicker than it started.
Okay, well that's good to hear. I know there's always a push and pull for you, Chief. I mean, there's a lot of folks, particularly this time of year during the budget cycle, who want to make sure that your officers are out issuing tickets to help with the city budget. But you also know by the time you get here, you hear me pleading that the more proper allocation of those resources is out at some of our key intersections, dealing with special events, dealing with people blocking the box at key intersections, causing all sorts of gridlock. And I want to keep pushing that we do more of that type of deployment. I think it's very important for keeping traffic moving in LA. I've noticed over the past few weeks that there are plenty of traffic officers in downtown Los Angeles. I understand that has something to do with the Regional Connector project. Is Metro paying for those officers?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And are they on overtime?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So it's not taking them away from anything else. Okay. Very good. Salita, speed hump program. We talked about this last year. We got, I believe, a position in last year's budget.
Correct.
When was that person hired?
January.
In January. Okay. So where are we right now? What has that person done for 6 months? Where are we at, or for 4 months? And trying to bring back some version of a speed hump program that can at least allow us to put in speed humps if a developer or someone is required as a traffic mitigation to pay for it.
So what we promised last time was that by this time of year we would bring back a program for Transportation Committee to consider, and we are ready to bring that forward. We're hoping to bring it forward sometime in the month of May for the committee to consider and to sort of contemplate and hopefully get approval from the full council to open an application-based program. Where communities could come to the city and actually request speed humps. The department would then go out, no matter who it is, even if it's a developer or somebody, a community group that can afford to pay for them themselves, they would still need to meet certain criteria. We don't want to put speed humps out just to put speed humps out. We need to have a demonstrated speeding problem or cut through traffic, and obviously we'll need to work closely with our friends in emergency services to make sure that the designs we select allow them to continue to provide a high level of responsiveness to neighborhoods. So the idea is that we have a streamlined speed hump application program where we get applications, we go out, we evaluate, and then the neighborhood is allowed to weigh in via survey about whether or not they want the speed humps on their street. And then within a year of request, the project would be delivered. What we think we would need in order to do a true sort of application-based program would be an additional 2 positions, probably 6-month positions, and $500,000. We think that would allow us to deliver at least 2 projects in each council district or 30 projects citywide. And by projects, I mean streets and not speed humps, the individual humps.
That is money that is in this budget, or that's money you would need?
That's money we would need.
Okay, so I'd like a report back specifically on that and how we can fund that. The second part of that question is sometimes speed humps really aren't what's needed, but they're often what's requested. Or it might be a no turning on the street that's requested, or it might be a need a stop sign here that's requested, and it's what the community wants because they're suffering from cut through traffic. But it's often not the tool that DOT would recommend. But we don't have any more sort of a neighborhood traffic calming unit, right?
That's correct. We handle those requests through each individual district office. And so we've been able to, through the last couple of budgets, get some additional resources for the district engineering offices. So we've been able, we think, to begin to work through some of the backlog of requests. And those are exactly the kinds of things that those folks are trained to sort of work on, to do creative problem solving, work with the neighborhood to identify what the problem is first, go out and measure the problem, and then come up with a solution that actually matches.
So is the way to get more of that through better resources for the district offices, or is it through eventually bringing back a neighborhood traffic calming unit?
I would recommend more the former than the latter, at least in my experience in working on traffic calming programs in a lot of different cities in California and Washington. The ones that are more broadly defined tend to there's a lot of scope creep. They become really large. You end up with lots of plans that have multi-million-dollar wish lists that never get implemented. And so trying to really streamline and focus a speed hump program and a constituent services program, I think, is a better, more efficient way to deliver those services and to keep everybody's expectations reasonable about what we're actually going to deliver.
Easier to measure through the latter, whether or not we have the resource. It's hard to evaluate during the budget process if we're trying to figure out if each district office has the right resources. But I understand that makes more sense managerially.
Well, and we do track district office by district office the number of requests, the type of requests, and now because we have an electronic work order system, we're able to now begin to track the turnaround time for different types of requests and set goals for how quickly we want to be responding to people and how quickly we want to diminish the backlog of constituent requests that we have. So we do work, we are very focused on kind of measuring and improving on the service that we provide in the district office because, again, as those district offices go, so goes the city.
Okay. I'm mindful of time, so I'll try to fold my last two questions into one. And that is, I wanted to ask about advanced planning, but I also wanted to ask about project delivery. So I'll phrase the question this way so you can talk about both. Getting outside grants is very important for the department. The department has had tremendous success doing it. I know you want to do more working with the individual council offices to think in advance about grants and do some advanced planning. But then I know you also want to have the resources to deliver on that. We've got a lot of money for Safe Routes for Schools and all that. What are you doing on advanced planning, and what more do we need to do to make sure you have the resources for project delivery?
So that was two questions. But on the advanced planning piece, we did get a 6-month position in last year's budget, which we were able to bring on board to do what I'm calling strategic capital planning, which is to come up with eventually to come up with a sort of a 5-year plan and include in that plan the project development phase for projects. It's a tremendous mismatch we have right now where grant opportunities become available and we get last-minute requests for projects that are not shovel-ready or not a good fit for those grants, or we become aware of community planning efforts that have been happening without the city's involvement, and we're just not ready to feed those into grant applications. So the idea with the strategic capital planning sort of effort is to begin to map out what our 5-year CIP, our capital improvement plan, really looks like, and what, including a pre-development phase, a project development phase. At the same time, we're working on a program with the Department of City Planning to actually issue opportunities for communities to come and put in applications for technical assistance. So you've got a community, you've got a neighborhood council, you've got a homeowners association, you've got a bid. They have an idea for something they want to see on their street, and they've been meeting and talking about it, but they need some technical assistance to sort of map out what's feasible. And so this is an idea that those requests to start that project development cycle are community-driven and not necessarily city-driven, so that we're walking a community and working closely with the council offices through a process to get those projects ready so that when those grant opportunities become available, we all know what we're doing. So those are the sort of twin programs or investments that we want to make around the grants piece. On project delivery, the department currently has under its management just shy of $250 million of projects that are funded by state, local, and federal grants. We do not have a project management or grants management system. And that makes it tremendously difficult for any supervisor in the department, let alone the general manager, to get an at-a-glance look at how we're doing on project delivery and project management. That was a request that we made for investment in the budget that we did not get of about $350,000 to create a system that should be the same as the one that the Bureau of Engineering uses, so that we can begin to really work hand in glove on delivering those projects that the department has been so successful in bringing funds in to do. So it's a management tool. It's also a succession planning tool because project management currently happens staff member by staff member, in their, and they each have their own systems and how they do it. And whenever we try and gather that information into one place, it's a tremendous amount of effort and it's a one-off. So we really need to invest in a system so that, we have good project management tools for these folks who are managing and delivering a tremendous amount of capital investment.
Saying that we have a system where people are managing multi-million-dollar grants and they're using their own independent Google Docs and Post-it notes?
Correct. And doing an amazing job, I might add. So far, the city is not red flagged with any agency to get grant funds. We have delivered on the projects that we've got, but it's not fair to those staff members
it's not.
to not give them the tool that they need.
So I'd ask CAO and CLA if you could report back on what we can do to try to find some funds to get them the grant management system that they need, because it's asking a lot of folks to try to use not quite Stone Age, but 1980s technology to try to do this, particularly when BOE has a system. And I'd like to figure out a way to make that happen. And Mr. Chair, two of our colleagues have asked for report backs. I'll just read in.
But before you do, just for clarification on that, the report backs that we'll be requesting here will come from the CAO in consultation with the departments, not the CLA.
Great, thanks. CD4 would like to request a report back on the establishment of an Office of Construction Coordination, so DOT can coordinate with BOE in order to increase efficiency, transparency, cost savings, and quality of life for residents. It should focus on the feasibility of hiring 3 additional staff members for an Office of Construction Coordination and an assessment of potential cost savings to the city by setting it up. And the other one is from CD14, which would ask for a 5-year forecast for Measure R and for a report back on how the council-directed projects will be funded as directed by council if not currently funded in the proposed budget.
Follow that?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Blumenfield.
Well, the transportation chair covered most of my issues, but I wanted to put a point on the project management system. I think that's really important. And I'm concerned, actually, because we don't have that we may actually be in jeopardy of losing or unable to apply for new grants. Can you talk to that? Is to help us understand the importance of this. Are there grants that we're actually in jeopardy of losing now because we don't have the right system or the right tools in place?
I think that, we have some excellent project managers. They've been doing this a long time and making it work without a lot of resources. We're in a position about 6 or 7 months ago where we did return some Highway Safety Improvement Program funds, but that wasn't necessarily because of poor project management. It was a variety of factors. But with the project management system, I think we would have been able to flag some of those things a little further upstream and get ahead of those kinds of things. Obviously, we never want to be in a position where we are giving funds back. We have had a few fire drills to make sure that we retain our funds, but we generally stay on top of, going back and requesting extensions when needed. These are complex projects to deliver, and it's having a system in place that will allow us to flag those issues further upstream. Would just eliminate the amount of fire drills and potentially money that has to be returned because we don't always have the highest level of coordination.
Yeah, that's a critical issue. We've taken on grants in the IGTCT committee, and we've been looking into this, not just transportation, but across the board. And in fact, some of our federal colleagues have been, concerned that we're leaving federal money on the table in a variety of different areas. So it would be good to have the best system we have, so we can track this. And as part of your report back, It'd be great if you could include sort of a return on investment, an ROI calculation of what you think we might, how much you think we might be able to save or additional grants we might be able to get if we had a system that could expedite and could track, because that certainly helps us in our cost-benefit analysis as we go and do that. But I'm 100% on board with trying to see any way we can make that happen. We talked about the speed hump, the speed surveys. I don't know if we talked about that yet, but I know that there's increase in funding for a significant number of speed surveys that are too old for LAPD to use for enforcement. How are the speed surveys that we're going to do, how are they going to be allocated regionally, or how are you going to decide which streets to go for next?
So we've taken a look at all of the streets where we have speed zone surveys that are out of compliance. And as I mentioned before, we now have a high injury network that sort of gives us a sense of where we have the most pronounced safety issues for the most vulnerable roadway users. And so we're going to be focused on trying to accomplish those speed zone surveys on the high injury network first and foremost. We also have a tremendous amount of data and information about whether you're on the high injury network or not, where speeding is a primary collision factor, and it's leading to crashes that tend to be fatal. And so we're taking that into account as well when we figure out sort of where we're going to go first and how we're going to prioritize those resources. And then insofar as kind of street by street, I think the approach we would probably take is to identify different buckets, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, high, medium, and low priority, and attack the list in that way, focused on where we think the enforcement needs are greatest.
Great. Makes sense. Going back to the management system we were just talking about, I was thinking about it. As we update our community plans, this is going to be more and more important. I see it, with the Warner Center as sort of the canary in the coal mine, because we are the most up-to-date plan, and we have this issue, as you know, with transportation fees, and the whole plan coming together is based on a split where we have a certain amount of funding we're going to get from fees and a certain amount of funding, 60% in this case, that we're going to get from state and federal and other grants. Mm-hmm. So I think particularly it's important as we're in the process of updating all these plans, and all these communities are going to be coming together, making assumptions about how much money they're going to be getting in state and federal grants, and to coalesce those community plans, we're going to have a real sense of the realism of that, and once we commit to a community plan, to be able to make that happen, certainly in the Warner Center, but for all the plans that are going to follow. So that's just another point in terms of why it's important to get that system up and running. Last question on the SPRF pilot program. We talked a lot about that. The one thing I didn't hear, and there's probably a simple answer, what's the portion in the pilot program that you're proposing? How much of that is the local return pilot, how much of that is set aside for that versus the big pot?
So currently those kind of the specifics of the program itself are, we took an initial pass at what we thought the program should look like to T Committee, and received a lot of robust feedback and input on how much of that meter revenue, whether it's a percentage or a minimum, maximum, should go back to that local community, and what some of the eligible expenditures might be. So we're in the process of taking that input and firming up some of those sort of criteria, rules, guidelines, components of the program to bring back to the Transportation Committee for them to sort of finalize.
So in the budget, though, was there an amount that was assumed that we're no longer the general fund is getting?
600,000.
Just 600,000.
Correct.
Versus a total of
just a
22.
Few pilots, yeah.
Total is 22 million. Is that what you said, or something around that?
58 million in parking meter revenue.
Okay, so a very small percentage. Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'll start with the smallest and most unique to my district question, which is a little bit of an oddity. So we have relaxed parking, particularly in the Orthodox Jewish community, both for high holidays and for after a funeral for a few days, so when people come over to sit Shiva. And we do a good job of identifying those but then I'm informed by a couple people in my office that take all the complaints that almost invariably someone gets a ticket. And people getting tickets in relaxed parking areas for these things are usually not very happy about it because they're already not happy. Is there a way to deal with that costs money and needs to be budgeted, or are there communication ways to deal with it? How do we get a better handle on it? Is there a way through our automated devices that with some modest expense we could actually enter in the number of blocks that we're relaxing parking? Or if it's a block or two, could we enter that in and automate it and create an app so that could be almost impossible not to do properly?
I'll let the chief take that one.
Yes, we are in the process not only for the relaxed parking program, but for also our street sweeping relaxation days to get that word out to the officers. The difficulty we have on that is sometimes the information comes out after the officers have already been in the field, so then we broadcast it on the radio, all, as Councilmember Bonden said, kind of 1980s technology. We get on the radio, we tell them this area is relaxed. So we are working to improve that. We are working with our vendor who provides those handheld devices for a real-time messaging. So it goes directly to the officer's handheld so they can be told that this area is relaxed either for street sweeping or holiday or what have you. Our goal in working with Mr. Marks and the innovation team is to have a public-facing a system to where people can see where they can park and where they can't, and where the signs have been relaxed, and also to keep our officers informed and actually prevent the device from writing a ticket if there's a relaxation on file for that area. It's going to take a while for technology, the geo mapping and all that to get us there, but that is a direction that we are following.
So the technology doesn't exist yet, but you think it's close?
We believe that we can be there within the next year or so. The technology people are better at judging the time, but Mr. Marks is closely involved in these discussions, and that's the timeline he put on it at a meeting we had about 2 months ago.
Okay. Do you do anything budgeted, or is this something you can do with existing resources when the opportunity arises?
Depending on whether the device needs to be changed or not, we may need to alter the contract with our vendor that provides them, and that may be involving a cost. And there's also going to be some programming expense, and we're working with ITA to determine what that would be.
Well, just for the record, I will be your most enthusiastic advocate when you reach that point.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Also, the city has a plan to implement car share across the city. Is DOT prepared to implement it, and is that in this year's budget?
It is not. So we currently have between car share and bike share about $22.6 million of investment in shared mobility around the city. Los Angeles is far, far behind our peer cities like New York and Chicago, Philadelphia, even Houston, that have hundreds of car share pods available for folks and thousands of bike share bikes available as well. We asked for 5 positions and investment of professional services to help deliver those projects. We did receive 1 position, but we feel strongly that that is not going to be adequate to, launch and continue a bike share program, launch and continue a mobility hubs program, launch and continue the EV car sharing program in low-income communities in a successful way. We're currently, we cannibalized a position from another team to come and pitch in and help out to deliver bike share. We have an intern who is processing the over 200 requests that we have for car sharing spots on the street. And from our perspective, there's only going to be, between Cap and Trade, the Air Resources Board, more funding for these kinds of investments, particularly since there's been a decision that they meet the definition of public transit. And we feel like this is the an investment in that transit, particularly in low-income communities, which is what the EV car sharing program is and what the Mobility Hubs program is a way to both leverage the tremendous investment in transit that the region is making to solve that first last mile problem and all short trips in neighborhoods, but also to provide a plan B or a plan C or a plan D for folks when their primary mode of transportation breaks down so that they can get to jobs, they can get to education. Transportation represents the second largest household budget item, and it's also one of the biggest barriers to keeping a stable job and getting access to ladders of opportunity and to keeping people from falling into homelessness. So we feel strongly that we don't have the sort of resources that we need to meet that demand, to catch up with our peer cities, and to do it in a way that is specific and unique to Los Angeles and our bigger policy goals.
Well, then I'd ask for a report back on what resources are necessary to begin implementing car share this year. And one last question. On a very positive note, the West LA District engineering staff working with Mo and others is really working well. But I'm concerned that the deduction in general fund salary could negatively impact that. How much do you think that would have an impact on the effectiveness that we're now seeing, at least in my area?
So I appreciate the kudos for the West LA staff. They are excellent, and all of our district engineering staff really, and all of our offices, do fantastic work, and very proud of what they deliver for the city. Again, it's really difficult to forecast what that will mean in terms of places that we will need to slow down hiring or not be able to backfill vacancies. The frontline services and continuation of those services is my priority, but I'm worried that we may not be able to keep up with the demand for our services and be able to continue the positive momentum that we've seen, but that our commitment to doing that at a very high level is not going to waver.
Maybe I'd ask for a report back not during this budget but at the first FSR to see what the impacts have been in those reductions.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, follow-up on the car share issue. Is it realistic to think that well, I know that there's some companies out there that partner on these things that actually turn a profit. Is it realistic that we could partner with some of these car share or ride share companies and then not have to put in our own resources and be able to scale this up much faster?
So I think the role that the city holds is sort of twofold. One is that we need to make sure that when they want to go and use a parking space in a business district for a car share vehicle, that they've done their due diligence, they've done their outreach, and that they've kind of done it in a responsible way. And we also want to make sure that the city is served in an equitable way. So the trade-offs in making sure that they're not all focused on some of the most lucrative parts of town, and that they've sort of we've worked with them to kind of serve parts of town that they may not have considered at first. I think it's important for the city to have a role in those things. We need to maintain our role in kind of management of curb space. And so I don't think it's a tremendous number of positions that we would be requiring. But I do think that we need more than what we've received in order to meet that demand, because I think there's still a strong role for the public sector to play in both convening and making sure that they are playing well together and we're not picking winners and losers, but also making sure that we're managing the rollout in a way that is in partnership with communities, so that these are seen as kind of a net good and a net positive. They are required to pay the city, particularly when they want access to a space that has a meter at it. So they do contribute, but we don't have any way yet. We need to make an initial investment of resources and then see what that return is, and we may be able to wean those positions off of the general fund.
I guess I would add to the report back then, ways of adding appropriate fees and creating a self-sufficiency program. Not just because we want to save general fund, but ultimately that's how we scale. That's how we get you the resources that you need to do this, to have that important city role, but to scale it quickly.
I hope Mr. Bonin didn't cover this when I stepped out, because I don't want to be repetitive, but you have your inventory going on now of signage and restrictions citywide, or that you're embarking upon. Do you anticipate that the results of that will cause a reassessment of the deployment patterns for parking enforcement officers?
So I think if I understand your question, one of the things that we received in the budget was some funding to do an inventory and evaluation of where parking restrictions currently exist. And you're wondering if that'll make our parking enforcement deployment smarter.
Well, I wasn't getting to the smarter part. I'm just wondering if there's a correlation. If there's a correlation necessarily. In other words, is the deployment based on the intensity of the restrictions in a geographical area? I guess is there a correlation there?
So I think that most of what the traffic officers focus on are locations where we have a business district, and we want to make sure that there's turnover for customers, or we have a location that has a lot of bus zones or fire hydrants, and we want to make sure that those don't get blocked. And so we follow around. Those kinds of places tend to correlate with places that have a higher intensity of parking restriction regulation. So the answer is yes, but that is because they serve the underlying sort of purpose of enforcement, which is really a sort of a safety-based function, and also a business-focused function.
Right. And that's only smarter enforcement if, in fact, the restrictions are consistent with current conditions. And you'll only know that, I suppose, after you finish the inventory. But there is, for example, a perception in much of the San Fernando Valley that we have lots of unrestricted areas in the valley, very large geographical area, almost 1.8 million people, and not the intensity of deployment of parking enforcement that other areas have. So we have a double whammy. We have unrestricted parking and not enough officers for enforcement where we do have restrictions, and that causes lots of demands for permitted parking, and lots of demands by businesses to get out and do enforcement when we don't necessarily have the resources to do it, and overflow parking in neighborhoods, and all the other things that come from that. So I guess I'm not going to ask for a report back on this because it's premature until I think you are able to get that inventory done. But one of the things that I'll be looking for, and I'm sure other Valley members will be interested in too, is that correlation of deployment and how we can get a better deployment model for the Valley. That may in fact be simply a budgetary issue, or it may be a redeployment issue, and I don't know that we'll know the answer to that until we have that inventory.
Yeah, I'm happy to come back and provide that information. One thing we do track very closely is the amount of sort of proactive enforcement versus dispatch, meaning community member has called because somebody's blocking their driveway, and the calls for dispatch and our deployment for dispatch has increased about 30% the last time I checked. And so we are trying to do a more balanced job in deploying our resources to do sort of the community-focused piece first, while we are also continuing to do that proactive enforcement. So we're trying to bring those things closer into balance.
Great. And I'm sorry, did anybody ask about abandoned vehicles yet?
Not yet.
Okay. I'll make it simple. Can we just have a report back on the response time to abandoned vehicle calls and how that has changed over the last of the few years? And if you can break it down by region, better still.
Absolutely.
Terrific. All right. Anything else? Yeah, Mr. Bonner.
Abandoned vehicles that
I forgot to ask about, and I know it may seem like there was nothing I forgot to ask about because I asked so many questions, but I did forget to ask about processing of PPD and TPPD and OVO applications. I know we're reforming it, we're catching up on the backlog, that I'm good on, but what I'm hearing from my staff is that there are some vacancies. We're down to one person. And what are we going to do to fix that? Because I know that's going to create a bottleneck within like a minute and a half.
So what we've done is, we've tried to redeploy resources from other places. And then we have a round of interviews happening on May 10th to backfill the senior management analyst. And then we have another set of interviews happening, I think in early June, to fill some of those other vacancies that we have. So we're doing our best to keep things moving forward, make sure they don't grind to a halt, and then be as aggressive as possible now that we have lists to hire from to fill those vacancies as quickly as we can.
Okay. I don't need to report back here on that, but maybe in committee we can keep that conversation going.
Definitely.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Anything else? Terrific. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members, next we're going to take out of order because of a scheduling conflict. We're going to take Bureau of Engineering next. And by the way, we're doing well. We're back on schedule. So, members, thank you very much.
We just spent 3 hours on that. How did we get back on schedule?
Good afternoon.
Gary Lee Moore, Chief Engineer of the City of Los Angeles, welcome. If you'd like to introduce your team and then anything you'd like to say at the outset, we'll go ahead and get started.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. I just want to make sure I definitely introduce our Chief Deputy City Engineer, Deborah Weintraub, and I'm also joined by the rest of the executive team today. And I do just want to thank the men and women of the Bureau of Engineering for once again continuing to do excellent work. And with that, I will open it up to if you have any questions for us.
Wow, that was so fast. I'm not sure that we are even ready. Why don't we start with you, Mr. Blumenfield?
Okay. Actually, first I'll start with a question from a colleague, and I'll put it really as a request. Mr. O'Farrell's office asked me to mention this. BOE is the lead agency in bridge projects. What is the status of the North Atwater multimodal bridge? This will be in the form of a report back to include a report back on the MICLA funding allocation on the bridge, a request for the full budget breakdown, where the source of funding would be, and the project timeline. So we'll make that request from Mr. O'Farrell.
And actually, as long as we're doing colleague requests,
please,
since Mr. Englander was not here, he asked for a report back on the staffing and funding necessary for Build LA implementation, and a report back on the department's succession strategy and the need for more interns.
Thank you.
Great.
Go right ahead, Mr.
Which is a perfect segue into my first question, which is about the challenge of your staffing over the next decade. How you plan to address the attrition, and how are we going to encourage city engineers to think more about sustainability and green technology? So both related to the last request.
Yes, right now 44% of our staff is eligible to retire in June of 2018, so just a little over 2 years. One of the other numbers I was interested in looking at just a few weeks ago, we ran and we looked at how long have people been in their current position, and we actually found that only, or 53% of the staff, half the staff have been in the current position 3 years or less. So it leads right into what we need to do. And one of the things that I definitely hope that we're going to be able to do is more interns, because in the technical organization that we are, it's wonderful to work with the local universities to bring in those juniors and seniors, even sophomores, getting them a real opportunity to see the organization. We get a great opportunity to mentor them, and then hopefully some of them want to work for us. And we've had success with that, and I think it's a win-win situation for us. About being sustainable, it's really really important, and it's in our core value and our vision, really, to be a sustainable organization. And whether it's what we call our pipe infrastructure or our building infrastructure, we're for using sustainability standards. For instance, in our buildings, I think most of you are familiar, LEED silver in our buildings of 7,500 square feet or greater is what we focus in on. But we've recently started using a sustainability guidelines called Envision by the Institute for Sustainable Infrastructure. And it's another guideline that we use to look at, for instance, in our South LA wetlands, we used it. We're using it currently in the design of our 6th Street viaduct. So once again, it's giving the tools to the staff to make sure that we're using sustainable principles in all areas of design in the Bureau of Engineering.
Great. Regarding the Vision Zero program, have the location of the 20 pedestrian islands and the 20 bus stop refuge islands been identified, and what is your criteria for determining the locations and the scoping?
We'll be working with the Department of Transportation, with Selita Reynolds and her department on those locations, and we appreciate the mayor's proposed budget giving us the positions to provide the civil engineering for those. I do not have that exact list in front of us. I don't believe that we've actually worked with DOT on identifying. They may have, but we haven't received it at this time. But they're a great partner, so I'm sure they'll be sharing it with us very shortly.
Okay. Yeah, we just had a very long discussion with them, and it was a good one. So, regarding public transportation, I'm concerned that the number of mobility capital projects seems to be decreasing. It went from 28 in 14-15 to projected completion of 17 in 2016-17. Obviously, we have a focus on mobility. It seems like we're going in the wrong direction, but that may not be the case. Could you help illuminate that statistic?
Sure. The number of capital projects really varies sometimes because of the dollar amount of the capital project. You might do one $455 million 6th Street viaduct, or you may do 10 $1 million projects. So one of the metrics of project completions is definitely important. I can say in the last couple of months here, we've received an influx of about 15 projects into the mobility program. So it's actually, we were just meeting on it this morning because of the challenge of working that into the work plan. So we've seen an actual uptake in the success of our fellow departments to get funding. And so it's, I see it on the uptake, actually, in our mobility program.
So it's not just the numbers; it's a bigger picture than that.
That's correct.
We were just talking with Ms. Reynolds about the grants software, and they actually cited your software as the model to look to. How has that been working out? Is it been helping you get additional grants and monitor things? Help us figure that one out. And do you recommend the same type of program for other departments?
Our project management system is not just specifically for grants, but it really helps us manage our projects. So I think it's really a tool that we'll be glad. I was talking to Ms. Reynolds today, actually, about it, and sitting down with them, sharing the details of our tool and how it could be modified to work with them. One of the things was designed in-house, so we have those people are still working with us, so we'll be glad to collaborate. And I think it does have definite elements that they may be able to utilize in their grant management system. We'll be glad to work with her very much. So
that would be great. You've got to focus on clean water infrastructure programs, which is fabulous and needed all over, in the groundwater in the valley in particular. Are you leveraging some of the state money, or is that the other departments that are really focused? Because there's a tremendous amount in the proposition, $400 million for groundwater cleanup. How are you focused on taking what you've got here and leveraging it with state and federal.
Yeah, I really want to applaud Enrique Zaldivar and the Bureau of Sanitation. As they're really a great partner. We're very proud to provide the designs for them. So they're the lead on many of the grants and applications on those programs, and we're definitely a partner with them. We look for also opportunities, and we have a great partnership with them. Obviously, with the Prop O program, which we lead the implementation on that program, we are looking, and we have working with our oversight committee of the mayor, CAO, and CLA on possible grant opportunities. So we're constantly looking for grant opportunities.
Okay. You, in your letter, I guess you're requesting some special funded resolution authority for civil engineer positions. What's the source of the funding for that?
The one project is the Potrero Canyon project, and that is a special funded project. It's actually from the sale of properties in the district of Council District 11. And for the Los Angeles Department of Transportation Maintenance Facility, it's also a special funded project. And I don't know, Deborah, is it federal transportation funding? So once again, it's within the project funding that would be, and these would be resolution authorities and would end with the projects.
So the money is there. It's I mean, what's the reason not to do it?
We think it's a win-win because the mayor's budget provided 2 entry-level positions. These projects are large projects, and we need 2 supervisory positions, 1 for each project. So we think it's definitely a win-win for the city employee and the project.
And similarly, there's a fully fee-supported resolution authority request for a special engineer position. And where are the fees coming for that?
Those would be for, we would collect the fees for our A permits, B permits, revocable permits. It would be from our fees on development. That would pay, it's for Build LA. Build LA's system, the contract is just about to be signed, and so we're looking forward to working with Building and Safety Planning and the Mayor's Office on the implementation. We have 29 of the 105 applications that are used throughout development services, including building and safety and planning. So there's a real need to coordinate also with the consultant that will implement and with the 6 divisions inside our organization to make sure we're capturing all the flow processes and also and those applications so that they integrate in with the other departments, because we definitely are for the seamless One Build LA system that the city's needs, and we're looking forward to it.
Great. Well, it appears to me those make a lot of sense. So I'd ask for a report back on feasibility of those resolution authorities. And with that, thank you.
Those fully funded fee-based positions.
Fully funded special fund and fee-based positions.
Thank you. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you. Thank you. I lost the end of the conversation about the Potrero and the Resolution Authority. That's not in the budget, so you need us to ask for a report back in order to facilitate getting that back in?
That is correct.
Okay, so asked on that one.
Thank you.
That's incredibly important. Otherwise, we're just sitting on $2.5 million that needs to be spent. Second question I wanted to ask was about the Pacific Avenue Bridge in CD11. I know it's not in the CIEP, but it is a vital transportation link for pedestrians and cyclists getting over the Bayona Channel, and a vital part of the bike path going from north all the way down into Torrance and the South Bay. And it ain't getting any better, and you can actually look and you can see the water underneath it, and it's partially closed down. So I wanted to ask for a report back on potential funding options for the needed repairs for that infrastructure project.
Okay.
Great.
We'll definitely provide an estimate of what it would take and work with the CAO's office.
Okay. On what it would take and where we can look for money for it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, well.
No, none of that. I know nature abhors a vacuum, but we won't be filling.
I was going to make some tweaks to the budget.
Thank you. I don't know that I've heard this discussed before, but the new mobility plan, in some respects, is going to change previous requirements for street widening. Laurel Canyon, my district, for example, has their plan was eventually that it would be widened, and so lots of developers have gotten their B permits, and they've, we have this sawtooth as a result of widenings in areas that aren't widened. Now, with Mobility 2035 plan, there's some of those have changed, and I assume that is going to mean that a number of those developers are going to say, I'm not going to do that now that I don't have to do that, which would be a good thing, so that we wouldn't have that pointless sawtoothing, and we would have more pedestrian-friendly neighborhoods and so on. So what's the process by which that would happen, that reconciliation of the old system and the new system would happen? Would that be something that would be put on your back? And if so, how do you deal with it, and what would you need in order to accomplish it?
Yeah, I think it's we need to work with planning to really get a clarification letter from planning department. I think they're considering or working on it right now, but I agree with you. So developers, like you said, in the past were required to widen the street, and the new mobility plan may eliminate the need to widen the street or reduce the amount of widening from the street. So with this clarification, it would then allow developers to come back and request to actually not have to widen the street. And in a lot of cases, it may have been very expensive for the developers. There may have been power poles that in the area. So it's one, we're getting what you, the policymakers, want, which is the mobility plan implemented, and two, it could have a positive impact on not causing infrastructure to have to be torn out when it's not necessary. What it means directly for us is, with this clarification, I could see it would be an increase of work. I could see that we may need 1 to 2 positions to accomplish this increase from developers coming back in, because they'll actually have to submit a new set of plans, because they've submitted a set of engineered plans that we've reviewed. They've been approved, so they would have to actually re-engineer it. But in the overall cost for them, it would result in a savings for them, because they wouldn't have to spend or implement the widening or reduce widening. So a small engineering fee on their side would be a win-win, but we would need additional staff to, if the numbers which we would anticipate with developers coming in. So we would, and once again, that would be fee supported, but we could see it being a couple, civil engineering associate 3s.
Could you please include that in a report back as well, the cost and the timing of that as well?
Sure.
Because not only is this a cost savings for the developer, which would allow better development, it would also leave more attractive neighborhoods, because the cutouts are frankly ridiculous when a property has a cutout and then both of the neighbors will never be required to do a cutout. It really serves no purpose other than to give us ridiculous looking streets and less pedestrian right of way and all of the other problems that come with that. So and so as you envision it, that workload would be fee financed.
Yes, it would be.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Thank you. And I apologize having to be out of the room for a couple of minutes, so hopefully I won't ask any duplicate questions. If I do, you can just tell me it's already been answered, and I'll figure it out. For the electric vehicle and solar-powered engineering building electrical engineer, why are we adding only 6 months funding? Is that enough, given how important both those issues are, or do we think it'll take 6 months to actually do the hiring?
We'll be working with the mayor's office of the implementation schedule on this. If we if we can add any help with existing resources, we will. Obviously, until the position is fully is filled, we won't be able to go at the pace that we want it to go. And maybe the CAO wants to add.
The only thing I would add, Council Member, the only thing. Is it on? Okay. You will notice in all the departments, new positions are funded at 6 months. That was done across the board as just a way to deal with how to balance the budget.
Well, there may be a few that we'd like to see start earlier, and I would like to ask for a report back on whether we could start that with 9 months funding for those positions. With all the retiring engineers, are we losing institutional memory? And is there any kind of new management training program to help address that? Anything else that we could do to do that? Do we have a budget for bringing people back for 120 days?
One of the things that we're definitely taking advantage of is personnel's online supervisory courses. So we're using the tools that don't cost us any money. We just all the supervisors in the entire bureau by the end of this week will have gone through the hour-and-a-half course online. A very nice course. I took it myself. It was great. But I think one of the things is that interns will really be helpful. Getting additional interns into the organization, it's a really good way to get them introduced to the city system, and we'll be reporting back on that issue.
Okay, and I see that in the department letter you're asking for 2 items that are special funded to be added to the budget. So I'd like to ask for a report back on adding the 2 fully specially funded resolution authority civil engineering positions and the fully fee-supported resolution authority senior civil engineer position.
Thank you.
Back.
So it's unanimous on that one.
Yes.
If we're not paying for it from general funds and we need it, let's just do it. As far as our sidewalks and our sidewalk program, how judiciously are we rolling this program out? And are we making sure that we're doing that properly?
Absolutely. We understand the pent-up urgency that is here now that the policy has been approved. And, really there's 2 key areas that we're focusing in here on the short term. And that's getting a robust interface, public interface, internet, also consulting with our how we can do somewhat of an inventory of our sidewalks. And it's really got to be tied to all the parcels, and so because we have to certify properties that are approved. So what we're doing is tomorrow, actually, we're holding a workshop. We've invited 9 consulting firms to come in and meet with us in a 2-hour workshop tomorrow. And we want to, before we send out the request for proposal, we want to meet with them in a brainstorming effort to see. We don't want to limit them. We want to hear their ideas, so when we craft this and before the proposals are received, we can have the best, we'll take advantage of their thoughts in it. The next big thing is the rebate program that's going to be, that we all want to see get started here. And so we're holding a workshop in about 3 weeks from now within the city family, thinking through all the challenges and how we can get to implementation. Because when you look at different properties, different frontages, the complexities of a sidewalk is unlike a single rebate program where you don't just have a rebate for one item, because you got to look at the possibility: will there be tree trimming? Will there be curb and gutter? Will there be driveways, sidewalks? So we're taking all those into account. We want to get to a very clear rebate program that when it's implemented, it doesn't change. But we understand the urgency to get that. And then finally, we've had a great year working with the Bureau of Street Services and Nazario and his team, along with John Reamer and the inspector of Public Works and making sure that we continue to fix sidewalks. And we've been, I think, a great team with Nazario and his team providing designs when necessary. They've done a wonderful job in constructing. This budget proposes doubling their crew sizes. So that's really important that we're out in front of them with the designs that they need. So those are our really short-term goals on the sidewalk program. And the rest will follow. But we want to see the continued delivery of sidewalks.
Yeah, I just want to be sure that we've looked at this from every angle, because even though there was no reason to expect it, we had a situation with turf removal where people thought they were fully funded and then suddenly they were taxed afterwards. So if we've looked at every possible angle of this so that there are no similar surprises, that would be encouraged.
Yeah, we appreciate that, and that's what we're trying to gather. We're at our workshop, for instance, on our rebate program, we're inviting Department of Water and Power. Of course, we'll have the City Attorney's Office, the CAO, the CLA, some of the council offices, and the departments, really trying to gain, like you said, the lessons learned, so that when we come to you with a draft of a rebate program, it's very thoughtful.
Okay, and one last question. For CD14, the budget includes funding for streetcar environmental review expenses. Does that include the DWP portion of that?
To my understanding, no, it does not.
Can we ask for a report back, BOE with the CLA, on how we can be sure that is included?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And in that report, if you could identify what the source of funding is for all of that as well, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Anything else, members, for engineering? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. Thank you to you and your team. That brings us next to sanitation. And thank you, members. We're doing a really good job. We're actually a little ahead of schedule now. I know I shouldn't say that.
So maybe some of us will get to watch the Clipper game.
Get home early. Mr. Saldivar, welcome, and thank you for your courtesy and allowing us to reshuffle the schedule there a little bit.
Thank you. Thank you,
if you'd like
Chair.
to go ahead and introduce your team and offer
Thank you, Chair Krikorian. Although it was not just my kindness, Matt did say that this is just like the airline industry. If you are willing to forego your spot on the queue, that you get a free flight.
Yeah, if you'd like to come back again, we're happy to have you back again. We'll have you back every week if you'd like, so be careful what you ask for.
So I am joined by my executive team, Lisa Mari to my left, the Chief Financial Officer. I have Adel Hashkalio, AGM, Alex Kalu, AGM, Leo Martinez, newly appointed AGM. In the back, I have Bob Irvin and Ali Vizi, who are AGMs as well. Thank you, Chair Krikorian. I know that you wanted there not to be any opening remarks, so I will skip through my 5 pages of opening remarks. I will say, however, that I heard you say earlier that this was your 5th budget year as chair, and Miguel said it was his 7th year as the CAO, and you made me reflect on the fact that this is my 9th year. Approaching my 9th year as the general manager of sanitation, which means 9 times being at this table. So with that, I want to, first of all, thank and appreciate Mayor Garcetti. A good part of our budget requests have been approved. Not all of them. Of course, we got many new programs in sanitation. Some of them are very high priorities for you and for the mayor. We're very thrilled with the mayor's commitment to the Clean Streets LA program and its related siblings, as I call them, Clean Stat Indexing and the Operation Healthy Streets. 66 positions, new added positions, have been funded in the budget, which will enable us to achieve incredible gains in improving livability and cleanliness throughout the city, and surely in the areas of greatest need. There are, however, a few requests that that did not make it on the proposed budget. Some are technical corrections, and some are actual requests for your committee's reconsideration. I have delineated them in our budget letter. If okay with you, Mr. Chair, we can go over each one of them.
Well,
or if you...
Yeah, I don't think it would be necessary. We have it. We've seen it. All of us have reviewed it, so we can go straight into questions unless there's something particular you want to emphasize on that. Okay. Mr. Kretz, would you like to start us off?
Sure. A couple things. Last year there was a budget item for a climate change program, which now seems to be part of your base budget. And as we know, climate change keeps getting worse, seemingly by the day. Houston flooded last week. Wichita is underwater this week. And I think it points out that we need to take more aggressive action to reduce greenhouse gases. So I'd like a report back on funding 2 items relating to the climate change program, which are included in my 80% by 2050 climate emissions reduction motion that was approved by E&E last week and will come to council soon. Number 1 is funding for the Cool Blocks Residential Climate and Drought Action Plan being run by the Neighborhood Council Sustainability Alliance. 10 neighborhoods have agreed to go carbon neutral by 2025, and each of the 10 needs around $10,000 to help out in that effort. And there's a budget available, which I'll have them send to you. So I'd like a report back on funding that as part of the Climate Change Action Plan. And number 2, in E&E last week, the CAO's office requested funding to hire a consultant to analyze the financial impacts to the city potentially from the worst-case climate change scenarios. A 3% centigrade increase, 4.5, and a 6% degrees increase, and also mitigated climate change scenarios when global emissions are held at 1990 levels. So I'd like a report back on how to fund that study as well as part of the Climate Change Action Plan. Now, I know the mayor has a terrific sustainability plan, and I'd really like to be doing a lot more with it in the budget. So I'd also like you to report back on other things we could be doing in terms of climate sustainability and air quality in this budget. Also, what's the status of the new waste franchise rollout, and how is the money being spent for that? It's certainly one of the most important and high-profile programs that we've established since I've been here, and I want to be sure we can do that right.
Thank you, Councilmember Kretz. In fact, the budget funds 19 positions for the franchise program, which is in phase 2 of its ultimate implementation, which, working backwards, we're looking at late summer of 2017 for it to be fully in the ground implemented. So between that time and now, we will be and expect to have recommendations for award of contracts by the end of May, mid-June, most likely mid-June, to the our Board of Commissioners. And this will be on the 11 zones that had been offered up for franchise. The budget also regularizes many of the positions that were approved as resolution authorities the year prior. And so we're very happy. It clearly speaks to how this program has been prioritized as an important initiative, and the budget reflects that.
So you feel you're on track in terms of the budgeting to get this done with your current timeline in place?
Yes, we are on time to meet the late summer 2017 rollout.
And is there any chance that you could reduce your fuel budget by, let's say, 10% this year? Have you looked at trying to do that?
Well, it's definitely because it's a consumable of ours, just like water and energy, that we have a constant eye on being able to try to reduce and minimize the cost and just the consumption of the resource. So whether we can commit to a 10%, I mean, we have gone in a good part of our fleet, as you know, to LNG and CNG, which has had a good market shift. It's now cheaper than diesel. It has been for the last couple of years. So that has been extremely helpful. But we always make every effort to optimize and become more efficient and reduce fuel consumption. Is there a reason why the 10%?
There's no specific reason.
Okay.
It's just I feel like having a goal would move us in the right direction.
Well, let us try to meet it, but try to meet it. Yes.
Okay. Also, on sewer connection financial assistance, I know that septic tanks have a pretty large methane footprint, and by helping folks to move off septic systems, that would certainly be an improvement. Have we looked to see if there are cap and trade funds or some other way to fund it other than our general fund to help with that program?
Yes, we're working with the mayor's office on being able to tap into the cap and trade, and with your office as well, Councilmember Koretz, on what other eligibility links we could have, and that could be one of them. However, I want to also point out that we are doing our own local program and trying to bring assistance to folks who can and want to get out of a septic system and connect to our sewer, which we want them to do as well. And it's been sort of an arduous process to be able to set up essentially what started out as a low-interest loan program. Now we may have to structure it a bit as a rebate program, because just all of the intricacies of the banking laws and the loaning laws. So we're on the cusp of actually rolling that out on a pilot basis. Lisa, maybe you can speak more accurately as to where we are with that.
Sure, absolutely. Yes, we are going to have to comply with some of the truth in lending requirements for a loan program, so it has taken us a little longer to roll out the pilot, but we're hopeful of doing that within a little later on this year. We were going to have about 50 locations in the city to pilot test the program, see how it works, which would be a mix of both folks who have an existing connection to the sewer that they would be rehabbing, as well as those septic tank and cesspool customers that we do want to encourage to connect to our system.
Okay. And also there are a few positions that I'd like to see us look at, so I'd like to ask for the following report backs. One on adding 9 months funding and regular authority for 1 senior painter and 3 painters, with funding in the amount of $247,722 to be provided by the Sewer Operations and Maintenance Fund. I'd like a report back on adding 9 months funding and regular authority for 1 senior gardener and 2 gardener caretakers, with funding in the amount of $117,282 to be provided by the Stormwater Pollution Abatement Fund. And I'd like a report back on adding 9 months funding and regular authority for 1 Systems Analyst 2, with funding in the amount of $68,867 to be 48% funded by Sewer and Construction and Maintenance Fund, 47% by the Solid Waste Resources Revenue Fund, and 5% funded by the Stormwater Pollution Abatement Fund.
Okay. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you. Thank you. Enrique,
let me thank you and Adele and your entire team. You guys have been absolutely phenomenal. There are times I may call Adele with a problem at 10:30 at night, and it gets handled. We have, over the past 4 or 5 years, given this department more and more to do, dealing with a variety of problems in the city, and you have always stepped up. And I just want to acknowledge how fantastic you guys have been. Which brings me to a concern I have about something that's not adequately funded that you guys have been doing a remarkable job on it. It's really the first red flag I've seen in the proposed budget, and that's the looks like a cut of $467,000 in Operation Healthy Streets, which has been helping both Skid Row and Venice deal with the incredible problems that have been created by encampments. What would that cut of $467,000 mean for delivery of services and cleanups in those two areas?
It will mean a proportionate reduction in actual service days. So it will be for Operation Healthy Streets Venice, the reduction of roughly 1 day a month of service, a total of 12 service days in the year. We're there every Friday, as you know.
Mm-hmm.
So of the month, we would now only be able to do 1 less day each month. For downtown Skid Row, it would mean a reduction. Essentially, we do comprehensive cleanup 6 times a year. We will now only be able to do 4
six times a week, right?
In Skid Row, it's a very large operation we call comprehensive.
Yeah.
Once every other month. We would only be able to do that 4 times a year as opposed to 6 times a year. So it's an actual direct reduction in service.
And a pretty severe one. Just as we finished at long last, after about a year, I guess, of working on and revising 5611, and just as a couple areas, Skid Row, Venice, are really sort of committing to building out more housing, more infrastructure, providing storage facilities and stuff like that. It seems like a slap in the face to communities that are willing to help come up with solutions. So I'd like a report back from CAO on how we can make this program whole, because I think I can't think of a worse time to be stepping backwards from this program and this commitment.
Certainly we'll be happy to report back. Just to put it in context, this particular reduction was as a result of the expenditure of one-time equipment that was necessary for this current fiscal year and won't be necessary the next fiscal year. That's why that reduction was made, but certainly we could report more on that during the report backs.
So if it were an equipment cost that isn't needed, why would that affect the delivery of service, Enrique?
Go ahead.
Thank you. We were able to achieve some savings in the current fiscal year, which we were able to reprogram into the one-time vehicle purchases. We do not expect to see those same savings next year because as we've gone through this year, the request for services that we provide has increased. So while we had some savings this year, we're providing a much higher level of service now than we were at the start. So while they were one-time savings this year, we really expect them to be one-time. We don't expect them to continue.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, let's get the report back on that. I want to ask about the Hyperion treatment plant. We had, and I'm glad Mr. Koretz put in the request for the painters, so we don't have to spend as much on repairs there. But this year we had an incident near Hyperion where there was stuff washing up on the beaches. I want to thank the department for its prompt response to that, its transparency, its openness. But how does this budget treat the ongoing needs we have at Hyperion? I mean, the issue there was that there was an unused or hadn't been used in 10 years, a pipe that hadn't been cleaned out in a long time. Do we have other needs like that need to be addressed?
Hyperion, you said it very well. Of course, you've been there plenty of times. It's a big place with a lot going on, a lot of equipment, a lot of piping, and a very critical function at that. And so the painters are crucial. With regards to the infrastructure within Hyperion, we have a pretty robust capital investment program that takes care of the big pieces of equipment and the big structures and the big processing facilities. With regards to sort of the higher level of care that we must exercise, including an incident such as what occurred some 6 years ago, and the ensuing recovery and the cleanup that needed to have done, and how thorough or not as thorough as it was or not done, that had pointed to a staffing issue, which, you know, over the last couple of years, and certainly this year, starting with the removal of the managed hiring, that has allowed us to keep pace and be able to bring staff on board. So, you know, we feel much better about the eyes and the hands that need to be on all this equipment and everything else that occurs at Hyperion. Things do break from time to time, and, you know, it requires a clear, diligent recovery from it. And so our assurance is that none of that happened again. You know, we appreciate your support, Mike, by the way, through this very difficult time. It couldn't have come at a worse time. Storms in between. We have a project going on and everything else. And so we've learned quite a bit just in our maintenance protocols and our reporting protocols. And most importantly, the folks who run Hyperion. I mean, the plant manager, we have in fact, we have the maintenance manager here with us, Ali. Ali's here with us, and, you know, if anyone cares about that plant, it's him.
Okay. I wanted to ask a question about composting. We have black bins for trash, we have blue bins for recycling, we have green bins for green waste, we have places where folks can do hazardous waste drop-off. Do we do anything for composting?
For organic food waste, we have pilots. Green waste is mostly composted. In fact, all of it is composted. Mm-hmm. In large facilities. One of them is in Basin right here at Lopez Canyon in Granada Hills. In Lakeview Terrace. And for the organic pilot on food waste, Alex, if you can elaborate on where we are with that.
We generate close to about 1,800 tons a day of green materials in the city of Los Angeles. And for over 15 years, we've been composting the materials beneficially, and we have multiple locations around the city where residents could go in, pick up the compost, and use it. We also give it out at our community meetings, the open houses in West LA, and others. It's one of the most thought-after products in the city to take compost, use it on your yard. You don't have to pay to go to a Home Depot or other places to purchase the material. This year, we're starting something in the next couple of months, a groundbreaking. A process where we'll be taking green material mixed with food, and we will be using it in the anaerobic digestion process. That process will generate gas that we will be able to fuel eventually our trucks with it. It's CNG gas. Same to the facility we have put in West LA under your leadership. We will put in the gas. We will be able to put it in the pipeline, pull it out at West LA. This is a renewable product that we can be able to reduce our greenhouse gases, our carbon footprint as a city. So we're very excited. The project will be coming to our Board of Public Works in the next couple of weeks for approval. And then the testing will start sometime in June, July, and we believe will be contributing about 124 tons a day starting in November, later of this year. It's a brand new technology. We're very excited. Councilman Englander and part of the Renew LA plan, which was put out many years ago, called for these technologies. We believe it right now. The technology is available, and we're excited to be a leader in the state and probably the country using this technology.
That's great. But folks should not be putting food waste in the green bins, right?
No, not as a matter of a common practice with all the customers. It'll be limited to the pilot, to the pilot area. But speaking of anaerobic digestion, I mean, Hyperion's got great capacity and great technology there. We want to tap that capacity and that technology by bringing, in a way, being more sophisticated in how we work with homeowners in making use of their garbage disposal so that they can grind the food waste, put it in this sewer, and bring it down to Hyperion, where we can then digest it.
Oh, great.
Without introducing trucks on the road.
Wonderful.
Salida will be happy with that.
A lot of people will be happy.
I know.
Alex reminded me of something. He mentioned the phenomenal event you do at the yards, the open houses. I hadn't gone to one before until last year, maybe it was a little over a year ago, and I mean there had to be like 5,000 people from all over. I hadn't seen an event this big that wasn't providing like free food and music before. And there were families, people brought their kids. I mean, the kids loved getting on the trucks and seeing everything. It was incredible outreach for the city and the services it provides. It was a great educational tool. It was a fantastic event. I remember talking to someone at that time that program might be being downsized or those open houses might be being cut. Is that true?
No, not at all. And Leo is the AGM who oversees that, but those programs are run entirely on volunteer hours, and so we're very happy with our employees continuing to do and actually wanting to grow it. Leo, you want to?
Yeah, just for the South Los Angeles area, our collection yards, typically we have the open houses in the yards, and because the isolation of South Los Angeles, we didn't have really high participation, and so the last 2 or 3 years what we did is we moved it out to a location on Manchester, right in the middle of the heart of South LA. We moved it all over there. We had a great participation there. And then this particular year we had a situation where we could not rent that venue for that specific week. It was rented to another facility or another organization. And so then we had to go back to our yard for this specific year, but that's our intent, is to go back out to the community for the open houses for the South Los Angeles. The other yards don't have that issue. We have really high participation in all our yards. It's very popular, as you said. We have Mr. Recycle there. We have food. We have games. We have recycling tests. So if you want to come there and take a test on recycling or what's recyclable, what's not, that's where to go.
It's a fantastic event.
Yes.
Make sure I know when the next West LA one is. I don't want to miss it.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
Just following up on that theme of open houses, I just want to compliment you on the Earth Day. I was able to get out there for your Earth Day celebration. It wasn't your typical open house, but you had all the same kinds of things, and it was a great community event out at Hanson Dam in the Northeast Valley, and it was phenomenal what you're able to show everybody, and it just underscores the great work that you all are doing. A couple of questions. I think Mr. Koretz covered most of the positions. I don't know that he talked about the senior communications operator and principal communications operator from the solid waste from the SWRF. I wanted to ask you a little bit about that. This has to do with the call center, the value to residents, and if we need additional staffing for that, and if that's something that can be staffed using special funds, which it sounds like it can be. I want to ask for a report back on that. But can you tell us a little bit about that?
Thank you, Councilman Blumenfield. We are in partnership with ITA, as you know, with the infrastructure piece of MyLA 311. We actually host the server farm for MyLA 311, and then we were co-developers with ITA, along with, of course, the Mayor's Office and your committee and the CIO. Our customer care center has gone 24/7. In fact, it all came up in a discussion here in budget and finance a year ago, roughly, when it became very clear that we needed to be more 24/7 coverage. And so we've done that. We've gone 24/7 at our customer care center. We complement ITA on off hours. So there's 311 coverage 24/7 through our customer care center. What we have discovered rather quickly is that our ratio of supervisors to agents is very, very high, somewhere in the order of 25 to 30 agents to one supervisor. It's important that we have supervisory staff in that critical function, and that's what those two would help us with.
Well, I agree with you about the importance of it. It's our face to the public in many respects. So I would ask to add that onto our report back requests. Wanted to ask you about a grants issue. Looking at grants, I noticed Sanitation's looking at 3 full-time positions to support its grants section. And this may be more of a public works question, but is there a way, or should we be consolidating all the public works grant requesters together, or is it more beneficial to have them separately?
It's interesting, how you would find sort of a point of confluence for any one specific purpose. Even within sanitation, we have technical expert folks who have become really good at writing grants, and that would be in our watershed protection program. We're very aggressive in that program and have been very successful over the last 4 or 5 years in securing grants, not just going after them, but actually securing them. So that's a great expertise we have there. And the grants writing expertise, unique to sanitation, because we obviously go after programs that are unique to our field of responsibility, whether it's the clean water program, whether it's the solid resources program. So a range of opportunities in the environmental space. I would presume and would say that just within sanitation, 3,000 employee agency, we have quite a bit of synergies within us. Perhaps in smaller other entities where there may not be enough opportunities for full-time grant writing staff, some kind of consolidation might make sense. But I would make the case that we have plenty of synergies within sanitation alone.
Maybe it's not a consolidation question, more of a collaboration question of how we can create synergy between all of Public Works and make sure that we don't, that we leverage each other and maximize our grants, because that's at the end of the day. I don't want to consolidate and lose opportunities where sanitation is concerned, but I want to see if there's a way to open up those worlds with all the rest.
Very good.
We'll be happy to do a special study on that question.
That'd be great. Thank you. On the Hyperion issue, we've been talking about it, but as part of the report back, it would be great to see. I imagine there's an actual return on investment on this issue as well. I've asked this kind of question on a lot of different functions, but where you're saving money on maintenance and repair costs by having a painter there, by dealing with that up front. So as we asked for the report back already on the position, to include in that report back estimated ROI of how we can quantify that, because I think that's helpful on all these fronts. Another issue, you're requesting $4 million to reimburse the SWRF for vehicle expenses. And just looking at it, it seems like a high percentage of the overall expenses, because elsewhere in the document you talk about it being more labor intensive rather than equipment intensive. Could you help us understand that a little bit, why the vehicle costs are high and how that ratio works between vehicles and labor?
And I will ask Lisa to help me with the answer. I will say that, you have asked us in ways in which we could leverage our special funds within sanitation. In this case, the solid waste, the trash fee. One of the ways we have done the leveraging is by being able to acquire the equipment for the Clean Streets program, the Clean Streets LA program, which is a general fund program, with our special funds. So we do not waste any time or lose any time in being able to move quickly on being able to roll out this program since its inception, because we were able to secure the equipment that was necessary using our special funds. So the time comes in which the reimbursement has to occur, and I'll have Lisa explain why we put it in our letter as to when the reimbursement can happen.
And these amounts are based on the cap rate calculations, the methodology the city uses for individual departments to basically charge back to the department that they're providing service for. So these calculations are based on the actual costs that get reported by GSD for maintaining the vehicles, for our fuel use for the vehicles, and then the vehicle depreciation is included as well. So that's what the basis of the cost is what gets reported to us from GSD. And as mentioned, because these vehicles were purchased with our SWRF bond funds, we either have to make sure they're only used for SWRF eligible purchases, or if they're being used for something else, they're essentially leased to that program.
Okay. You're talking about the Clean Streets LA crew, and part of it in your letter you said we kind of need to be careful not to overpromise. We include all the costs associated with this work, hazardous waste handling, disposal, supervision. And I think the letter is saying that we're not taking into account all of the costs. Could you elaborate on that a little bit, and what are we missing in terms of those costs, and how should we address that? To be transparent as we can be.
Absolutely. So what happened, we had submitted a supplemental budget request for Clean Streets because this program is morphing so rapidly. And it looks like the initial requests for expense and equipment were included, but the ones in the supplemental requests were not. So the majority of the amount in the supplemental request was for our hazardous materials contractor, who we have to call in to handle some of the things we find out there when we're doing the cleanups. Also some of the safety, personal protective equipment for our staff that are going out and doing the work in the homeless encampments, as well as some specialized training that they have to go through.
You know, and lastly, I think you guys just generally should be proud of all the clean stat stuff you're doing. You're really embracing technology in a very positive way, and you know, creating a transparency and a reliance on metrics. And if there's anything you want to add to that in terms of how you're using these metrics to prioritize your work, and how you see that moving into the future, you know, would love to hear about that, because I think it's something that you should be proud of, and we as a city should be proud of.
You totally agree, Councilman, that CleanStat is somewhat the epitome of the marriage of technology with field operations and use of metrics to deploy resources, and it's becoming more and more apparent and evident as we continue to roll out the use of CleanStat. It's a lot of data, it's a lot of information, and the reaction time keeps getting shorter and shorter from when we assess to when we have to react and make the response based on the data that we are capturing. So it begins with the field indexing, a crew which is in the budget, the mayor's budget, to fund a group of indexing that will traverse the city on a quarterly basis. Each street segment will be assessed each quarter. That information will be sent to the CleanStat review team, where they will then look at the condition of the street as measured by this indexing team. Almost real time. It's a 3-quarter lapse, if you will, a 3-month lapse from when the assessment is made to when it gets reviewed, but it's pretty darn close to real time. Then the response follows. So we are getting closer and closer to have a system that is more anticipatory than reactionary, but it's all through this great data and assessment tool that is being funded now under the CleanStat.
Great. And as our goal, as we move forward with this merging of faster and faster response time, we not only want to beat every other city in terms of our response time, but as fast as Amazon can get a package to your house, we ought to be able to pick up a bulky item. That'll be our goal, to keep one step ahead of them. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I also want to echo my colleagues' praise for this department, because you really have done remarkable work in kind of setting a national standard for environmental protection and other steps that you've taken here, and we continue to add more and more and more to your plate, and that job gets more and more difficult with some of those things that have been added. So I do want to echo all of those positive statements that my colleagues have made, and in connection with the increased demands that are being made on the department. I'd also like to ask you to report back on the costs and potential benefits of an additional service coordinator position, an exempt service coordinator position to act as program services liaison to the council and to the mayor, and the funding that would be necessary for that position and the sources for that potential sources for that funding. I got you, Mr. Kretz, but let me just finish up a couple of other things. In terms of our diversion rate, we, again, are, as I understand it, among the highest diversion rates in the country, among major cities. But it has been flat for now the 6th year in a row at 76%. And I know it's each percent above that gets incrementally, significantly harder to achieve. Have, at least until the franchise program goes into effect, have we plateaued at 76%? Is that as high as you think we can get until the hauling franchise program comes into effect?
I think we have temporarily plateaued. It's very interesting what the market pricing, worldwide market, the impact it has had on our local recycling program. The prices have really plummeted. China is not the buyer of recycling commodities that they once were a year ago. The good news, as the market very often does, it moves to a place where they could go, and so India now is growing and becoming a destination for recycling commodities. So that's encouraging, but prices have affected the market. It hasn't yet affected it to the point where we have discontinued recycling any one commodity. It has had a significant drop in our revenues. Now we're talking in the magnitude of $5 million a year, dropping to perhaps $2 million. So it's more than a half in revenue drop, but not yet affecting the actual recycling of the commodity. Our next frontier is the organic stream, which is why we're doing not experiments, but pilots on anaerobic digestion, tapping the capacity at Hyperion to get some of the organic waste into a reusable commodity. So we believe we can still go beyond the 76%. In fact, it's in the mayor's goals that we are moving toward zero waste, which will be 90%. But the franchise will be crucial in being able to tap the private sector more. We are benefiting from a great deal of the construction and demolition industry. That's almost 100% recycling industry, and the contractors and the recycling industry ought to be commended because they're an amazing industry in this regard. They're helping raise our diversion rate.
Mr. Blumenfield was discussing earlier in another context, one of the aggravating things about sitting on this committee is the weekly approval of settlements in lawsuits. And some of them are very significant. And unfortunately, because of the nature of your work and the size of the vehicles involved, it's inherent to the work that there are going to be traffic accidents that sometimes are quite grievous and have very large payouts. And so I guess I'd like to, you don't really need to respond to it off the cuff, but I'd like you to report back, if you can, on what your plans are for risk mitigation and risk management, particularly around traffic accidents, and other ways that and what are the ways that we can reduce that exposure. I know, for example, that you're right now working on replacing some of the old vehicles with new trucks that have better field of vision, and that's great. So what is the status of that? And then are there other steps that we can take to reduce risks? And one that comes to mind, I hate to bring up a sore subject from a few years ago, but a few years ago we settled a lawsuit involving the ability of drivers to have any restrictions on what they do during their lunch breaks. And that the concern that I had with that was that if they're using sanitation vehicles during their lunch breaks to go places, that is potentially increasing the risk of significant liability to the city. So what can we do to minimize that risk, all of those risks, the risks associated with traffic collisions that come from the use of our vehicles? It's a big ticket item for your department, and I would like to see us have a blueprint for reducing that.
Yes, and the only comment I will offer, and we will of course do the report back, is as you alluded to, Councilman, there are two parts of our operations where we have big, huge vehicles. That's the solid waste and our wastewater collection, the Vector trucks. Those are big, require a minimum of a Class B, some Class A. Over the years, we continue to work closely with training programs and our labor partners in being able to figure out ways in which either it's work conditions, something as simple as the mirrors, sometimes other measures, but I tell the drivers, my drivers all the time, that I sympathize with their job. I mean, it's being in and out of traffic all day, and it's a tough job. As you know, it takes a lot of skill and it takes a lot of nerve. I always tell them, and so we will continue to explore ways in which we can reduce our risk, and we'll report back on something more specific.
Thank you. And related to that, sewer backups continue. I mean, we have a regular, excuse the pun, we have a regular flow of these cases that come from blockages of the sewer lines. And every time they come up, the Budget Committee always discusses, well, is there something that we could do to mandate backflow valves and things like that? And we always have that discussion. I'd like to see if there's any longer-term strategy that hasn't already been done that we can do to reduce some of those risks of exposure to the city as well. Okay. Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I forgot one big ticket item that I wanted to mention, which is what's the current status of addressing our federally mandated TMDL requirements?
We're on schedule to address them, but the future can either look bright or can look gloomy. So I'll let Adele address the gloomy side, and I'll speak to the bright side.
All right. So as you know, the new stormwater permit has a new way of compliance with water quality, which I think recognizing the water resiliency and water as an asset for our region. So what we have developed through a watershed approach, what we call enhanced watershed management plans, that really is based on capturing runoff and putting it in the ground for recharge. That's different than what we had before, which basically you have to comply with the numeric limit. Eventually will improve water quality, but this one is based on capturing stormwater, infiltrating or reusing it, which is a great thing. So we collaborated with our sister agencies across the watersheds, and we led 4 watersheds in the city, and the plans have been prepared and submitted. They identified a large cost for compliance, And now we are working in collaboration on implementation. We have grants, as Enrique mentioned, that we're implementing some projects through grants, green streets, localized projects, identifying every opportunity we can. We're also working on projects that we're able to have creative funding. But the biggest solution is to continue working in collaboration on implementation as we've done in development. And that's going to be something that we're working currently around with the county and our sister agencies on some kind of future effort that we will have to do to collaborate. And this is really good because it's leveraging resources, and the benefit, we'll all benefit from it, and we're working together, we can comply. But it's a big ticket item, and we are working on currently the implementation, working with the county.
Yes, and that's the bright side, that, you know, working with the mayor's office, the CAO, and the CLA, the county, and us and the county, just a couple of weeks ago, the Board of Supervisors introduced a resolution that has asked the Department of Flood Control to begin the development of a county-wide strategy for green infrastructure and potential funding mechanisms for it. So we believe the county is very genuine about championing something of that magnitude in collaboration with us in the city. And the mayor's office have been working directly with the County Board of Supervisors. So it's looking bright on that side.
So if we don't successfully do this, what's our liability currently?
Well, I mean, we've seen what the EPA and the Regional Board and the State Water Resources Board can do when they impose fines, and they can be significant. They have been significant in other places. So I don't want to invite that on us, and I know you don't either. So we will be in non-compliance with all of our permits and the TMDL requirements if we don't do this investment.
And I think, I don't know exactly where in the billions, but I know we're talking about worst case scenario, owing billions of dollars for our if we are in violation.
There's a daily amount that,
I mean, the option of penalty, it's currently the law is $37,000 a day a constituent in violation. So we have, you know, over 60 to 80 constituents that if we have violation a day at every location, you start adding it adds up to a lot of money. I think really the biggest thing is we're looking at it, not just the water quality, is also it's a water supply now, and we're glad that we're partnering with Water and Power too, because that's a partnership. It is some projects that we're collaborating on as part of the augmentation of the water supply in the San Fernando Valley. That is a collaboration that's happening. We're also collaborating with rec and parks and other places, trying to maximize the capture infiltration. We're working with MTA. It's a solution that has to happen across the board with everything we're doing. It cannot just be a compliance and all of us have to just go and build these projects. We have to collaborate and build this partnership. And as Enrique said, I think we're excited about the potential of this new effort and new collaboration. But I think, you know, the option of penalties doesn't get us anywhere. It's a sustainability issue. It's quality of life and protecting the environment.
Well, it sounds like we're moving in the right direction, but I'd like a report back on how to fund the TMDL compliance positions. So I think it is critical. If we screw this up, it will cost us a lot of money, and we absolutely don't want to be in that position.
And also, the Energy Environment Committee has actually instructed all of us to develop a financial plan that we'll submit. The CEO is working with us on a plan that should come back to the council and E2 that's being developed. So that will also will tie that in as something is being done through council's instructions.
Very good.
All right. Anything else, members? Very good. Thank you, Mr. Zaldivar, very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Next up is Street Services. And members, congratulations. We're staying ahead of schedule. Well done.
Mr. Saceda, welcome. Go ahead and get settled in. Introduce your team if you'd like. And
good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Yes, if you allow me 5 seconds, I would like to introduce my staff.
Take 20 seconds.
Okay, great, 20 seconds. Right at the end, Assistant Director Ron Lorenzen, Assistant Director Greg Spots, my Chief MA, Victoria Villa Agustin, of course, my Assistant Director, Senior Assistant Director Joe Cruz, and Acting Assistant Director Kid Mosey. First and foremost, I just want to take the opportunity to thank the dedicated men and women of the Bureau of Street Services for working so hard in delivering quality street services in a timely and efficient manner every single day. We fully support the mayor's proposed budget because it will allow the Bureau of Street Services to continue delivering back to basics services in each one of our 4 core programs. So with that, council members, we're ready for your questions.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Mr. Bonin, you want to lead us off?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councilman.
Let me start by asking about street sweeping. When is the last time the city added to posted street sweeping routes?
That was in 1987. At that time, the city funded an additional 800 curb miles of posting. That was in 1987. I remember vividly because I was part of the team that was posting the stickers on the signs.
I remembered Mr. Alarcon trying to get more added in the 90s, but I couldn't remember if he'd been successful or not.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming that this budget doesn't add any for posted street sweeping.
That is correct. The proposed budget does not include additional curb miles for posted routes.
Now, streets that don't have posted street sweeping, I had always thought we're supposed to get monthly street sweeping.
That is correct. The goal for non-posted streets, which, by the way, they represent 2/3 of the street system. In the olden days, it was once every 4 weeks, which is even more frequent than once every month. As a result of the understandable cuts that we went through to balance our budget, the staff number for street sweeping went from over 100 motor sweeper operators to barely 70 motor sweeper operators today. Our goal today is to ensure the completion of the posted routes because there's a commitment to the public. The public is expecting us to sweep those streets once a week, right? And at the same time, they are a good source of revenue.
I'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah.
So we're not doing the non-posted ones at all?
No, we do them. We do them at different frequencies, depending on the debris that we collect from different non-postal routes. Some non-postal routes are being done once every 6 to 8 weeks instead of once every 4 weeks. Some others that happen to be clean streets or in good shape. A lot of times residents take care of their own streets, the frontages of the front of their own houses. Some of those streets that we have identified are being swept at a ratio or at a frequency of once every 12 to 18 weeks.
Are there some streets being swept less frequently than that?
That is correct, depending on the amount of debris that is observed on those particular locations.
Are there some streets not getting swept at all?
I wouldn't say that. They're all swept at least 3 times a year.
Okay. I have constituents who claim otherwise, but...
Right.
3 times a year. So where are we? Is that where we expect we will be in this year's budget? Does this give us any improvement for non-posted street sweeping at all?
No. As part of our proposed budget, we made a request to increase the number of sweeper operators. We are very close right now with the 70 positions that we have filled. We are finally, after so many years of hiring freeze, the Bureau is now hiring motor sweeper operators, but they're coming from within. So they promote from within, and we have approximately 75 motor sweeper operators today, right? And those are primarily dedicated to postal routes. Any additional motor sweeper operators that come to the Bureau will be dedicated to doing non-postal routes. Then we can reduce the frequency and get closer to that goal of once every 4 weeks.
And how many are we adding in this year's budget?
We did not add any motor sweeper operators. No.
So it's not getting any better this year?
It's not going to get any better unless we do something different. You know?
Okay. You said that the frequency of sweeping for the non-posted streets is based on how clean they are. How do we know how clean they are if we're not out there sweeping them? Who's monitoring that? How are we getting that metric into the system to make that evaluation?
we still have some of the information from the days when we were performing once every 4 weeks sweeping. And we know the areas that historically, chronically, generate more debris. So the locations are inspected. We have supervisors, district supervisors, that visit these locations and observe the amount of debris. Based on that, we make an assessment and we say, well, these locations, especially areas where we have a lot of leaves, where we have a lot of construction happening, at one time, tend to get more dirty. Right? And those are the locations that get a little bit more in terms of frequency. Once every 6 weeks, once every 8 weeks. The other thing that we do, of course, is when we have staff available, we dedicate like 4 or 5 weekends during the year to address all of these non-posted streets in 2 or 3 weekends.
Is there any complaint-based calculation? Like, do you factor that in?
Well, we take that into consideration because obviously if the public is calling is because there's a perception that the street is not clean enough, right? So we observe, we get some requests via the CRM or the 311 app, and it is our responsibility, of course, to inspect these locations to ensure that the streets are safe, passable, and there are no barriers that are creating any unsafe condition.
Okay. Where are we in this year's budget with median maintenance?
Median maintenance, we are performing median maintenance once every 2 weeks, as expected. We have approximately 11 million square feet of improved medians. Those are the ones that have the landscape. As you will know, and per the state mandate, we had to reduce our water consumption. I'm very, very happy to report that our water consumption, and help me here, Ron, has been decreased in over 30%. So we have gone beyond the expectation of 25% in terms of water reduction. So we're doing great in terms of landscape maintenance.
That's in terms of the landscaping itself, but we get a lot of complaints about medians where the irrigation system may be broken or there might be some sort of problem. Is there any mechanism to deal with that in the budget?
That is an excellent question, Councilman, because one of the things we want to do, of course, is reduce water consumption, right? And not too long ago, we did a pilot project in Council District 7, and can't remember exactly the location, where the turf, as a result of lack of water, was dying. And obviously, when the turf becomes yellow and brown, residents don't like the appearance of the medians, right? So we had this conversation with the councilman, and we met with some important members of the community, and we decided to complete or perform a project that we call turf to mulch conversion program, right, or project. So basically, we removed all the turf that was contained within that median, and we replaced it with mulch. And of course, we kept some of the drought-tolerant plants that were already at the location, and the community was very happy about the project. As a result, we made a request in our budget this year to include some money so we could perform this work on the weekends, and we could convert two medians per council district as part of a pilot project to take it out there to the communities to see if the communities like the idea. And that is a request that was not funded as part of the budget.
Where are we on citywide replacing grass on our medians with drought-tolerant landscaping?
Oh, we always do. I mean, every project that we've done this for years. I'm talking more than 8 or 9 years. Our strategy has always been to minimize the need for water and creating drought-tolerant landscapes. As you well know, we put together the guidelines in collaboration with the Bureau of Engineering, the landscape guidelines for the city of LA. So it's constant. Every single project that we do must meet those.
But where are we in terms of the percentage of the medians that have been successfully converted to drought tolerant?
I'm going to say that in the last, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, Ron, in the last 4 years, every new median that we have built contains drought-tolerant plants. As plants die, in older medians, we tend to replace them using drought-tolerant plants. So out of the 11 million square feet of improved medians that we have today, I'm going to say that at least 50% contain drought-tolerant plants.
Okay, so I'll make it easy. Just if I could have a report back on what percentage of our medians have been converted to drought-tolerant, and what percentage we hope to get to next year. What sort of the timeline is to get us to getting it 100%.
All right, we'll do that.
Thanks. On tree trimming, we have additional money for trimming more trees this year?
It is basically the same dollar amount. What we changed is the allocation. This year, the budget proposes $5 million under contract, $1 million using city forces, what we call on demand, and $500,000 for inspection of the contract tree trimming. So in total, it's $6.5 million, which will allow us to trim approximately between 33,000 and 35,000 trees.
And each council office still has a certain amount to choose?
That is correct. The allocation is based on tree population in the council district versus the total tree population in the city.
And that amount of money is or that calculation and amount of money is basically the same as it was last year?
That is correct. It's based on dollar amount, not trees, yes.
Okay. And then I wanted to ask a question about curbs and gutters. I've got a lot of situations where we just have curbs and gutters that are in a really horrible state. And as a result, we've got pools of stagnant water. We've got folks who are concerned about West Nile virus, with mosquitoes and all. What options do we have? And I know I had one area of my district where the residents in South Mar Vista actually created an assessment district to pay for their curb and gutter repairs so they could get their street resurfaced. Are we still in that situation where we're just not able to do anything about curbs and gutters?
That is a great question, because as a result of the proliferation of West Nile virus and the panic and the fear that the residents feel, we are receiving an increased number of phone calls to report locations where we have stagnant water. That's a typical example. And typically when we inspect the location, what we find is either a sunken gutter or an uplifted gutter as a result of a root system, right? No, we don't have funding this year to replace curb and gutter. The option that we use when applicable is if that street happens to be in our resurfacing program, as part of the preparation of the resurfacing project, we may remove and replace the existing curb and gutter. But that's only if that particular location is part of our resurfacing program. We don't have dedicated resources or funding to fix curb and gutter independently or separately from the resurfacing program.
So the only option for getting curbs and gutters done is more general fund money?
That is correct.
Well, that's not particularly good news. Final question I want to ask about walk streets.
We've had a recurring issue over the years about whether or not the walk streets continue to get cleaned. How are we looking this year?
Well, we have the same number of staff, and we were able to get back the individual that was assigned to that particular area. We are maintaining the streets consistently. We had a small incident with a small injury, and that was what caused the delay in that particular area of the city. I really appreciate your understanding, Councilman. You were extremely, extremely generous and extremely supportive. But our commitment to that particular area, to your constituents, is still there. We will continue cleaning all those walkways adjacent to the Venice area.
Okay, great. I had some questions about sidewalks, but I'm sure they're going to get addressed by the other members of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
Talked about sidewalks, so let's talk about tree stumps, or dead trees. How many dead stumps are there? You may not have. I mean, I'm told there's about 8,000 dead tree stumps in the city of LA, and about 3,000 are actually in the West Valley. So do you have a suggestion of what we should be doing about this problem, or plans for replacing these dead trees with new ones?
I'll give you the engineer's answer first, and then I'll let Mr. Ron Lorenzen give you the arboriculture expert answer. I can tell you right now that indeed there are more than 8,000 dead trees in the city of LA. Some of them as a result of being too old, right? Some of them as a result of the recent cases of Xylella, especially in the West Valley, as you mentioned, Councilman. We did a quick survey in the West Valley, and we identified between City 12 and City 3 approximately, or over 2,500 locations where we have dead trees. And pretty soon the number will increase significantly. So indeed, there is a situation in which we have to do something to provide a sustainable plan for the street trees in LA. We made a suggestion to get 2 dedicated mechanized crews to address this concern. These mechanized crews will be removing those dead trees and the subsequent stump that we have at those locations. So, Ron?
Good afternoon, everybody. Ron Lorenzen, Assistant Director. Just to be clear, what we have found with our assessment is that there's approximately 3,000 standing dead trees in CD3 and CD12. That doesn't include stumps just by themselves. We didn't include that in the assessment. And as the director has indicated, the crews that we have actually suggested that we be able to obtain would be working on the elimination of those dead trees and the stumps from those dead trees when they were removed, as well as working with other organizations in the city, like city plants, to come up with a plan of replacing those trees so that we don't just have a net loss in the urban forestry canopy. Those are mostly directly related to the Xylella problem, which is highly, huge volume of that problem right now in the West Valley, and particularly as you move farther to the north and to the west, as you are aware.
Yeah. And so we have the resources now to have those 2 crews put in place, and that'll be happening this year, or what's...
No, we don't have the resources. We made a request as part of our proposed budget for 2 dedicated crews to remove approximately 8 dead trees per day. So in a fiscal year, we should be able to remove approximately 1,500 dead trees, plant new trees, right, and remove the stumps at those locations.
Right. So I'd like to ask for a report back on where the resources are to make that happen from the CAO as well, and if there's any special funds or anything else that could be used or leveraged for that as well. Other questions about the, I've always talked about alternative sidewalk materials, and we've talked about this before, but especially as we're moving now with on our sidewalk program for homeowners and for businesses, it's going to be important that street services test the alternative materials early in the process, so that especially if businesses or residents at some point want to utilize those alternative tiles, alternative sidewalks, whether they're the tiles that pull up and you grind the tree, or something else, that there is a city process and that there are certain materials that are approved, because absent that, it becomes way too difficult for someone to apply for a permit to individually permit these alternative materials. What are the plans for standardizing approval of alternative materials for sidewalks?
That is a great question, and first and foremost, as it pertains to sidewalks, I want to thank all of you for the support and for giving the Bureau of Street Services the opportunity to increase the chances of doing or constructing more sidewalk throughout the city. We went from the budget provides funding for 3 additional sidewalk crews, which will allow the Bureau to use approximately $7.5 million per year at locations that are specifically designated or reported by the disabled community. In terms of alternative materials, the Bureau of Street Services can certainly use some, because we have a very reduced level of expertise. Recently, for example, we completed a permeable sidewalk, in Council District 7. These types of methodologies, we can provide them, right? But there are some other types of methodologies in the market today for which we have no expertise. So we will come to you and we will ask you to, if the appetite is to try different alternative materials, that I will suggest that we put certain amount of money through the Bureau of Engineering so they can test these new materials, because they are the agency that ensures that everything that we do meets the city specifications. And then we offer these small contracts, small projects to those particular vendors, because once again, as much as I would like to learn, and maybe that'll be an opportunity for the Bureau of Street Services to learn these new technologies, as much as we would like to do everything, I don't feel daring enough to do something for which we don't have the expertise. So beyond porous pavement and rubberized sidewalk, we don't have a lot of expertise, but we welcome the opportunity to use some of this allocation, some of this money, to look for better and newer forms of doing sidewalk.
And what do you need from us? Authority to do that? And
Yes, we would need you to let us work with the rest of the city team. The Bureau of Engineering is doing a magnificent job managing this program, and there's a whole city team working together and meeting every 2 weeks discussing these particular issues. So yes, let us discuss this issue with the team members, right, and we'll come back to you and we'll give you an update as to what is required to do that.
Great. So
we would like to be included in that conversation, because the monies that were provided to street services for sidewalks in the budget is particularly related to meeting our requirements under the Willits lawsuit. So we can't necessarily just reallocate those monies to doing some of this, but we can look at what those opportunities are.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
We do have a report back in the larger sidewalk discussion. We do have a report back to council on those alternative materials as well.
Right. So I want to just get a specific report back on the procedures and the timelines of how we can make this happen, because I know the Willits was a big part of it, but we approved it outside of the Willits settlement. We, as a council, we approved that money in advance. So I'm hoping that there is some flexibility there in terms of looking at the alternatives. And as I mentioned, the other key for me is for the businesses that are that we're asking to do that we're asking them to fix their sidewalks. They may have different ideas or different want to pursue some of these alternative materials, and we can let them be the guinea pigs to some extent, but we just have to have that process in place.
I just was trying to be clear that the $6 million provided for them to do the on-demand and high liabilities that is specifically tied to the Willits, so we may not be able to move that money as easily. We might have to look for some other alternatives.
Okay. Appreciate that. Other issues. The GPS system for street sweepers. Tell us a little bit about how that's working and if that's, how it's benefiting our residents.
Yeah, last year we received some funding to purchase the GPS devices. Those devices were purchased and currently are being installed by the Department of General Services. We anticipate, or they anticipate, that the installation will be completed by the end of June or early July. Afterwards, what we plan to do is activate those GPS devices and start working on creating digital maps of all our sweeping routes. We have sweeping routes on maps. We don't have digital systems. So once we start activating the GPS systems, we should be able to provide and generate a lot of information that will be shared with our sister Department of Transportation for them to utilize this information to coordinate the deployment of the parking enforcement officers.
Let me also add that we're installing a water meter along with the GPS on each of the 100 sweepers so that we can measure for the first time how much water the motor sweeper is using. They take the water out of the hydrant, so it is unmetered. Nobody actually measures that today. And so by the end of the fiscal year, every one of the sweepers that's used for posted routes will have this flow meter on it, and it'll be sending that information back to headquarters along with the location of the sweeper in real time. So we'll be able to develop a baseline for how much water the sweepers should use, identify operators who may be using too much water, and develop some means to start to reduce the water use.
Great. And my hope is that we're going to put that information online as well, so it's part of our open data that anyone can access. Will be great. Right. And you're nodding your head, so I assume we're doing that. Great. The tablets that we're using for pothole repair have been, I assume, increasing the efficiency and improving the level of service. How has that worked out?
Thank you for asking. We were very excited to receive an Innovation Fund grant from the Mayor and Council and from your committee. And what we've done is we've put tablets out in the field with the supervisors who inspect street potholes and other common service requests. In the past, if you were a supervisor like this, you'd come in on a Tuesday and print out yesterday's potholes that came in on, and then you'd go out all day and inspect them and make notes, and then you'd come back at the end of the day for an hour and do this tedious work of typing into the computer system what you saw. Well, today they're using tablets to access the new customer relationship management system in real time out there, and what we've trained them to do is when they roll up on a pothole, they requery the database to see if there's any new potholes that have popped up, and because of that, we're opportunistically inspecting many potholes the same business day that they were called in. In March, we had about 1,350 street pothole requests, and 700 were inspected same day.
That's great.
It was very rare that we could inspect same day in the old paper-based system. So if we inspect them same day, they're available for dispatch tomorrow. So we're seeing terrific efficiencies when we bring together the field tablets, the CRM, and a robust performance stat system where we, on a monthly basis, we meet to look at our performance and troubleshoot it. So that's all really becoming a great operational benefit for our agency.
And building on that success, we want to expand the use of these devices in every aspect of our daily delivery of services, because it only expedites the delivery of services. It allows us to, on real time, show the residents that we're working on it, and at the same time it cuts. It's a service that we provide. It's a paperless service. Let's put it this way. Everything is being recorded without the need of a pen or paper.
And is there money in your budget for that, or was this an additional need?
That would be an additional need, an expansion of the use of technology in the different areas of the different divisions of the different services that we provide. That would be an additional need.
Maybe you could report back on that need, as well as sort of the return on investment question. Is this something that can actually, it sounds like it's already saving us time and potentially money. And if it can actually be saving us money, maybe there's a way that we can just, within the existing budget, move around some pieces and be able to fund it without actually creating new dollars. So moving assumptions around. the Cool Pavement Program, what's the potential benefit for the city, especially the hottest parts of the city, let's say Woodland Hills?
As you will know, we conducted a pilot project at Balboa Park where we use some material provided to us or delivered to us by a vendor. The results after testing it indicating very, very positive outcomes. The difference in temperature between the black asphalt and the cool pavement, the difference in temperatures were in the neighborhood of 10 degrees. Right, so we got a lot of the positive answers that we wanted to see, the positive outcomes. One of the most positive outcomes that we obtained was being able to meet skid resistance specifications. Until today, there's no cool pavements on streets in the U.S. The cool pavements being used right now in the country are being used in parking lots, school playgrounds, et cetera, but not precisely on streets. So now the material that we tested is ready to be tested on streets. We made a request. It doesn't require additional staff, but we made a request for funding to perform one pilot project that is one cul-de-sac per council district, to take it out there to the residents, to those residents who really want to test it and say, let me see what's the difference in my AC bill at the end of the day, in June or August, right? To see if there's any difference in at that particular location. So we would like to have the opportunity to take the cool pavements to one cul-de-sac in each council district to see what kind of reaction we get from the residents of the city of LA.
Well, that program wasn't funded yet in this budget, but we'd love to be able to try to identify about $200,000 to do that. We've also been in conversation with LADWP about perhaps working with them so they could offer a cool roof treatment to those homeowners around that cul-de-sac, so that we could see if the combination of a reflective light-colored roof and a reflective light-colored street might make it, more tolerable to air condition your home in summer afternoons.
Would love to get a report back on the resources required to make that happen. Also, any potential partnerships with DWP to make that happen. Clearly, if you can lower the temperature of an area, not only is that important for climate change or climate disruption, it's also a tremendous energy savings. If you can lower the biggest driver on your energy bills, your air conditioning unit, especially during the summers, this would more than pay for itself in theory, or could. So the sooner we can get that testing going, the better. And I would imagine there's some resources out there, everything from carbon credits to DWP money to a variety of different things. So if we get a report back on the possibilities for making that a reality, that would be great. I wanted to also ask about the grant issues. I've been asking a number of the departments about that. What's the existing backlog in terms of grant projects? Are we at risk for returning grant money because we weren't able to complete the funding? And does this issue affect any particular kind of projects, such as pedestrian or bicycle projects? Where's the most critical need?
I think at this point we have reached a point in which we are still on the safe side, but getting too close to the risky side. What I mean with that is that right now we have the staff and the capability of delivering approximately $15 million a year of grant-funded projects. I mean, we have enough staff to provide, to design and complete $15 million, of projects every single year. But the challenge that we have is that there's $80 million, approximately $80 million already on waiting to be designed and built. So if you divide 80 by 15, you're talking about more than 5 years just to complete those projects. So we have enough work for the next 5 years, and we have taken the necessary steps to make sure that money, we don't end up losing that money. However, every single day, the Bureau of Street Services is getting a lot of phone calls from sister agencies who would like us to perform the work for them. A lot of times DOT will require assistance designing, or any other agency, Metro, for example, would like to pay us to do certain work for them, and we have reached full capacity. There is no way that I can take more grant-funded projects at this point unless I get additional staff to perform more design and more construction. At this point, we are, once again, at full capacity because we can only deliver $15 million a year, and we have a backlog of $80 million.
Yeah, which is crazy to me. I mean, we're sitting on $80 million worth of funded projects. Mm-hmm. That it's just a matter of getting the design resources. Right. Now, of those funded projects, is a portion of that be taken to hire out design services, or?
One of the big challenges that we have now, one of the requisites right now, is that these projects must be shovel ready. That's the reality. It's not like in the olden days where they would give you a lot of time for you to break ground, and that was more than enough for you to secure the grant for the next 10 years. No, now they want to see a pre-design. They want to see a scope of work. So basically, the project must be almost designed by the time that you apply for the grant. And by the way, I think I heard Salida talking about that right now is the perfect opportunity to try to get more grants, because the opportunity to get approval is very high. The chance of getting approval for grants is very high right now as a result of the monies available on cap and trade. Right. So in any event, yes. One of the things that we need to take into consideration right now is having those projects almost ready to be designed and completed. And the normal process takes a long time. Let's say that today I want to start a project. First, I need to get a consultant. Then I need to go to community meetings and try to conceptualize what the communities want. Right. Then we have to hire a consultant that will design the project. Subsequently, once we have a design, we need to bid the project. So the process is lengthy by nature. And now more than ever, design build is what is making a project successful. And that's what the Bureau of Street Services provide. Design build. We can turn around, we can design and complete a project within months, within years, right? And that is the reason why a lot of the different agencies and some of the council offices are coming to us asking us to complete more projects. But once again, we're at full capacity and we cannot take more projects at this time.
Well, I don't think any of us like the idea. I mean, it's walking away, leaving money on the table, and leaving projects on the table and improvements for the city of LA on the table. Because of a capacity issue. And we need to figure out how to deal with that capacity issue. So at the very least, I'd like to get a report back on different ways to deal with that capacity issue, and obviously trying to be creative other than just straight out general fund, which may be one of the ways we have to deal with it, but maybe there are creative ways as well in terms of borrowing against the benefit of some of these projects. If these projects are indeed saving us money down the road, to figure out a finance plan for these projects, or an alternative funding stream that can be reimbursed, or even any sort of creative finance thing. But to me, the idea that we're leaving this, real money on the table, and then a tremendous amount of potential money on the table is of great concern. And we're starting to deal with this in the grants committee, IGTCT, but clearly this is something that we should deal with here in the budget committee prior to working that through. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Did I understand you to say that the tree trimming budget remained static, but there was a change in the allocation as between contracted and staffed
That is correct.
funding. How did it change?
Yeah, last year we dedicated $5.5 million to be done under contract, $500,000 to be done by city forces on demand, and $500,000 for inspection.
Okay.
This year is $5 million under contract, $1 million using city forces on demand, and $500,000 for inspection.
Okay, and I assume that's because we're now in a position, you've had a little bit of lead time to start hiring up some of those positions for the city crews, and now you can fully fund a year of staffing for that.
We are hiring as fast as we can. We have some vacancies, not a lot of vacancies. Remember, 6 years ago, the urban forestry division was basically eliminated. So the positions that are vacant today are primarily to respond to emergencies and safety-related tree trimming. Just so you get an idea, and I'm sure you're well aware, Councilman, as a result of the recent winds, in the last 10 days we received over 1,500 calls related to tree issues. And these individuals that we're trying to hire right now, the tree surgeons, tree surgeon assistants, will be part of the emergency response team. Nevertheless, the on-demand work that is being funded will be completed on weekends as we did it this fiscal year.
Okay. This is restoration of urban forestry has been a high priority of this entire committee for years. And one of the things that we had talked about last year when we added the additional funding for contract supervision was, first of all, improving the quality of the work of our contractors, which was widely regarded as at least frequently poor, but also to try to assess the actual cost of contracting versus city crews. And we've had now that experience over the course of a year. What I'd like to get back is a report analyzing that cost comparison a little bit, so that as we move forward and look to expand this service, we can make a better informed judgment about how best to do that in the most cost-effective and effective way. And then related to that, did somebody ask for a report back on the mechanized tree crew, the $1.8 million request? Okay. So as you report back on that, let me just talk about that for a second. With the number of trees that you indicated would be able to be removed with that funding, as I back of the envelope sketched it out, it comes to about $1,200 per tree and stump to be removed. So I'd like to have a sense of how that would compare to contracted services, because in this case, removal of a dead tree, as a layperson, removal of a dead tree does not require the same level of expertise as properly trimming and maintaining a healthy tree, which is where we've had the biggest degree of problems, I think, with our contracted tree services, where they just hack them and move on. So, but this is fairly pedestrian work, it seems to me. Correct me if I'm wrong. And if it's appropriate, maybe what we might do, if we choose to fund this additional money for the mechanized tree crew, is consider funding more full-time tree surgeons and others for maintenance of the canopy, and then contracting a larger percentage of the stump removal and some of the sort of basic stuff. It's an option that we might want to consider if we can achieve greater cost efficiency in doing that. And then the other question on that, and maybe, I'm sure this will be included in your report back, you mentioned tree replacement when you were talking about that dead tree removal and the mechanized tree crew as well. Is the cost of replacement also included in that $1.8 million?
Right. Yes. I'll let Ron explain the methodology to remove trees, but let me say, Councilman, that trimming trees, although it may look more complicated, is not more complicated than removing trees. for removal of trees, we have to be extremely careful. There's possible damage to the adjacent infrastructure, fences, private property, et cetera, et cetera. So it requires, people that have the ability to properly run equipment. So I hear you, and our goal is always optimization. We are trying to optimize and minimize the number of employees. The other part of the cost that is included here is the equipment, because we have no equipment. We lost the equipment when we lost the urban forestry forces. So the cost that you see right here includes also the acquisition of the equipment. Subsequent years will not be as high as this first time. Okay. This first time includes the purchasing of some equipment. So,
do you have any direct questions, Councilman?
If there's anything to,
I think we can provide that in the report back. But to add a little bit to that. Most of the trees that are dying from xylella are larger species, excuse me, and large tree removal is expensive. There's a lot of reasons for that. Stump removal itself is very expensive as well. And there can be many other things harmed when you're actually removing trees. So large tree removal is expensive, and we are anticipating that most of these tree removals will be in the medium, large to large size trees. So it's still relatively less expensive, in our experience with contractors is that their tree removal prices for large trees in other cities that we have reviewed is probably more than what this is coming out on a per tree basis for city forces.
Okay, well,
in our report, Councilman, will include an assessment of what you mentioned at the end of your comment, which is considering the possibility of swapping, city forces to do certain job and getting the contractors to do the other portion of the task.
Yeah, I'm spitballing this, and I don't mean to suggest that large tree removal is not complicated, but if it's screwed up, we kind of immediately know and can hold a contractor liable. Whereas if they screw up the trimming of a tree, it's probably unaesthetic, so we may or may not be able to hold them accountable. B, it may kill a tree, and we won't know that until months or years later when the tree dies. So it just seems to me that there's readier accountability and an easier time dealing with dead trees than with live trees. Okay. Did anyone request a report back on the bike detail on street uses?
Bike detail?
Yeah, there was a request to increase enforcement activities with a bike detail. Okay. Well, I'm not going to either, but I had stuff to add on to it if somebody had requested that. Sorry, but asphalt grinding. Mr. Kretz talks often about concrete grinding for sidewalks and the cost efficiencies that can be realized. That how many asphalt grinders do you have available for street grinding when there's bumps from tree roots and that sort of thing?
You mean as part of the resurfacing operation? Yeah, we have approximately 12 asphalt profilers. They're called profilers.
Okay.
12 profilers. That's part of our fleet, yes.
Okay. Because it seems to, at least in our neck of the woods, requests for that have been very slow to get done, and we've been told that there's limited number of crews and machines to do it. So
now that I get the full picture of your question, Councilman, yes, we have 12 that are fully dedicated for resurfacing, for pavement preservation activities only. We don't have additional profilers to take care of bumps or any other defects that you may find on the streets, on the pavement. So no, we don't have additional equipment that is not to be used outside our pavement preservation activities.
I see. Okay. Right. And then related to resurfacing, we've had some experiences where a street has been slated for resurfacing, but then somebody else puts a hold on it.
Right.
Because a development's coming in, because there's going to be a utility cut, because some other department DWP is coming in or something else, which is perfectly understandable. We don't want to invest in a resurfaced street if it's going to be dug up again. But what has happened is that they were at the top of the list, and then when the hold gets put on, they get, I don't want to be simplistic about it, but it seems as though they go back to the bottom of the list instead of sort of staying at a high level of priority. This has happened a number of times. I wonder is this first of all, is that in fact true? Second, is there some better way that we can coordinate among departments to minimize the risk of high priority streets falling off of the high priority list?
I fully understand your concern, Councilman, but let me share with you the way it really happens. Every year we submit to over 200 utility companies our resurfacing program 2 years in advance. Right, so they have enough time to digest it, read it, and schedule their work. Understandably and inevitably, they have emergencies or they have work to do on the last minute because the property owner decided to remodel the house and now they need a lateral connection. And by all means, we work very closely with utility companies. I got to give them all kind of recognition because they work with us very, very, very close. And the last thing we all want is to pave a street today and have a utility company cut it tomorrow. Right, because nothing infuriates more a resident than seeing that after waiting 60 years to see the street paved. Right. So, in any event, one of the mechanisms that we're going to try to activate this year is that instead of giving them a 1 year, 2 year resurfacing program in advance, we want to give them a 5-year program. Right. But in order to do that, this year we're going to work with the staff of every council member to try to provide to you a look ahead for the next 5 years. You know, that's a great thing to clear and avoid utility holes from utility companies, right? Because now they got plenty of time to complete their work. But at the same time, once we give this information to them, we pretty much must maintain our promise that these are the streets that will be paved in the next 5 years, right? So obviously there's a little bit of latitude to make changes and stuff like that. But I think the most important thing right here is the communication that exists between the Bureau and the utility companies. Keith, I don't know if you want to add something in that respect because you are in charge of putting the 5-year program. So,
Keith Mosaic Street Services. Actually, in answer to your question, we are working with Bureau of Engineering to provide that 5-year look ahead, and also we're basically trying to accommodate utility companies as far as once we pave a street 1 year afterwards, they cannot cut the street. And so we are working with Department of Water and Power, BOE, wastewater, companies like that. And so once we create our 16-17 fiscal year program, 17-18, and so forth, we're going to basically give it to BOE, geocode it, and basically ask that all utility companies respond back to their utility with utility holds. From that, we'll pave around them as far as if they place something on hold. Come 17-18, we'll ask that they complete all their work prior to us getting there. And then same thing and so forth. So we are working to improve that operation to eliminate these conflicts.
And lastly, let me say, Councilman, if Laurel Canyon between Sherman Way and Victory was on the program this year and we have to put it on hold, it doesn't go to the bottom of the list. It goes to the date when the utility company will complete the project. So if they say it's going to take 2 years, in March of 2019 the project will be completed, that project goes to March 2019. It doesn't go necessarily to the bottom of the list. It goes only until the time the utility company will release the project for us to pave it.
Okay. Okay, very good. And then the other report back I'd like to request in light of some of the things that Mr. Blumenfield and others have talked about in increased demands for services and the ability of your department to coordinate all of those requests. I'd also like to ask for a report back from Street Services as well on the costs and benefits of a service coordinator position in the department to be able to be liaison to council and mayor and the potential funding sources for that as well. Mr. Blumenfield.
Yeah, just wanted to sort of two follow-ups my staff thought might need to clarify a little bit. One is I wanted to make clear, because there was a couple of positions that I was asking for a report back on the Sanitation Department Data Management Coordinator, Senior Management Analyst 2. Because we talked about a couple of different positions, and that has to do with the open data issues. So just want to put that out on the record.
Right.
And then directly for something that we were talking about in terms of the alternative materials and getting a report back on some of that, I was reminded that I had a motion back in February of 14 that we voted on as a council on March 30th, and we had a conversation about the alternative materials, and in particular the testing them in front of city facilities. And that we had talked about that, and along with Gary Moore about that. So in the report back generally about how we get to test these materials, we want to make sure that we also are very specific about when we're going to test it, as discussed and as passed by the council on March 30th, when we're going to test those alternative materials in front of city facilities.
Sounds good.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to say I'm very pleased that the sustainability officer position is working out as well as it is. I think it's been useful in a lot of our important initiatives, from clean streets and great streets and Vision Zero and urban forestry issues. And the State of the Street Trees report was especially well done. So I thank you for that and for keeping that position budgeted. We talked a lot about street trees, so I won't say too much, except I'm probably the least enthusiastic of unenthusiastic fans of contractors. So I would like to ask that we include in the report back how we could fund 1, 2, or even 3 additional crews at some point this year, and how much we could save in contracting as an offset. And also if we could include the per tree average bid from contractors last year and this year, that would be helpful. Also, I've heard that our nursery infrastructure is not necessarily in great shape, and that sometimes trees die while they're waiting to be planted. So I wonder if we could include that in the tree report also, how we can improve that, and include native plant nursery infrastructure as well, since we're trying to use more and more of those in medians and around city facilities. Let's see. Also, I know West Nile virus was mentioned, so I'd like a report back on adding a crew for West Nile mitigation. I don't think that was actually asked about. And obviously we have a good history of successfully applying for grants. So if we could have a report back on the staffing capacity needed in order to apply for and build future grants, and the staffing needs for design staff to apply for and design streetscape projects, both following up on Mr. Blumenfield's concerns. And that is it.
All right. Anything else, members? Very good. Just to say that, thank you very much.
Thank you, council members. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. All right. We're doing great, members. We're still ahead of schedule. And the next up is Board of Public Works. And we have the president of our Board of Public Works, Mr. James. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. If I might, council members, first of all, I'll just provide some introductions and then we'll go right into questions. I would like to start, though, by thanking the mayor, the mayor's office, particularly Deputy Mayor of Budget and Innovation, Matt Szabo, who was a former member of our Board of Public Works, of course, the City Administrative Officer's office, as well as his team. With me, I have Fernando Campos, who is our Executive Officer and indeed Chief Budget Officer, I would say, for the Board of Public Works, who really got into the details of our budget presentation. Also, Victoria Santiago, who's our Director of the Office of Accounting, and Paul Roch, who is our Director of the Office of Community Beautification. I would like to thank Terry Schmidt, who's our Assistant Executive Officer, for her work, again, on this budget. And with that, we'll take your questions.
Terrific. Thank you. We're going to go first to Mr. Bonnet.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate it. Kevin, thanks to you and the full board for your service. I just really had one question to focus on. I understand that in this budget, Board of Public Works is being asked to take on oversight of the petroleum administrator's position. And can you tell me how you envision that and whether or not the resources are adequate to that task?
Well, it's sure. I mean, it's something that through a number of meetings, the decision was made that the Board of Public Works would be an appropriate place for oversight of the office. Some of it remains to see as the CLA and CAO report makes its way through, through the process. You asked, I have to tell you, my concern is that the classification for the position of the petroleum administrator, I'm not sure that it's the classification that we need. I'm sure you've read the report. When you look at the survey that the CLA's office and the CAO's office did of the various departments that have expertise in the area, when you look at the requested expertise of the position, I'm concerned with the classification. So if we aren't successful there, then the rest of the office, I think, will have some challenges. If we can get where we need there, then I'm optimistic.
Well, I share some of your concern, and part of the concern I share is that I think this position is being envisioned differently than it was intended. There are two petroleum positions that were talked about through separate motions. I believe it was Mr. Koretz and I who co-sponsored a motion to create the position of a petroleum expert, which was an expert in the field of oil and gas and natural resources, specifically to help us craft the motion that the Council unanimously approved well over a year ago now to ban fracking in the city of Los Angeles. And we have been unable to craft that ordinance despite the Council's instruction to do so because there's no one well-versed enough in petroleum to write an ordinance that the oil industry wouldn't walk all over and stuff like that. And so that was the intention of the petroleum expert position. Mr. Wesson put in a motion for a petroleum administrator, which oversees a lot of our franchise agreements that had traditionally been housed in the CAO's office.
Right.
And the more I read and hear about this, it sounds like, despite it being made very clear at Council when the administrator's position was approved by both me and Mr. Fuentes, who chairs the E&E committee, that they're two separate positions that it seems to have morphed. And
that's certainly my interpretation.
And the administrator's position is not the expert position. And in my line of thinking, the expert position should probably be overseen by the CLA's office. The administrator could go with you or CAO. But I think I share your concerns about classification for a different reason, because it's not the position that it's supposed to be. So I'd like to get a report back on the petroleum administrator and the petroleum expert, and how why they're sort of morphing into one, and how we can break them off into two, because they're very, very
different functions. We'll always need a petroleum administrator. We may need a petroleum expert. We need a petroleum expert now for a very specific reason. So I'd appreciate that report back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, you saved me one. I'll just say ditto to everything he just said. Also, on a different subject, it appears to me that graffiti has gotten much worse. Now, that's anecdotal and observation oriented, so it may have gotten better in places that I'm not spending as much time in. Could you report back on whether or not it actually has been worsening, and if so, funding for an increased graffiti abatement program?
Sure. And Paul, do you want to speak to that at all?
Councilman, I'm Paul Roch, Director of the Office of Community Beautification, and I would share your assessment. Citywide, it definitely seems like graffiti is spiking up, and we're noticing that in the number of requests that come in through the 311 system have increased dramatically over the past 2 years, and the graffiti contractors, attempting to keep up with those requests, plus doing the proactive work. Last year removed over 30 million square feet of graffiti, which is around what they've done the last few years, but it seems like there's more and more graffiti that they're just not able to get to. So,
And I'm even noticing it in my district, and I could be the least graffiti district or one of them, and still it seems to be a widespread problem. And I'm seeing it in other places that I travel throughout the city.
Right.
So.
The graffiti removal program really is funded at the same level that it was 10 years ago. There was a cut and then kind of brought it back to that level, but they're basically funded at the same amount that they were 10 years ago. So.
And then one other question area. In regard to the Nexus study for the use of the Public Works Trust Fund that's requested in your budget letter, how is it beneficial to the city residents?
I'll let our executive officer address that as well. I would like to start first by saying, Councilman, just in cursory response to your question, the Public Works Trust Fund has roughly through the reconciliation $10, $11 million or so of the fund that we believe is ripe for potential distribution to the council offices because of their relation to projects in various council districts. One of the things that we've tried to do over time, and we've kind of been doing one-offs because we've lacked the staff or the ability to do a complete Nexus study on the Public Works Trust Fund, is just kind of on one project at a time that have come as specific requests from various council offices. So I spoke to our executive officer on crafting a plan that would be affordable, a one-time shot, if you will, of finally getting to the kind of connection that we need to make to be able to, one, know what funding is available out of that account, and two, be able to apply that funding to public works projects in the council districts. So I'll let our executive officer talk about the process that we've set up and what some of the details of what this account actually looks like.
Thank you for that. Fernando Campos, Executive Officer. Let me start by just providing some context. First of all, thank you very much for supporting our budget from the current year, because there was a position that was proposed for a senior accountant. This senior accountant was able to dedicate their time to do a 6-year reconciliation of the Public Works Trust Fund. We were able to catch up on the backlog of 6 years and able to identify $10.5 million that's available. That may be available for distribution. To answer your question, Councilmember Koretz, the benefit the city would have with this Nexus study would be to distribute this $10.5 million to its respective council districts. The Nexus study is really intended to establish a reasonable relationship. So the increase that we're asking for from $50,000 to $150,000 would allow us to establish a reasonable relationship policy that would determine what the original intention of the deposit versus what we currently have and what we want to use for public works projects in the future. So in short, this would allow us to distribute about $10.5 million out to the council districts to fund public works projects.
And so why is it only funded at $50,000 when you actually need $150,000 to do the work?
Well, first of all, the request was for 150 because of an estimate of what we thought the market would be for a response to our request for proposal based on calculations our executive officer did. If our concern is that the $50,000, which we're very happy to see in the budget, the $50,000, that budget line item goes out, our RFP won't get the responses we'd like. Mr. Campos could talk a bit about the math that we used to get to the $150,000 for the positions we would need to do the work.
Sure. So the $150,000 was simply calculated by bringing in a task force of about 4 to 6 individuals from outside consultant firm to come in and scrub about 12,000 to 22,000 deposits that we have on site. We would go one by one and establish about 1,400 hours or dedicate about 1,400 hours to do this work. We believe that this work can be done within a 3 to 4 month time period. The average going cost for a consultant for the auditing, accounting background is anywhere from $50 to $75. For mid-management or high-level management would be anywhere from $150 to $250. So we estimate the 1,400 hours estimated to complete this work would run about $152,000. So we believe the 150 is appropriately funded so that we can move forward with the scope of work that we envision to do the study.
Well, I would ask that we get a report back about the possibility of increasing it to $150,000. That seems like a good deal to get $10.5 million for $150,000. I don't think we should turn that down.
Thank you, Councilman.
Mr. Blumenfield?
Great. That math adds up to about $100 an hour.
It's on
$107.
Blended rate about $95, $105, yes.
Okay. But you were saying you need the average cost is $150 to $200.
So of the 4 to 6 staffers, the accounting and accounting staff would be a lower salary rate. The mid-level or even a partner would come in around $175, $250. We would not need as many hours for the partners as the auditor accounting type.
Gotcha.
It would be the average.
Okay, makes sense. And then, is there, if we didn't do this, is there a risk that we might lose our ability to spend that money or that in the trust fund? Would it just sit there for until we eventually got to it, or is there a risk that it could be lost?
It would continue to sit in the public trust fund just as it has since the early 90s or pre-1989, actually.
Some of it is pre-1989 money.
Right. So it's just sitting there, and it's unproductive money that we could unlock for a relatively small amount, and
right. But the money will not be lost.
Right. Got it. Still important. We were talking about graffiti earlier, and wanted to ask the time for graffiti removal requests completed within 48 hours has also, graffiti has gone up, and the time to the number of projects that we can get done within 48 hours has gone down. Why is that? Is that because we're doing more proactive issues, or what's the explanation for that?
So,
and what can we do to change that if it's important to change?
Just for example, last year, 48% of the total requests completed were done within 24 hours or less. 67% were completed within 48 hours, and 78% were completed within 72 hours. Now, we would love to be able to get it where we're at like maybe 90% of the requests completed within, a 24-hour period of being reported. And we could do that if we just chase requests. But then what the alternative is that we let all the proactive work that's not necessarily reported just sit there. Our ideal is that when the contractors are driving down a major corridor, that they're going to stop and remove any graffiti they come across, whether it's been reported or not. If they get a report of graffiti on a wall and they see something across the street, we want them to remove that too. The problem is, as Councilmember Koretz alluded to, it does seem like there's a large increase in the amount of graffiti up there. There's definitely a large increase in the number of requests for service that are coming in. They increased by over 10,000 this past year. And so as the contractors chase after these requests, it does limit the amount of time that they have to do proactive work. So it's a continuing balance. If we end up just chasing after requests, ultimately we're going to get less graffiti removed in the city, just because they're not as productive as if they're just driving a grid and removing everything that they come across.
Great.
So, Councilmember Fernando Campos again. The main thing is really for our graffiti abatement is that we do most of our work, 75% is the proactive approach that we take, and then the reactive approach, which is the numbers that you are referring to, only represents about 25% of what we're looking at in terms of graffiti abatement. So our Office of Community Beautification, led by Paul Roch, has done a wonderful job in terms of going after the graffiti abatement and reducing it. So it's really proactive, and the team of members that we have out there, along with our nonprofit organizations that are going out there and doing the cleanup before it's actually being reported. We have done some analysis internally in terms of what can we do differently to increase those numbers so that we can still be a proactive model and not really chase after numbers just for chasing them and getting that 100%. So I am working very closely with our Director of Community Beautification to look at ways that we can look at different ways that we can improve that number without compromising our effectiveness.
Great. That's just the answers I was looking for, so thank you. Unrelated question regarding the rationale for transferring the Film LA coordinator to Public Works. Critically important function for the city. Hasn't been in Public Works before, so help us understand. And obviously a lot of departments are involved, and I can see a lot of good reasons why it's in Public Works, but help us understand the rationale.
Primarily, Councilman, the reason for the transfer would be to bring the single fully funded position directly under the Board of Public Works, where I am as the mayor's director and chief liaison of the mayor's Office of Film and Television Production. Currently, that employee is in a different department in a different building. It would be much more convenient. I think our efficiency and effectiveness would improve. A number of the departments that are dealt with the most come across Public Works, I think more so than the existing department where that position is currently housed. And so it really is just something that makes sense for really just our workday, given the fact that it's an added responsibility to my role. It will cause the office to work quite a bit better.
Great. It's an important work, and I just want to make sure we're highlighting it appropriately. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I would just add, with the success that we've been having and record number of shoot days that just came out from the latest Film LA report, it will, I think it'll help with communication with a number of the folks that really have to be part of our circle of discussions if we have that position directly with me in Public Works.
Thank you.
In the budget, there's about $250,000 for direct and indirects devoted to accounting, staffing relating to the sidewalk program. And then there's another, I think, one-man management analyst position or something in there. There's a little over $300,000 for positions related to that. Can you talk about what the board's role will be, or what it's anticipated to be, which those positions would be required to support, as opposed to some of the other bureaus that the board oversees?
Of course, Mr. Campos.
Absolutely. So the 4 positions that you're referring to, Council Member, 3 of them are accountant-like positions. 1 is a management analyst. The services that will be provided for the sidewalk repair program would be bifurcated into 2 different parts. The first part is to process the incentives and also develop a model so that we can do the incentive rebate program for the sidewalk repair program. That would be more of the administrative work in terms of developing the process, developing the framework, and also the policy, and then also developing forms and procedures so that we can actually go out and advertise for the incentive rebate program and how to process the claims and validate the actual claim. The 3 positions on the accounting side would be dedicated for the payment processing. So currently, through our sidewalk repair program, we have no accountants that are funded for this project. We have been absorbing the work, and we are absorbing about 1.6 FTEs, paying out existing consultants. Next year's, or the proposed budget before you, envisions switching that around. So instead of paying out contractor payments, we would actually be paying out incentive payments. So the 3 individuals in the accounting classifications would be dedicated to incentive payment processing.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Oh, Mr. Kretz, you had another follow-up.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask for one other report back. I know Council members Wesson and Rue introduced a motion, which is Council File number 15-0387-S1, requesting a report back on the health and safety impacts relating to petroleum and natural gas. And also, I'd like to include in that report back methane emissions reduction, which was Council File 14-0469. It's a little unclear whether the expert or the administrator would ultimately help with that, but if we could get that report back at some point from whomever is the appropriate person once they are brought on board.
Thank you, sir. And actually, I have one additional request on behalf of Mr. Englander. He would like a report back on the prevailing wage issue as it relates to graffiti abatement contractors and impacts that has on graffiti abatement costs.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right. I think that's anything else, members? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good evening. That brings us next to Bureau of Street Lighting. Mr. Abrahamian, welcome. Sorry to have kept you waiting so long with what may be the shortest letter of all of the general managers. But feel free to open if you'd like.
Yes.
Introduce your staff.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, council members. It's our pleasure to be here. I know you had a long day, so I'll be really brief. First of all, I wanted to introduce our budget director, Colleen Marquez, and her team basically put together our entire budget. And also today with me I have our senior engineer, Kearney Marine. And actually, that's exactly what I was going to say. Our goal this year was to submit the shortest budget memo, unlike last year. So hopefully we accomplished that. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Well, you did. And let me just say first that your Bureau has accomplished a remarkable feat with the LED conversion that has been a huge contributor to the reduction of the city's carbon impact. And so I want to congratulate you first on that. And as I understand it, you're already expediting the high voltage streetlight conversion pursuant to the request that we had over the course of the last year or so, and I want to thank you for that as well. What's the status of that project?
Well, thank you. First of all, the credit goes to all the men and women in the Bureau of Street Lighting for the LED conversion or everything else we do in the Bureau of Street Lighting, so thank you for that. As far as the acceleration of our high voltage circuits in the city, we have about 25,000 additional lights in the city of Los Angeles that still are on high voltage circuits. And with your help, with the council help, we were able, and with the CAO and the mayor's office, we were able to secure a MICLA funding to go ahead and accelerate the conversion. Our plan is to convert all 25,000 in the next 5 years. And in addition to converting from high voltage, actually those lights will be converted to LED also. So in the next 5 years, we'll be able to complete all the high voltage circuits in the city.
Terrific. In 2014, we included a little over $1 million for an assessment district analysis, street lighting assessment district analysis. What's the status of that?
Yes, we did award a contract to a consultant, and consultant, as we speak, is looking at is completing the analysis. We haven't received the complete package yet. We are waiting for that. But let me just add, with our LED program, with all the other efficiencies that we have put in place throughout the years, we've been able to balance our budget and not need to go to ballot for a Prop 218 process. And we have basically delayed that entire process through the years. 10 years ago, when I came on board, there was a scare about the whole process, and we have been able to continue to only use our special fund for our entire operation since then. And I think even today, our forecast is we should be able to continue this for another 3 years for sure. And every year I come here, and I always like to forecast for 3 years only, but maybe longer than that. But having said that, once the report comes through, we will send the report to the council with the recommendations and the actions to be taken.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
Okay. It's not called out as a separate line item, but the TULIP program, the underpass LED lighting improvement program. It's going to upgrade about 100 to 300 tunnels. It's great. Wanted to see what it actually covers. Is it roadway underpasses only? Could it or does it include pedestrian underpasses? And how will the locations be prioritized?
Yes, actually we put that program together for the first year. We couldn't include it as part of the LED package because they're mainly general benefit lights, so we couldn't use our special funds program to do it. It's about 300 underpasses. They're mainly city streets that are under the freeways. And the plan is to complete them next 3 years, convert all of them to LED, improve the lighting basically. And actually we are reaching out to all council members and the council districts and requesting your priorities for each council district. If you have certain priorities, we'll be more than happy to do that in the first year. Based on the crime or based on illegal activities. So we just received the funding, so we're in the process of putting the entire program together. It's about 300 underpasses.
Great, and you can mix them up, pedestrian and vehicle the same?
Yes, we can, because it's all general fund. Mainly it's is mainly vehicular underpasses, but we'll be able to look at pedestrians also because funding source is will help us to do that.
That's fabulous because we have a few that have some crime issues and could be solved relatively easily because they're much smaller than a road underpass. So
please let us know.
Great. With respect to lighting fixtures and small cell communications, are the locations selected by the city or by the telecom companies? If they're installed at no cost to the city, what can we do to place them in locations where light fixtures would otherwise be general funded? So how can we offload some of our costs there?
Well, it is mainly decided by the telecommunication companies. This year we work with Verizon and we are up to 85 to 90 installations throughout the city because they look at their zones and the weak signals and they identify areas. But once they come to us, it's a wide area. Then we decide exactly where we can do that because, frankly, we are not relocating or removing any decorative poles. We want to make sure it's in the modern areas, modern fixtures. And there is no cost to us. As I said, it's actually a revenue-generating plan. And also it creates jobs because they frankly pay for the entire removal and installation of the pole. Now, as far as the general funded locations, I'm not sure if I understood your question.
I guess maybe they're all special funded at this point.
Yes, they're all special funded at this point. That's correct.
Okay. And just just generally, how far off are we from the sort of the future world where when the police, if there's a crime, they can go to their phone and turn up the lights in a particular grid or zone, or on a holiday we can change the colors, or when Prince dies we can make them all purple, or
Well, we have a program that we are installing controls on all of our street lights. We are up to 60,000 controls that we've installed on street lights so far. I think as we go forward and populate the entire city, we have 215,000 street lights, so we are about maybe a quarter right now, a little bit more than that. But then, yes, we definitely can link it to the police department. I'm not sure if we can change the colors, but we can make them blink, whether during the day or at night. So a fire truck or a police car is coming, they would know the exact area where the crime is happening or the call came from. So that's our goal. We haven't approached the police department yet because we're not quite there yet, but the ability and the potential is definitely there. Maybe in the near future we should be able to do that.
Yeah, it's exciting what some of the future I've been reading about in terms of the lighting, and eventually moving to actually energy, being able to transmit through the lights. But that's the future.
Yes.
So, but this is exciting what you're doing with the LEDs and where we're going with this. So thank you, and keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Mr. Kretz?
Yeah, I ditto on the LEDs. Do we know how much energy we're already saving?
Yes. If you translate it to dollars, it's very close to $9 million a year if we compare apples to apples. And I say that because during the last 7-8 years, we've had increases in our rate with the Department of Water and Power. So if we compare it to apples, it's about $9 million today, every year.
How close are we to finishing and having the whole project?
We are up to 170,000 converted to LED. So we got another maybe 40,000, 45,000 to go. But now is the challenging part, because mainly are the decorative fixtures, and also from that 45,000, 25,000 are the high voltage. So to just give you a simple answer, in 5 years, everything will be converted to LED in the city of Los Angeles as far as street lighting.
And have we given any thought to what happens to those workers once it's done?
Yes. Actually, even today, for the last few years, that's exactly what we've been doing. We still need to keep the lights on. The fixtures are much more reliable, they're efficient, but the circuitry sometimes creates problems for us. There's vandalism, there's postage. So we still have a lot of maintenance and repair going, but maybe the work will be reduced, has been reduced. What we've done, we've shifted all of them to construction contracts. We used to go to contract for a lot of our new street lighting contracts, installations. So what we do today is mostly done in-house, actually, with the same forces that we had. Actually, because our workload has increased so much with all these smart city solutions that was mentioned by council members, we are actually today employing, in addition, about 32 hiring hall employees to be able to keep up with the work that we have right now. So hiring hall employees are the temporary employees in addition to our permanent employees. So we are in good shape, Councilman, for now.
So you won't have any trouble finding spots for them once the project is done?
Not in foreseeable future, no.
How are we doing, since you mentioned maintenance, how are we doing in terms of copper wire vandalism? Has that improved at all?
Yes, the copper price is, I think, closer to $1. I think when we had the spike a few years ago, it was about $4 or so per pound. So it's decreased tremendously compared to 2007, 2008. Still, we have some incidents throughout the city. I think last report I saw, there were only 10 incidents, mostly in the valley, actually, which we didn't have before. But there's a major drop-off from what was before.
Yeah, well, that would make sense. Obviously, the cost was driving that. So now that it's down, that's good to hear. How far are we from replacing all of our high voltage circuits so we don't have the couple of incidents that we had, like the Good Samaritan in Studio City that was electrocuted?
We're 5 years away. So we just starting our 5-year plan, and I mentioned earlier. So in 5 years, all the high voltage circuits and streetlights in the city will be converted. It is major construction. It's not like the LED conversion where we go and just change the fixture. In a lot of cases, we have to change the conduit and change the wiring and dig the street or the sidewalk a little bit. So it is a construction process, but we've, with the help of the mayor and the mayor's team, we have put an accelerated program together to convert everything in the next 5 years.
So it sounds like we get a lot of good things done in the next 5 years.
Yes,
That's
we
great.
are going to be busy.
One other question. I understand that you're leasing vehicles rather than replacing them. I presume these are low-emission vehicles or no-emission vehicles, or where are we on all that?
Well, low emission, but with the downturn in the economy, because we were continuing with our work and especially our LED, we wanted to make sure the conversion happens right away. We started this program of leasing vehicles in the last 7 years ago. Actually, we started. But right now, with the economy changing, actually, if you look at our budget, we have put in a request for replacement of how many vehicles, Carlene? 8 vehicles. So we are kind of transitioning from the leasing to purchasing now. But the leasing is going to continue because, frankly, if we approve our budget for purchasing today, it takes about a couple of years for us to get the new vehicles. So it will continue for another 2 or 3 years until we convert to purchasing vehicles.
And do you look at how deeply do you look at the fossil fuel and greenhouse gas impact, and do you include the entire life cycle of the fuel in that analysis?
Actually, we do. GST does to help us, but we started our LED program. That was the whole basis of our LED program, to reduce CO2 emissions. And our LED program is up to 60,000 metric tons of reductions every year today. So, but working with GST, we actually have 2 trucks that are electric operated. The booms work on electric. And so it means when you go and stop at a location to fix a street light, you don't need to run the engine. You turn off the engine, and the boom works with the electric power. So we are going in that direction. We are working with GST. We have a lot of trucks that are CNG and LNG also. A lot of our boom trucks are like that. But we still have our diesel trucks. So we have to transition, and we are trying to do that every year once we put in the budget packages.
Yeah, and I would encourage you, to the extent that you could transition to a cleaner equipment, that you transition to electric, because natural gas, as we know, has other parts of their cycle where they're not as environmental. We certainly saw that impact, obviously, in Porter Ranch, but in general, there's a lot of pollution that we don't necessarily see that's a byproduct of the original process.
I agree. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Just one final thought. It's not exactly budgetary, but Mr. Blumenfield got me thinking about next generation after LED. I know that there's already vendors and entrepreneurs who are developing distributed solar generation that would be able to utilize the existing street lighting infrastructure to feed energy back into the grid. When energy is not flowing out to the lights, it can be flowing in from PV panels. Have you begun implementing any of those sorts of facilities yet? And if so, how is it working, and what might we be able to do to expand upon that?
Well, yes. Actually, with the council approval and the mayor's help, last year we got $500,000 in our budget in the UB, which was transferred to us, and we're in the process of installing 500 solar panels on street lighting poles throughout the city. We are trying to spread it among all the council districts. And we are up to, I think, about 200 as we speak. For the next year, we put a proposal in the budget to expand the program and add another 2,000. There is no funding identified for it as of now in the proposed budget, but we'll be happy to do that if funding is allocated for it.
So maybe I don't know that this is a budgetary impact report back, but if you could report back on the results that you've seen so far. And I don't know whether DWP would primarily be responsible for assessing this. You certainly would need to assess costs and maintenance and some of the other aspects of it that you've experienced. But it would be interesting to know what DWP has found its impact to be on the grid, reliability, so forth. And there may, in fact, be alternative funding sources that we might be able to have to do this, to expand our distributed generation, whether it's the, fit or otherwise. So I don't know. I haven't thought it through, but I'd like to be able to explore whether there are options to work with DWP to be able to fund a broader program if, in fact, the two departments determine that it's cost effective and, physically effective.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that we do have a PPA in place between us and DWP for the ones that we're installing today. And we'll be more than happy to bring back a report regarding that and including feedback from DWP there also.
Great.
Sure.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And members, that brings us up to our final department, the Bureau of Contract Administration. Mr. Reamer, thank you very much for your patience. You drew the short straw, I guess, being the last person to go. But
are you kidding me? It's been great. The first day, opening day. That's all right. So I'm just blessed and grateful to be here. So thank you.
Amen. So it's a pleasure to have you. We have your letter. If you'd just like to introduce your team, we'll get right into it.
Great. Well, you named me John Reamer, the Inspector of Public Works, Director of the Bureau of Contract Administration. I'm joined by our Assistant Director, Walter Bradley, our Chief Management Analyst, Angelica Samoa. We also have members of our executive team here as well. I'd like to thank and acknowledge the Mayor's Office and the CAO. This has been a very great collaborative effort. I can't tell you how much everyone has gone out of their way to work with us, given what I imagine we will talk some about, the new division that we have and the program, more than a program, the effort that the city has undertaken. So I thank them for that. And then lastly, to the men and women of the Bureau of Contract Administration, their professionalism, their dedication, their diligence in enabling us to do the things that we do, I just thank and acknowledge them. So any questions that you have, I'm here to respond.
Terrific. Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question about staffing for the city's sweat-free procurement ordinance. As you know, the city adopted this ordinance back in 2005 to protect its interests by assuring the integrity of our procurement process and make sure it's not undermined by contractors who engage in sweatshop practices and other employment practices that we would find abhorrent. So for any contract in excess of $25,000, each contractor has to sign under oath the contractor code of conduct and a number of other steps. So it's my understanding that General Services is charged with implementation and enforcement of this ordinance, although during the Great Recession from a few years ago, GSD staff time was cut to administer it. And the cut was supposed to be temporary, but the mayor's proposed budget no longer funds any staff in GSD to administer it. So the question would be, would it be a better fit if this wound up in contracts administration, or if GSD should remain the designated administrative agency?
You know, Tony does a fantastic job. The conversation has come up internally with respect to the that area, and one can make the argument that naturally, based on the wage theft enforcement efforts, that it might be a more natural sink. What we'd like to do is look into it and speak with GSD just to see exactly what they do. It could be something that we can report back on.
Okay, so if you could report back on that, and if it were to remain with GSD and not be part of wage enforcement, how much it would cost to fully fund General Services so that they could enforce this piece of it. Also, what kind of community outreach are we planning for the new wage requirements?
Today, we went to our Board of Public Works and we received approval for our contractual services component. It's going to consist of 12 community-based groups to partner with us to assist in the efforts to inform both the business and the employee community outreach, educating them on the ordinance, giving them ways to prepare themselves for if they feel a claim needs to be filed, or if a claim in the case of an employer is filed against them, the steps that they need to take. So we're in the final steps of finalizing that process. And again, I thank everyone who has been involved from the beginning to the end. It's been a daunting task, but we're almost there. We have a good cross-section, I believe, from the 12, be it from the car wash industry to the restaurant industry, to the garment industry, to a warehousing industry, and many others. We feel that we'll have a great representation. It will enable us to reach out in areas where there may be some concern with respect to can someone talk to a government agency, interpretive services that they will be able to provide us, and just helping us identify where the heat spots are, if you will, for areas that historically, unfortunately, have been rampant with wage theft. So we're excited that we've gotten this far, and we're feeling pretty positive about it.
Well, I'm excited too. Thank you.
Mr. Blumenfield?
Thank you. Along the lines of the wage theft issue, do you think you have adequate fund to enforce the new minimum wage law, including the sick leave provisions?
Great question. I honestly can't say we do, and that's solely based on what others have done. But I can't tell you we don't. And I know that sounds like, well, which one is it going to be, John? When we presented our budget, and we had dialogue with both the mayor's office and the CAO, we certainly understood and appreciate the fact that the city is doing a lot. I heard the opening statements this morning, and this is a very aggressive budget. There are a number of things that this city needs that we're doing everything we can as a city family to approach and to deal with. Homelessness clearly has been one that's been addressed today. Wage theft is right there at the top of the list. And this council has always demonstrated and shown itself to be very concerned about it. The mayor has been a leader in making sure that people knew he was concerned about it. So what we did when we first were given this charge, where we looked at cities that were involved in the process, San Francisco being one, Seattle another. They're much smaller than we are. San Francisco, a fourth of our size, Seattle, a fifth. If you were to just proportionally take a look at the staffing that they have compared to the staffing that we have, one could argue easily that we don't have enough staff. But that's a theoretical argument based on what potentially may happen. That's why I say, on one hand, no, but on the other, I can't quite tell you. The budget that we did present, however, did not take into consideration paid sick leave. It did not do that. So I don't have the answer yet as to the impact it will have. If you were to say, well, give me a solution. We asked for 22 positions, and you gave us 22 positions. They're not all fully funded, and I get that. And it may very well be that if there is an option to discuss, it would be increasing funding to bring some of those positions on sooner. I will certainly, as I stated in my letter, be very diligent in letting you know how we are responding to the workload that's coming our way. We have the state who has now increased their minimum wage. You have the county that they're increasing their minimum wage. We're already seeing an elevation in the number of calls that we're getting. We're over 128 now of just various inquiries with respect to the minimum wage increase. So I can't categorically tell you right now we don't have enough people. That would be, in my opinion, irresponsible of me. I can, however, tell you that I am concerned, given the paid sick leave ordinance as it relates to it being captured in the minimum wage ordinance or standalone. Whichever way it happens, it's going to require just as much time as it relates to an enforcement component.
So you're not asking for anything additional at this point, but I guess keep us posted during the as we move forward, that this may be something that would require an adjustment.
Yes.
Okay. Now, something I mentioned at the beginning with the CAO as well, and in the theoretical world on this issue, it could be a money generator, or it could at least pay for itself if we start seeing fines. Curious your thoughts about that, and maybe have any of these other cities that have done something similar found that they're actually able to generate their costs, because that's also another way you could scale up the operation.
Yes, we've had the discussions. Seattle, they're the newest, and so they don't have enough data to say one way or the other. San Francisco, who's been doing this the longest, they don't see this as a revenue generator. In many instances, theirs has been to settle as often as they can any complaints that come their way, resolving the issue between the employer and the employee. If you were to ask me, John, on your professional opinion, do you see this as a possibility of being a revenue generator? It would be no. I do not. We do have the fees that are in place in our efforts to reach out both to labor and employers. Ours has been to say we want to believe that every employer wants to do this correctly. And so if that indeed is the case, then everyone is going to get paid a minimum wage. Well, I mean, that's probably a Pollyannish approach to it. There's clearly a wage theft issue here. We envision using the fees that we have to encourage, if you will, incentivize the employer to restitute the employee as quickly as possible. So I just don't know that we have a revenue source here that's going to help cover any additional positions or the ones that we have now.
Okay, well, I'd love for you to keep us posted on that and see if there's a possibility to make that happen. Obviously, I agree with you on the priority in terms of our first mission is to make the employee whole, and to get folks to pay the minimum wage. It's not about raising revenue, but it's. I also am of the belief, not as optimistic, that there are a lot of folks out there who are committing wage theft, and that if we're strong about it, and we're able to crack down on that, we may actually be able to generate some revenue. But you know better than I do on that, and I just would ask that you keep us posted as you start this process down the way.
We will certainly chart that for you. We will.
And another issue on this was the safety of the wage enforcement inspectors. There was some talk about vehicles not being marked or unmarked vehicles. Are there certain things that we need to do to preserve the inspector's anonymity? How do you feel about the safety issue?
We've been partnering with the state of California shadowing some of their enforcement efforts, just to get an idea, a sense of what the terrain, if you will resemble as relates to the wage theft efforts. We, having done this with respect to prevailing wage and living wage, we have some insight as to the relationship between the employer and the investigator. But this is taking a step further than we have before, in that we're dealing with businesses that don't have a contractual relationship with the City of LA. Our concern was that when we have men and women going to these businesses and there's no pre-established relationship, that it could cause for some confrontational, not necessarily combative, but uneasy interactions. We thought about how would be the best way to make these visits. The city has mileage employees, where our inspectors fall in that category on the construction side, where they use their own vehicles and then they're compensated based on the miles they drive. The concern we had there was that an inspector could show up to a business, their license plate is now open for anyone to see, and once again, if there is some tension, then it exposes that person, that inspector, to having someone know who they are and where they live. We thought about pool vehicles with respect to the city vehicles with the city emblem on the side. The concern there is that we're talking wage theft, and some of our dialogue with the state has been, when they know we're coming, when the employees or employers know the state's coming, they pack up and they leave. It's unfortunate, but it does happen. So the best notion would be to use vehicles that are not marked. We've been working with the CAO and GSD and the mayor's office. We're in the process of obtaining some vehicles that will get us started. 6 is the number that we've identified. And we believe that will be a healthy start to our efforts to investigate when we receive complaints.
Great. Different topic. Bavin, how satisfied are you with the capabilities of the Business Assistance Visual Network? Are there modifications or upgrades that you foresee that would make it easier for businesses to learn about contracting opportunities or to qualify as a city contractor, submit bids, et cetera, and ultimately increase the competition?
I like to refer to it as the city's electronic marketplace, Bavin. I'm pleased with it. We just recently had a makeover, if you will, and I want to thank the mayor's office and ITA for being great partners, along with our Board of Public Works. It's a fantastic tool. With respect to clear contracting, one of the goals has been, in efforts to streamline contracting, is to bring about consistency. Bavin does that. It's a portal where everyone can go to one place and get information with respect to contract opportunities. Some of the upgrades have been for contractors to see bids that have been submitted by other subcontractors or subconsultants. We're pleased with it. We're looking to expand it, if you will, to include with personal services, task order solicitations, where once again, everyone is able to see from a transparent standpoint not only the contracting opportunities, but the type of proposals that are going forward. So it's great technology. I know you're a proponent of it, and that support has helped us get as far as we have. It's doing great.
That's good to hear. Very good. What else are you doing in terms of, and I know you've been engaged in this, and increasing the opportunities for small businesses, minority, women-owned, disabled veterans, disadvantaged businesses?
Identifying those programs where we can be somewhat creative. In times past, the concern was for small businesses, let's say micro businesses, they just did not have the infrastructure to come and compete in the city environment, and we've been attempting to dispel that, to let them know that we want you to come here, and through mechanisms such as pre-qualification and what we're doing with the sidewalk program. I know many departments have spoken already about what's going to happen there. Certainly the Bureau of Engineering and the Bureau of Street Services, and they're excellent partners with ours. One of the things that we're doing is for a small contracting component that we have there. We are identifying, and an RFQ is out now, small businesses with opportunities for very small contracts to come and do work. It's, if you will, an opportunity to move into the waiting pool so that you can grow and mature to get into the larger pool. And the input that we've received has been great. Small businesses want to come and do business with the City of LA. We believe ultimately it will provide us a larger pool of contractors that should affect bids that we do receive. Our commitment is to expedite payments. We want to thank, again, the mayor's office. One of the positions that we did receive in the budget was a chief construction inspector. Our goal has been to move payments from discussion in the field with the contractor to deposit in their account within 15 days. That's unheard of in many places, but we're committed to that. We want to make sure that businesses can come here and they don't see this as a business unfriendly city, but one that is friendly. And one way we show our friendliness is to pay them timely for work done. So growing up, if you will, the small businesses in programs such as the sidewalk program, it's a great start.
Great. Thank you so much, and appreciate all the good work you're doing.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Yeah, just a little follow-up on a couple of the comments on wage theft. First of all, I think to some degree this has to be a self-funding department if we want to expand it as much as I think we absolutely need to. So while you may be thinking, well, we'll settle a particular case that's owed and we'll just negate our possibility to assess a fine as an incentive. Instead, we should be looking at eliminating all but 10% or all but 20% of the fine that we could charge and see what actually works out in the field. So I think you can still have a pretty substantial incentive by removing most of a very hefty fine as opposed to all of it. And part of the reason I want to see us do that is I want to see us expand this department faster. I think we have a huge need to do so. Not for the benefit of the employees, although that's obviously a dramatic need, but while we're increasing sick days and we're increasing the minimum wage, we were the wage theft capital of the country before we did that. And a number of businesses that are honest struggle to compete with the ones that aren't. And if we increase the number of sick days and we continue to increase the minimum wage and we don't enforce this right on the nail, we are going to be killing some law-abiding businesses because we haven't done that. So I would like a report back on the cost and the funding source possibilities to fully staff the entire 22 staff that were requested. So I think that's absolutely necessary. And there are a few things that are not as intuitive and not as visible, but will absolutely kill business in Los Angeles. There are a few things that will be as dramatic as not fully funding wage theft and wage enforcement and really nailing this problem really fast. So I asked for that report back.
Right. Anything else, members? Very good. Mr. Reamer, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your patience and your endurance. And that's it.
Appreciate it.
Now, I have called her twice before, and unfortunately both times she's been out of the room, so I just want to see if is Sheila Flory here? Ms. Flory? Well, we did our best. I'm sorry that we weren't able to take your testimony, but there will be additional days and additional opportunities. And members, that brings me to tomorrow. First of all, congratulations. We finished up today 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Our nearly perfect record remains intact. Tomorrow we'll be beginning at we're agendized for 9. We'll probably start about 9:15 with the city attorney's office. City clerk first. Okay, we'll be taking city clerk first, and then city attorney, city controller, the zoo, the Department on Disability, personnel, ethics, General Services, the Planning Department, Building and Safety, Lacers, Pensions Department, Information Technology Agency, Animal Services, and Cultural Affairs. So we'll have another marathon day, but if we work with the efficiency that we worked with today, we'll see it through. So with that, if there's nothing further, members, for now, we are in recess until tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.